Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the second part of the 2015 RaceSpotTV 24 Hours of Spa. For those of you just joining us, where have you been in the last 6 hours? We've had ourselves some entertainment up and down the field in both prototype and in the GT division. Friction Racing, they are absolutely dominating it right now as far as your prototype division goes. All of their competition really has fallen down the race side. Radicals Online, they started strong. They fell down, they've climbed back up, but they're over 100 seconds behind right now. We've had ourselves a number 28 team. They've had themselves some issues, and well, they're pretty much out of it for the day. All of Friction Racing's competitors have had some form of incident, or are just too slow to compete. And that means right now that Friction Racing have to stay focused. Otherwise, that prototype division can be thrown wide open. In GT, it's a lot more complicated. It's a two-horse race, but Inex Racing versus Quiet the SimSport. It's one that will go down to the last half an hour. I will pretty much guarantee it, unless one of those two teams are involved in an incident. In the first hour or so of the race, we had Quiet the SimSport build up a 10-second advantage over Inex Racing. About 2.5 to 3 hours, we pretty much had ourselves a 1 second gap separating the two drivers. But now, we've got Inex Racing with their biggest gap of the race so far. And that is something that we're going to have to bear in mind as we head ourselves down into the middle hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to Cam Walsh and Rachel Wyford, the next part of our coverage here on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget that our onboard coverage is brought to you by the iRacing.com for an app for Android. Download it on the Google Play Store, and our aerial coverage is brought to you by And1 Design, official graphics partner of RaceSpotTV. Live timing and scoring is available if you head over to racespot.tv/timing. And also, don't forget that you can use the hashtag iRacing24H if you want to get in contact with us at all over the course of the next 18 hours.
Thank you, Will, and thank you, Will, for both not only commentating but streaming and doing all the camera work for the first 6 hours of this great race here in Spa-Francorchamps here in the Ardennes. Currently, as we have just gone over, Friction absolutely piling it on between all of their drivers over the course of today. Richard Avery is in for his first stint. Of course, Richard Avery, one of the best of the best as far as prototypes go. Marcus Hamilton, though, started it off strong. It was almost, I would almost say 3 hours. He did 104 laps in his single stint so far. Tom Ward took over from there, and now it is on the shoulders of that man right there, Richard Avery, in the Friction Racing car as he works his way through some lap traffic. We'll go over all the cars and kind of their stories a little bit more in depth as we go along. But right now, it is that Friction Racing car as he tries to work through some of that traffic. So, with the Friction Racing car, you also have Inex Racing and Coanda, the story of two Ford GTs that have been at the point of this field the entire race. There was some early collisions with some GT cars down in the back of the field at the start of the 24 hours. of Spa, which you never like to see, but there has been less and less issues as time has gone on, and now it is pretty much clean as a whistle, or at least about as clean as you can when you're motor racing. The last car running is the Magno Autosports car, car number 4. He's back in 46th position, 45 laps down, so even they are still running, and why wouldn't you run? It is the 24 hours of Spa. Enjoy it while you can, even if your race isn't ending out how you like. So with that down there, that's 46 cars that are on track all at the same time. That is just a whole lot of traffic for these guys to go through, which makes Friction's gap even more impressive. 6 hours and 7 minutes into this, and they are just still at the daggered point as he works his way around the lap car of the GTI racing car. GTI had some issues early on. They had that car repaired, and they have worked their way back up, at least to where the prototype should be. They are on the same lap as the leading GT cars, so that is good for them, at least, that they are getting back into their own category. But right now, it is just in GT. It hasn't been only the show between Coana and INX, it has also been the show of cars between Trinity Motorsports, Shark Motorsport, and Mad Cow Racing. These 3 cars have been together pretty much all race long. Even at one point, it was nose to tail. It was at one point Shark Motorsport, then Mad Cow Racing, then Trinity. But ultimately, it is Trinity on the point right now for these guys, and they are fighting for 5th position back through 8th position in the GT field. So you've got Trinity Motorsports. There's actually quite a massive gap now, as I believe they have all switched drivers at this point. So there's all sorts of different levelings of speed, as the gap between Trinity and Shark is quite noticeable, I'd have to say. And the gap between Shark and Mad Cow Racing is a lot less noticeable. They're in the same camera shot, but they have the entirety of the Kemmel Straight between the two. So with those are where your battles are right now. But also, you had, well, actually, the Radicals Online. And oh boy, here we go. Actually, just as soon as Will takes off, there's a gentleman by the name of Matt Backham climbing into the cockpit of the Radicals Online car. He will be taking on his first laps here at Spa-Francorchamps, as we'll look at Matt Backham for the Radical cars. This is really one of their first hot-footed drivers, as of course the Radical stable is very, very good. But ultimately, what? Yes, I know. People are telling me to breathe. Vincenzo Amico is the one who originally started that Radicals car, and then Anthony Roselli took it over. Between Vincenzo did his second stint, Miguel Martin did a long third stint. Now Matt Backham is in the cockpit of that Radicals Online car right now. So Radicals Online, they haven't had necessarily the brightest stars of a race, but with Matt Backham inside, and they're on the same lap, they can hopefully catch up. And yes, I'm also getting buffering, Hugo.
Sorry folks, we seem to be having some minor technical problems with the broadcast stream at the moment, so please bear with us. We are going to resolve this ASAP.
Yeah, it says video was interrupted. The streamer stopped streaming.
Oh, so we're not live? We're live. Apparently we are still live.
Okay, you go, sure. Hey,
there's Box. It has stopped streaming, but
RaceSpot Radio. It's a brand new thing. We're just launching it right now. RaceSpot Radio. No. We'll get it fixed. It's not a problem. Anyways, so that Friction Racing car up front with Richard Avery now. This is Richard Avery's first stint. He took it over about 20 laps ago. And now you've got Matt Backham in the Radicals Online car. You still got Ashley Owen in the Vortex Sim Racing car, but those guys have been quick all throughout, as well as the Pure Racing Team LMP car. So you've got these 4 LMP cars. Well, the Radicals just went a lap down again because of their pit, but ultimately you've got these 4 LMP cars, and that is definitely nothing to shake a stick at, especially when you're already 6 hours into it. If you took friction out of the equation, boy, this would be a very interesting race.
It would indeed, and of course the Pure Racing Team car in P2 right now, which is a great position for those guys to be in. Really impressed with the performance they've had so far. That car being driven by Mert Özil at the moment, having a good run. And they also get ahead, of course, Vortex Sim Racing behind him in P3. they've had an impressive run, but of course have benefited from some of the speed drop-off of the likes of Radicals Online and Apex and a couple of other teams who've dropped low early on in this one, including TNT Racing Gold, who had major car technical issues early on. We also lost to V Apex Racing Group, SDC Motorsports, All Motorsports, and the Evolution Racing Australia GT prototype cars, which is quite a misleading name, Cam, when they're called Evolution Racing Australia GT, and they're in a prototype.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, a prototype car is still a car, I guess. So the Friction Racing puts on another lap on the INX Racing, the two leaders taking the bus stop at the same time. So Jack Sedgwick is the one piloting the INX Racing car with Jorn Jens in the Coanda SimSport number 18. Now, they're both running Fords, which is good to see, as actual Sylvian Pomerad is actually now in the Radicals GT. Now, Sylvian Pomerad, I believe, was also in the 6 hours of the Glen, if I recall correctly. If not, I'm sure I've seen them somewhere else. But Sylvian doing what he can to try and get that Radicals GT car up. They had a little bit of an issue early on, I believe. They had something happen, and that Radicals car is, let's see, 21 to 16. So they are quite a couple of laps down.
Yes, they are, and that's not exactly where they'd like to be right now. Also, the GTI racing machine, Tim Falks, he's currently 17 laps down, which is a major problem, but they had big damage on that machine, of course, Cam.
Yes, they absolutely did. Now, speaking of teams throughout, of course, you had that TNT car that is dropping down. They had an absolute incident, as people are saying it's back on. Hello, if you're just rejoining us, back on RaceSpot or what have you. We'll figure it all out at some point, but we'll be here talking, and at least, you know, it'll be worth it in the end, I guess. But anyways, that Friction Racing LMP car has just been absolutely storming his way through the field, and it's really the way that they've just been attacking traffic. HPDs have been getting tripped up all race long on lap traffic, but for whatever reason, these Friction Racing crews can just make it click.
Yeah, they can indeed. Friction Racing had a pretty flawless run, of course, with the 515 machine, which has Richard Avery at the controls at the moment. He's doing a stellar job. But it's not just Richard Avery, of course. We have to have the likes of Tom Ward, Marcus Hamilton to thank for incredible consistency with that team. Marcus Hamilton with an incredibly long initial stint. Might not see him back into the car until the end. But Ward pulling a double, Avery on his first stint in the car. Can't believe it's only been 6 hours, Cam.
Yeah, it's already been 6 hours, which is nuts. We'd be just doing the post-race show for the Watkins Glen race, huh? But which was still a great race by the way. And yes, I did see that too. Right. Oh, who's slow? 3-7 is slow. 7-3. Why are they slow? Oh, apparently they're letting Mac Backham go through.
I think we're off air, guys.
Yeah, I see that. Alright, no problem. So, Mac Backham pushing his way through. He's already doing very quick laps. So, Mac Backham, he's going to be completing his second, well, actually, this is his first real flying lap. His first one was a 207.8, so we'll see as Mac Backham comes across the line in that Radicals car. Gives a little bit of a wiggle as he gets onto the power. It's a 208.9, so actually quite a bit slower, but I think he was going to through some traffic there. But ultimately, though, if he can keep it in the 207 ranges, well, even that's not going to do that great. That Friction Radical car, that Friction Racing car just did a 205.5. So that is very quick for that car. We're having fun. Yes. So I believe what the plan is, if we can't get this choppiness to not unchoppy itself, we'll either have to switch over to a new stream, which won't be any huge issue, or this will wide the rave out and we'll be all good to go. So we'll have to see there, but ultimately though, Mac Backham in that Radicals car is going to be trying to make a difference, but ultimately how he attacks the traffic is going to be really what determines how their race is going to be going, as they are going through. And yes, I see the stream. Everything seems to be going good. So hello once again. Sorry for the delay there. We just had a couple of little incidents there. The server needed a pit stop, I guess. It was out of ketchup. So Mac Backham in that Radicals Online car. And of course you can tell it's him by that bright pink helmet, which I call the purple helmet for 6 Hours of the Glen. But Backham was really one of the big parts, the big components of Radicals' win at Watkins Glen, which they did. I'm pretty confident they won. Yeah, Radicals Online won. Don't need to remind myself of that. You can watch the 6 Hours of Glen at some point after this race. You keep watching this one. This one's live. It's much more entertaining. You get people like me and Rachel and Hugo. So as we get back underway here in the streaming booth, we'll kind of just retake it at the top. I'm Cameron Walsh. That's Rachel Whiteford. Hugo Louise on the cameras. And this is the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa.
I feel that we should have some sort of music there.
Yeah, I was going to say. I needed a boom or something. I don't know. But I set that one up real good.
Music right now.
Yes, there we go.
I'm going to give you a run through on your top 10s from both fields in the race today. Of course, in your prototype field is Friction Racing from Pure Racing Team and Vortex Sim Racing in 3rd position. 4th is Radicals Online. 5th, Phoenix Motorsports. The 6 through 10 are the 7-3 Motorsports, GTL VRT Gold, Apex Racing UK, Abandonati Racing Team, and Vortex Sim Racing HPD number 2. In your GT3 field, it is Inex Racing, being chased closely by Feracer Commander SimSport. P3 is Pure Racing Team's GT3 entry, with the New World SimSport Moonshiners chasing them hard. In P4 and 5, Trinity Motorsports and Shark Motorsports. P6, Bessie and Mad Cow Racing. P7 is Team Brasser 8 or 80. Pure Racing Team number 2, New World SimSports 4GT and the Brazil Power Team. Cam?
Yes, and if anyone's still having any issues, please just hit the F5 button on your keyboard and everything should be good. As we just went through the field right there, we did have a couple of casualties early on. There are 7 cars that are not running right now. 8, excuse me. That is Glacier Racing, 4 Motorsports, Glacier Racing's first GT car, by the way. 4 Motorsports, Team GT, Banana Racing, Vapex Racing Group, Team RL, Phoenix Motorsports, their GT effort, and the SDC Motorsports car. Those are the ones who are no longer racing. What lap is the top split on? Austin Espedy wants to know. Well, let's see here. The prototype cars are on lap 177, and the INX Racing is on, who's the leading of the GTs, is 160. So there's a 17-lap gap between the prototypes and the GT cars right now, but just as soon as Richard Avery pilots his Friction Racing HPD across the line, we will be completing lap 177, going on to 178. And Rachel, at this rate, 6 hours, 177 laps, there's going to be a ton of laps completed throughout this race if he can keep up this pace.
There is indeed. We're looking something over 700 laps for the 24 hours. In the prototype field, of course. PT field, probably quite a few less. We're looking at more like 600 to the high 500 laps, but things right now, it's a pretty exciting race. The field has separated out, but that doesn't mean we haven't got battles going on, of course. Notably, we have got fights between Vortex and the Radicals Online in the prototype field. Back in your GT field, Inex Racing and Feracer Commander SimSport, that's the 9 and the 18 cars. They have been incredibly close, but they have fallen apart somewhat as Inex had a better pit stop there with Jack Sedgwick at the controls of that 9 machine. The 18 car with Jon Jens still in, has fallen back somewhat, but they are still a close second. Also have battles with Pure Racing Team and New World SimSport Moonshiners. Those 2 cars have been together a lot of this race, although separated now on sequence with the New World SimSport Moonshiners 1 lap down. That will change as the sequences realign. Shark Motorsports and Mad Cow Racing, that's 23 and the 884 cars. They've been together nearly all of the race, so big battles from those guys going on. Further down the field, we have Core Motorsports as well, and Path Racing, but they have separated for now. IRDK Endurance Team has separated those two cars, so the Danes making a resurgence somewhat in this event, Cam.
Well, they have, and the IRDK is the very first roof in the order, which is too bad to see. You know, the roof isn't that terrible of a car here at Spa, but ultimately, that is just how the cards have fell, at least here in the top split. Most teams equipping themselves with the Ford GT is their tool of choice, but don't count out those two McLarens of the Pure Racing Team and the New World Sim Sport Moonshine McLarens. Those are two McLarens that are, well, they've been fast all day, but obviously they have not been able to keep up with that the 4-racer Coanda SimSport car. Really, I got this, and the INX Racing car. So as both of those cars head up into the Lake Holm complex, that blue INX Racing car is just getting smaller and smaller in Jordan Jens' front windshield. The reason why that is well, obviously Jack Sedgwick is running faster laps, but the actual time deltas between the two, the actual lap times, nearly every single lap has gone into the favor of Jack Sedgwick. So you've got that going for him there. Plus, when you're the leader of the GT field, people aren't going to remember who you are. They're going to get out of your way a little bit. And ultimately, INX Racing has just been able to make it through the traffic a little bit better, Rachel.
They have indeed, and we have a battle for P7 in the HPD field. That is the GTL VRT Gold machine. They are currently being chased by the Apex Racing UK AC 24-hour Spa team, the number 24 and the number 012 of GTL VRT Gold. The good battle there, and that is, of course, in the hands of the Apex machine is Marcus Jensen. He's chasing down the 012 machine of Dalamir Jaworski. I hope I pronounced that correctly, because that's quite a fun name. Those two cars, they're separated by maybe 4 car lengths on the racetrack right now, Cam. It's an incredibly tight battle.
Yes, it is. And just these cars have been closing up on each other as Jaworski there has been working on protecting his turf against Marcus Jensen. Now this Apex Racing car, it's been down, I don't want to say down and out for a little while, but it didn't have the greatest of starts. It started in 8th, and it's in 8th, so I guess that's good. But ultimately, though, it's come back into its positions, and the GTL VRT Gold car is going to have an Apex Racing car come onto the inside of it. He'll use the BMW of Oceanic Sim Racing on the outside as a pick, and that will push and cement the position as the GTL VRT loses a position to the Apex Racing car, as he'll have to work his way around the Trinity Motorsports car. Actually, that catches him out, and the GTL car comes right back into it as they head into Pouan.
Yeah, they do indeed, and beyond fast corner. I mean, bad time to catch a GT car for those prototypes. They can take it a lot faster than those lower downforce machines can. But this battle hasn't really stopped. It's just spread out a little bit more, but the cars still within really a corner of each other. So this is going to be one of consistency. Who can run the right lap times, keeping themselves ahead of the competition? I mean, a lot of these races, Cam, you are running to a lap delta, or just keep watching that split time between yourself and the car behind, making sure you've got that separation, and if you lose something, trying to just run a little better next time.
Yeah, so, yes, GTL, though, they're going to be trying, as they did lose that position to Apex, and already the gap is quite staggering. Marcus Jensen, who was in that car, somebody must have just hit him on the side of the head and told him to go faster, because he has now moved his HPD up into 7th position, and that's really about as high as he can go, as they are going to be 6 laps down as they cross the stripe. And the only car in front of them, really, is the 7-3 Motorsport one, and that is 4 laps ahead of them. So that is about as high as they can go of a ceiling, but ultimately that 7th position, that's not bad. That's a worthy cause to keep on running, as they actually get caught up behind the Glacier Racing number 2, the lone Glacier Racing car, which we did have an interview earlier with Joni Backman and the rest of the Finns, and ultimately they're going to be moving some pilots around, and they're going to be putting their quick guys in that Glacier Racing 2 car. So We'll have to see, keep our eye out on that Glacier Racing one as the HPD goes around. Apex Racing manages to get around that GT3 car, and nothing wrong with that.
They do indeed, making sure, of course, they keep this thing running, because it's got to keep the speed in the car, otherwise, as we said earlier, of course, drivers can lose focus somewhat. They can just lose that edge. If you keep the consistency, the speed up, and you keep pushing, you're familiar with that. So you keep the energy in the car, you don't make a mistake because you're doing something new. You still have that rhythm of braking here, lifting here, brake, throttle here, and it becomes a mantra. The drivers do it automatically. As soon as you change that by backing off somewhat, you know, even if you need to, you can make mistakes because you're now thinking about what you're doing. So these guys, they have to push. It might seem as though it's unnecessary in a position, but anything different could cause a lapse that could cost them a huge amount of positions in a long race.
Yes, it absolutely could. Now, that Apex Racing car, even though he's been held up by traffic, has managed to pull out a big gap, as there was a 3-second difference there. But ultimately, though, as the Phoenix Motorsports car looks to come in and lap them once again, the Phoenix car is running in 5th. I confused myself by looking at the laps. Don't do that. So, Jose Almeida, oh goodness. Almeida, yeah, I knew it too. So Jose's been in that Phoenix Motorsports car. He's actually the one that came into to talk with us. As Sławomir Jaworski comes into the pit lane, the GTL VRT coming in. Now, this should be, we'll have to see how long of a lap stint he just did. It'll be, let's see, put it on lap 50, which is really good, which means that he did 25 laps, which is the fuel length that we normally see. So, ultimately, though, 25 laps for the GTL car. They will be coming into the pits, and we'll see what they're going to do there, where at least they're going to come out. So, yeah, I didn't just hear what I thought I just heard, did I?
You might well have heard it. You did.
I did. He did. He clipped the inside of the Air Rouge pits. Oh no. Not Air Rouge, La Source, excuse me. La Source is a very, very tight pit entry, and he managed to just track out just enough to bonk into that. It's a little, I'm not sure if he saw that, if the camera saw that at all, but now there's a little bit of front end damage on that.
Well, we are going to wind back and have a quick look to find out exactly what happened there for him. Hopefully we can get a replay up on our screens and we'll find out exactly what happens for Jaworski there. It wasn't on the entry to the first part of pit road, but I believe it could have been the second part with that U-shaped turn. It is.
Yeah,
he clips the wall slightly on the turn round the bottom of pit road and now has some light front left damage on that machine cam.
Yeah, they're going to have to change that nose cone out. That's going to spend some time there, so a little slower pit stop than you normally get from that nose cone change, but he will pull away after getting tires and fuel. He'll be crossing the line. He'll peg it down on the throttle. He will be coming out barely ahead of the Friction Race car. Actually, no, Friction Race car, excuse me, is going to go right on by. He'll actually come out just ahead of the Bessie Ford GT with the Mad Cow Racing, who has the Brazil Power Team car behind him, but there is a lap difference between them. So, yeah, I believe the Brazil Power Team ended up having a spin and a little bit of an accident. They had to get that repaired because they used to be right in the fight there. So, between Trinity Motorsports, Mad Cow Racing, and now the Moonshine car has come back a little bit. Joel Tremblay having fallen off a little bit here. I'm not sure if they had an incident or if this is just because of the pits, because in a little while, Rachel, these GT3 cars are going to be coming into the pits, and they come in mass.
They do indeed. Once the GT3 cars start heading to pit road, of course, we'll have a, well, other than a lot of cars trying to fit onto pit road, which can sometimes be an issue. But different drivers pitting at different times, of course, that means you're a different speed coming through the second part of the bus stop. So if you're in a close amount of traffic with either prototypes or the GT3 cars, that can lead to a little bit of miscommunication. So drivers have to be aware when coming to pit road here, especially with the way it's positioned in the middle of a chicane.
Well, yes. And especially between like the prototypes, if a prototype tries to go past you on the outside, well, it becomes the inside quickly and to the pit entry, and that could spell disaster, as everyone just seems to be circulating right now. Nothing wrong as far as we can tell. As some of the cars that we've seen, we do have a good variety of cars. It just seems that the ones that aren't driving Fords seem to have run into quite a bad luck. as Richard Avery does come into the pits, as well as Joel Guez of the Vortex Sim Racing HPD2. That's the one that's lower down in the field. But yes, so after a stint time of, let's see here, he pitted on 157. This is early then, Rachel.
It is indeed. So early pit stop there for those guys. It's perhaps not always expected from them, but it could be a good thing to get them off sequence.
Yes, maybe, as we'll have to see. I don't know necessarily what they're going to plan. Yeah, 157 to 183. I'm not crazy. That's short. 50, 60, 70. No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Let me do the math for a second here. No, I meant literally. I'm doing the math.
He is, in fact, doing the math, so I need to talk while Cam thinks.
Yes, yeah, this is hard. I'm not good at this.
Cam is doing that. We'll just have a quick look through your field, see what's going on right now, of course. As Pure Racing Team's number 7 leaves pit road in that McLaren. And behind them, that will be the New World Sim Sports second machine, the 4GT going past. They have not pitted yet. They will still have to, of course. And they are currently sitting down in 10th position.
Yes, and this is a 25-lap stint. If you include the 26th lap is when they come across the line there. So, no, actually, it's not an early one. I called that wrong, which is totally surprising and never happens. So, Richard Avery there, he's going to sit in that car. He's going to stay in it. He's already done one stint. It's time for him to do another. So, actually, no, that was one stint. That was one single stint. He took over from Tom Ward. So, Richard Avery beginning his second stint in the friction racing car. Still doesn't have a scratch on it, as he'll actually rejoin right behind the 7-3 Motorsport HPD, who's in 6th position right now. And ultimately, though, there's actually a train of GT cars behind them. There's actually the Glacier Racing 2 just went between 2 GT cars, and actually the Red Devolution Racing Ford just had to go off the grass there. But they're all they're actually, Rachel, is a fight for position between SRN Motorsports and Glacier.
It is indeed, and the Glacier machine, of course, we lost the 41 car earlier after they had technical issues on the front straightaway, but the 42 machine is still running, and that's the car we're focusing on at the moment, or it should be. That's Glacier Racing with SRN there, the 26 machine up ahead of them. Good battle coming up the Eau Rouge Radion Complex right now. Car ahead of them there, we've got the Red Devolution car, and that, I believe, that's not for position with that machine. They will go 3 wide down Camel straightaway. Glacier Racing will cut the middle. Glacier Racing takes the position from SRN Motorsports.
Yes, and since then, as they enter, what is this left-hander? I'll figure it out, guys. It is Campus. As they go into Campus, I'm pretty sure that's not the pronunciation of that, but as they go into Campus, Alexia Loma there has already managed to put quite a substantial gap as far as GT3 cars go between him and that SRN Motorsports car, as that SRN Motorsports car looks rather dirty, as it would be. I can only imagine how these cars are going to look after 6 hours of this. So, the Glacier Racing car, though, managing to make up the position, they've been having those issues. They will now have the Pass Left Racing car, and actually, if you cut away to car number 93, the Pass Left Racing car, you will see a gaggle of cars all the way around it, and Richard Avery just had to drive his way through that. That would be dramatic, I would say. No, he's managed to make it pretty easy. But that Pass Left Racing car has a very busy rear mirror, as he'll have to deal with 1 HPD and 3 other three BMWs.
It will indeed, yeah. Pass Left Racing having a great run at the moment. They're the leader on the 20-lap down mark, so they're currently completing lap 163. Behind them, of course, in order, as they get passed by the Friction Racing prototype now, the leader of this race overall, a car you do not want to run into. Behind them, Pure Racing Team's number 2 machine is about 7-8 car lengths back in their McLaren. Behind that is the Glacier Racing 42, who's just come out of the bus stop chicane now. So 3 cars, 4 position on 1 straightaway after 6 hours, Cam. That's incredible.
It is, and we're going to still have these fights all the way through the entirety of the race. I'm sure there will be fights going to the last 10 minutes. We'll have to see, but these guys right now, is one thing they do have to keep reminding themselves. We're 6 hours and 36 minutes into this 24-hour race. Excuse me, I'm talking so much my brain is lacking oxygen. But ultimately, we'll have to see what they all want to do, as it's really hard to just tell your drivers to go and just be calm and run laps, because they're going to crash doing that. So it's just difficult, as actually that GTI Racing prototype there, number 21, he has finally got himself, that's Tim Falutz on that, he has finally gotten that car to the same laps as the other HPDs, and he is now ahead of the other GT cars. They're the ones that had an issue early on. They had a wreck, so it's good to see them back out, or I don't know if they had a wreck, they had an issue or something to that effect, but GTI Racing, their HPD is back on, at least on pace for the other prototypes, even though they're 16 laps back.
They are indeed, and while not a great start for them, of course they had major damage they had to fix in pit roads. The car handling pretty well now for the team there on track, but as things stand, this GT3 field is really starting to get exciting, Cam. Of course, we have your race leader, Inex Racing there, actually ahead of a gaggle of, well, middle of a gaggle of GT3 cars laps down, led by Bessie at the front, and they've got Shark Motorsports at the back. Mad Cow Racing, of course, they are being chased by Bessie, by Shark Motorsports, I apologise, and that 880 team at Brasser is somewhere ahead of them on the track, so they're about to go a lap down, actually. Shark Motorsports behind them, they are considered on the same lap, so things not quite in order there. Yes, in fact, that's just rejuggled. Brasser is ahead, Mad Cow, then Shark Motorsports inside your top 10, with P11 into New World Team Sports for GT3. But this fight now, the leader's trying to come through from the class, or yeah, it is the class leader's trying to get past, but you have an intense battle for position. You do indeed. But intense battle for position, Cam, with the leader passing. How do you do it?
It's just, well, it's all about patience. Everybody here knows what's up. We're going to be patient, as that's what you constantly have to remind your drivers. Be patient. Yes, a lap car may cost you time, as Jack Sedgwick does bring that GT down the top section of the pit lane. He'll take that right-hander at La Source and continue on his way, going all the way down to his pit stall. So Jack Sedgwick, after a stint, he took on the car with on lap 141. So however many laps from then to now, that's going to be his stint time. We'll have to see, as Jack Sedgwick only did one stint last time, so we'll see if he wants to do another, or if they're going to rotate him out. I have a feeling they're going to rotate him out, either to PJ Sturgios or Philip Diaz.
That will be interesting to find out. And Sedgwick now rolling down towards that difficult U-turn in pit road. He should be right on the far side. He is going to be, so he'll have to come through this segment now. Of course, the Formula 1 pit road is that segment. This is pit out for them. And see the concrete wall, that's where they exit onto the main road. Coanda Simsport, they are onto pit road, so reacting there potentially to the Inex Racing move. Those two cars, the only two GT cars, scored 17 laps down, so only two on the lead lap for that field. So it's basically a position of who wants to win, who wants to come second, Cam.
Well, that it is. Klaus Kavakis is stepping in to the pilot seat of that Coanda Ford GT, taking over from Jordan Jens. Jordan Jens having done 2 stints in his Ford GT. Inex Racing going to stay with Jack Sedgwick. Sedgwick is revving up the engine of that Ford, and he will go onto the throttle, as Coanda will have to sit and watch as they're loading that car with fuel as they will get underway. And now, this is going to be about as true a gap as you can get. At one point, we thought that Inex Racing had a pit stop on Coanda Simsport, but now, probably 4.5 hours after that has happened, now they are pitting at the same time. Now Coanda is going to be getting on the balls, and they are going to be trying to see what they can do to catch up to Inex Racing, as we do also have a fight somewhere else on the track.
We do indeed. That's between Brazil Power Team and the Core Sim Racing team on the track. Right now, they're down just outside the top 10. That's P12 and 13. But the Brazil Power Team 33 car, that's grey and green car, is leading the two of them right now. Core Sim Racing had a strong run so far. We knew they fought with Past Left Racing, but they've been steadily making their way forwards, Cam.
Yes, and Eduardo Prado is in that Brazil Power Team car. That Core Sim Racing car of Juha Pekalomi is coming in very quickly. That black and orange Ford GT taking its way up the climb from the bus stop chicane, creeping their way right to the front nose of that Brazil Power Team, the rear end of that Brazil Power Team, excuse me, as the front nose is collapsed just a little bit on that Brazil Power Team car. whereas the Core Sim Racing car looks rather mint. So that should have an effect going down the Kemmel Straight. So here they go, to Air Rouge. The gap is just a moment, probably less than a second at the line, as Eduardo will take Air Rouge. He'll get on the brakes and he'll just give the throttle a couple of blurps, and we'll see where they can go. If we can get the speedometers up here on your screen, we'll see as Eduardo Prado's last lap was 222.22, which I think is really funny. That's too many twos. So Eduardo Prado, he's going to be hitting about 157, whereas the Core Sim Racing car was about 162. A couple more rounds of that, Rachel, and Eduardo Prado might have to start worrying about his rear mirror.
He might indeed. Eduardo Prado running reasonably consistent laps, but just not quite got the speed that the other cars on track at the moment have, Cam.
Yeah, says, so we'll have to see what they do. Is actually it was Core by 0.2 of a second that last time by, so Eduardo will have to keep his eyes on that. So Francisco Javier Gutierrez is in the 7.3 Motorsports HPD. He's got a prime eye view on this battle here as he'll go onto the inside of that Core Ford, and then he will, well, he won't track around the Brazil car. He'll actually wait a little bit, but ultimately, though, we'll have to see what we can do later on with that, as the HPDs actually, oh, this is interesting. The Friction Racing car has pitted, as we know, and the Pure Racing Team car has not, so they are right with each other. They're actually 0.4 of a second splitting them, but ultimately, though, we know that Pure Racing is going to have to come into a lap at some point, but Mert Uzil, who has been in this car since lap 110. So 70 laps he has done by himself, as Mert is will take the point for being in the lead there. But ultimately, though, we know that the Pure Racing car will end up having to come into the pits at some point.
They will indeed, so it's not a realistic fight for position, and as you can see, of course, Friction car just has extra speed there from the fresh tyres. That extra fuel providing a little bit more downforce, but more importantly, the tyres, giving it that grip, they can just run a little better on the track. So, gaining on PRT very quickly. They won't be in that lead for long, as look at the leaps and bounds Friction Racing are making with Richard Avery at the wheel.
Yeah, Richard Avery pushing his way through Les Combes as we'll see. Now, this is one of those things I would just soak up the draft and not have to worry about it, as actually Richard Avery is going to have to whoa up on the brakes there as the WFC chassis roof car piloted by Frederick Rasmussen is getting out of the way there, and by the way, that's Rasmussen, not whatever I said earlier, and it's probably wrong both ways.
Rasmussen is probably correct.
Yeah, I'd like to try and give it a good shout. Is they're actually going to start fighting their way through some lap traffic to go past the Falcon GP McLaren, and they're going to work on the ABR Racing at 4GT, as this is becoming becoming one of those games where you just have to zigzag rapidly to either side to dodge all of the cars.
Absolutely. Of course, these cars on the track right now, they're all getting to the point where they're tired. In fact, hey, we are too. I'm not making much sense because I am exhausted, folks. But right now, of course, these guys, they're pushing hard, but this is the part of the race you have to really be consistent in. This is the part where you can't really gain much, but you can lose an awful lot. So they have to do their absolute best to keep the car in one place and one piece and keep turning those laps at the right speed.
Well, that they do, as the Pure Racing Team and the Friction Racing car, these guys, I'm trying to wonder here, as I'll look at when was their last pit stop, as their last pit stop for the Pure Racing Team was lap 164, so 164 is going to have been, been their pit, so 164 is on the 80, so that's 20. So they should be having to come in this time by probably then. If that'll be 25, it probably will be. They'll go on the outside of John Hall in the New World Simsport 4 GT. Of course, always sponsored by Morgan Schooley's scholarship there. So, Mert there having to deal with that friction car. But that friction car, Richard Avery, he knows better. He knows, hey, I'm just going to sit here. And he's going to have to go to pit. It's not a big deal.
It is not, in fact, a big deal, of course, and I didn't even hear what you said, Cam. I'm also
That's all right.
piloting
You
right
can
now.
go to-
I'm as tired
you
as the
can-
driver sound.
You can, yeah. Yeah, well, none of the drivers are high. We have very strict anti-drug laws in effect here on iRacing
Time
service.
for caffeine. Brought to you by
I would
RaceSpotTV.
suppose. So ultimately, though, you've got a lot of these. Oh, who's posting on Facebook? Don't do bleepity bleeps while I'm talking. My phone interrupted me. How dare it? So Mert is probably going to have to come in this time. I'm going to just throw it out there. They'll go around the 49 Motorsports car of Jody Baumgartner. As Sylvian Pomerade is right up ahead as they will go through Stavlos, and that Friction Racing car, oh, actually, that was timed quite nicely from the Friction Racing car. Barely lost anything, and he could have lost a lot. As Mert Uziel there is going to enjoy his gap for just a little bit, should make it, so he has an easy entrance into pit lane. So Mert looking to the bus stop. He'll actually take a defensive line, a little bit of a defensive line, but ultimately Mert should be creeping up into the pits. No, he's not. He is staying out for another lap. This is kind of getting to be a little impressive here. Maybe this is lap 26 for them. I am not sure how my math works out, but they pitted on lap 164. Well, they should be coming in at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, these prototypes we've seen so far, they're running just under an hour for their stints, so 45 to 55 minutes. The GT cars, we've seen about an hour and 5 minutes, apart from McLaren's cam, who run a little shorter, about just under an hour.
Yeah, so, McLarens do seem to eat up a little bit more fuel, as obvious by their giant flamethrowers off the rear end. So, ultimately, though, Richard Avery is starting to look a little aggressive on that. He just has to be patient just for one more lap, as Mert will end up having to come into the pits at some point, as they have actually passed the Mad Cow racing car of Lars Giuseppin there. And then, well, they're going to be coming up. They got a little bit of a clear track, so Mert is just enjoying the ride up in the front. So ultimately, though, he will have to come in for that Pure Racing Team LMP running car. And also their other teammates, their team car, the McLaren, is in third overall in the GTs. And that's not bad at all, seeing as in front of them they've got two extraordinarily quick GT cars, an INX Racing and the Coanda SimSport car. So, we'll have to see. Will that Pure Racing Team car etch its way into pit lane? They take Stavros, they go up through the gears once again. They're going to hit Blanchimont, and we'll have to see whether Mert ducks into the inside. I'm sure he will. The car has got to be running on fumes at this point. I don't see him having enough fuel to go another lap. And Richard Avery will resume the lead, and immediately at the end of the pit stop, pull a 2 minute gap, and there he goes. Mert Uziel, after a great stint and a couple of laps led, will be heading right into pit lane, slows it right down on the pit limit to 37 miles an hour. His last couple of laps, very good time there, as his entry is a 2:12. Compare that to Richard Avery's last pit stop, which when he came in was a 2:11. So he's a little bit slower on the entry to pit lane as compared to the Friction Racing car, but ultimately, though, he'll get through. He'll take the little corner at La Source, and he'll go downhill towards his pit stall. He started in 6th, so he will be very close to the very end of the pit lane. That is going to be, let's see where he goes. Mert Uziel, yeah. There he comes down pit lane, as we will wait to see. It's very nice that he's actually staying to the left like you're supposed to do. He'll come through, and he will come into a creeping stop, as that is actually a slow entry into the pit stall, but they'll immediately bring that up on tires. So obviously they're going to be changing the tires. You're going to be switching out the driver. It is going to be Lennart Rart for the Pure Racing Team LMP, as Mert Uziel will be getting out of that car. We'll be strapping Leonard in, and we'll see where he comes out, as actually should be coming out somewhere near the Radicals Online car, the Pure Racing Team, as where is that Radicals Online car? Number 1, Mac Backham is in the pilot seat of that Radicals prototype, and we'll have to see, actually.
PRT also on pit road cam.
Yeah, PRT is the ones that are on the pit lane, as Radicals, no, they won't be able to make it. That's just going to be too big of a gap, as Mac Backham just ran a 2:06. Very impressive from that car, but he hasn't managed to beat the top lap, which was made by Vincenzo Amico there on lap 4, but of course that was minus traffic, as you don't hit traffic that early. Ultimately, though, he's doing very quick lap times in that Mac Backham in that Radicals car, giving it a reminder that it certainly has got the speed. That Pure Racing Team car, off and away. We'll have to see when he completes his lap who had the faster pit stop.
We will indeed. They're, of course, coming through now in that cycle. We'll be getting tyres and fuel on the machine. Of course, the prototypes can take fuel and tyres together as he comes off pit road. Great stop there from the LMP car of Pure Racing Team in the number 2 machine up onto the Camel straightaway, whereas the Radicals, they're coming down up towards the Radion Arouge complex. So that is a big separation on track.
It is. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer. But Mac Backham, though, got a little bit more ground to make up, as Leonard will be taking over that car. Leonard didn't have a bad couple of stints last time by. He was routinely in the 2:06s, which is exactly where you need to be. And whenever I see 2:10s on the lap times, I kind of ignore those. Those are traffic oriented. So that Pure Racing Team will take Blanchimont, as these HPD cars can take those pretty much flat out. They go from 170 miles an hour to about 50 as they hit the first section of the bus stop, drop down to 40 on the exit, get on the throttle, and we'll have to see as he completes the outlap for Pure Racing Team. And I didn't get a lap time from that. That's a bummer. So ultimately, though, it's about a minute and 21 gap to Friction Racing, with Radicals Online is now behind by just a scant. Oh, it's still showing a minute and 36. That's not right. Oh, a minute 36 from the leader. I'm good at this, really. So yeah, whatever 36 minus 21 is, that's how far apart they are. Let me do the math. Hold on a second. I got this. It's like 15 seconds. See, it didn't take that long. So 15 seconds. Ooh, Radicals Online just clipping the inside of Radion. Okay, no, doesn't have to give any time back, so that's really good. Ultimately, though, Mac Backham is going to be trying, as he just pulled it off a 2:06.9, whether or not he is going to be able to chase down to make up this 15-second gap. They've both pitted. In fact, all 3 cars have pitted, all 4 if you include Vortex. And they all pitted around the same window, too, which is also very important.
It has indeed, and of course these pit cycles, we talked at the start of the show that they'll be looking at maybe 26 stops for the GT car, or 23 stops for the GT3 cars, and possibly in the region of 26 for the prototypes, depending on how much they can save fuel. We did see the Radicals saving fuel early on. This could be part of a long-term strategy. We aren't sure. The Radicals could be saving fuel to omit a stop. This is perhaps a strategy they could take at the start of the race, because they have been doing it for quite a long time. Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what they can pull off later on.
Yes, the whiteboard is out, I'm sure, with many, many marks going all across it for when people want to pit and when people don't want to pit. So, a couple of strategies. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, and the enemy here is the clock on the track. So, ultimately, though, they will be going on backup plans and tertiary plans to try and figure out the best way to get that car that they are in, whichever car that would be, whether it's Radicals or the PRT car or the Friction car, exactly what they want to do to try and calculate exactly to get it so they don't need to do anything other than just continue to do what they do, as the Abandonati Racing Team there has had an incident. We'll figure out where, as I just saw them in the pits there. They're minus their front nose cone. So we'll see. They came out of the bus stop, and they just started their new lap going up Air Rouge. Nope, Air Rouge is all fine. Where did they have this incident? All right, we'll bring that to you, and we'll see if we can't get a replay. But ultimately, that Abantino Racing Team car is in the pits right now. That did happen too long ago? Okay, no, I see what happened. Okay, I can describe it. At least they came out of Blanchimont, they clipped the inside. They just got a little arrow loose on the rear end and went nose first into the outside of Blanchimont. And that is not a good place for a car, as Carlo Labate is now sitting in that car, as they'll plop a new nose cone on that, as they can just reattach that now, which is great. And that Abandonati Racing Team prototype is back underway. Ooh, a terrible exit, actually, from the pits, as, I believe Rachel Whiteford, after doing a bajillion hours awake, as I believe she did a full hour, and we're actually 7 hours, so 7 hours in, that's as long as one can do. Yes, Rachel, everything is going to be all hunky-dory, and, well,
yeah, I'm going to sign off for sure, folks. I'll be back on later, of course, when I'm slightly more awake than I am now. But you can only talk for so long, especially when you're working with Vincent, who goes like a motor. But I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Cam Walsh here, of course, and you can look after things for a while. I'm not going to be gone completely. I'll be back in an hour or two. Just need to go and not talk for a while, so take it easy, folks.
All right, thank you, Rachel. So, anyways, we do have a battle on the track right now between the number 23 and the number 93 cars. These are back. This is Pass Left Racing and Shark Motorsports. Pass Left Racing has caught up to Shark Motorsport. These guys are very close to one another, I would assume. Actually, yeah, they're fairly close together. Yeah, they've got about a half a straight between Blanchimont and bus stops. So they will get underway as they have some prototype traffic to deal with. Is actually the GTL VRT car is fighting with the Vortex Sim Racing car as well. So, they're actually on different laps, excuse me. That's a bummer. So the Shark Motorsport car is looking behind Richard Avery, having to deal with a lot of traffic. Ooh, we almost got the nose clipped right off the front end of that Friction Racing prototype. That would have been terrible for Richard Avery, but they missed just by tiniest of bits. But ultimately, though, everyone makes it through. As he'll go through up Air Rouge, Richard Avery will take it almost as flat as he can go. Shark Motorsports, Sergio Roda Jr. will go through with the Authentic Racers team, and Pass Left Racing will get stuck behind with the SRN Motorsports car, who is right behind, actually. And this is a fight for position, as they are on the same lap. So Jason Katz versus Daniel Gralty, as they will have the Evolution Racing Australia GT-1 prototype to deal with as they come through the Lecombe complex, and they will go into the carousel, as I'll call it. I have no idea what it's technically called. Brussels, I think. As that prototype, ooh, I almost think it just gave him a bump. Good morning, good sir. It's morning in Australia, don't you know? Oh boy, as he'll make it easy on the outside, on the inside there, as they'll head to Pouillon. So, Pass Left Racing working on that gap against the SRN Motorsports car. Of course, SRN currently sponsored by DailySportsCar.com, and just to throw it in there, DailySportsCar.com is a great source for daily sports car news, which is shocking. So anyways, it's a Roof versus BMW, as we'll just go on board right now with the SRN Motorsports car of Daniel Gralty, and we'll see what he can do in that number 26 car. And of course, our onboard footage is brought to us by the iRacing Forum app, the iRacing Forum application, which is your source for getting iRacing on your Android device, not an Apple, not a Windows phone. It will be for you to download there. It can cost I think it's like $1.49. It's basically nothing. Nick Thyssen, I knew he was going to do this. He says, "Where's my Forum app?" I tell you. I'm talking about it, Nick. I'm talking about it. So, ultimately, though, the Forum application is something I use on a daily basis, and I love to have it. So, you can chip in some monies there, and ultimately, you will enjoy having the iRacing.com Forums app on your phone get to make all sorts of valuable posts, like about how terrible the game is and how everybody stinks at it, much like everyone else on the forums. But we see the SRM Motorsports car right now still closing on in. That BMW using the front end downforce to close in right to it. The BMW kind of at a disadvantage with this much downforce here at Spa, even though the BMW was, I believe, the victor at the real 24 hours of Spa. So ultimately, though, the roof, I keep wanting to call it a Porsche, it's not, I tell you. The roof car of Pass Left Racing is doing a fairly good job of being defensive, but right now, as we look at this battle right here, we can also take a quick look at the number 60 Trinity Motorsports car. Currently, it's piloted by Simon Grossman. Yes, our favorite polar bear paintball splattered themed car we are joined here in the broadcast booth by Mr. Meyer himself there. Marcus Meyer, how are you doing, sir? How's your 24 hours of Spa going?
Hi there. Yeah, good so far. Surprisingly good. Yeah. Did you see it? Did you remember the start? What happened there?
I was not actually there. I joined about 30 minutes into the start of the race.
Okay.
I heard there was an incident.
Yeah, so basically we started in P4, but then due to very stupid technical issues, we spun in La Source in lap 1, and that sent us back to the field, at the back of the field. And yeah, so this is why I'm surprised that we're now in this position. So from that point on, it went quite well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it has been. The car still looks clean, which is good. I mean, there's a lot more cars that are worse off, but the Ford's treating you guys nice, and Trinity Motorsports right now, you're pretty close to knocking on the window to a podium position. I know it's a little weird to think about 17 hours from now, excuse me. 17 hours from now, you're going to be thinking about the podium, but you guys are in a pretty good shot for it. You guys got a clean car, it's fast, you guys are doing pretty good in it. How are you guys feeling around Spa? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, sure. Really, I can only say what I feel, but I feel really comfortable. The car is really good throughout the whole stint. If I concentrate, I can do 19s all stint long. So this is really good. Yeah, I think we have pace for we have a similar pace as pure racing team and New World Sim Sports, but now it comes down to consistency. I'm afraid. Yeah, so
yes,
it's a long way to go.
Yeah, well, I keep having to tell myself it's a long way to go. I'm trying to figure out something just happened dramatically to an HPD, and I am trying to find out which HPD just exploded into a million pieces. It is the Apex Racing HPD. Oh boy. The Apex Racing HPD, currently piloted by Marcus Jensen, as he was exiting the Stavlos section to head towards Blanchimont. The car just, I don't even know what happened. It just looked like it went straight on into the tire barrier. Oh, it looks like he just went off into the grass, and it looks like he lost steering. And the car completely careened into a barrier. That car is extraordinarily damaged. Oh my goodness. As it just looks like he had some sort of hardware failure. We're going to try and get a replay of that for you here on RaceSpotTV, as we'll try and find it. But that HPD, oh, something just went chronically wrong with that thing. As that thing just left the Stavlos corner, and he just went straight into the tire barrier. My goodness, that is that's got to be the strangest thing I think I've seen out of this entire race so far. I mean, I know we've only done 7 hours of it, but that is just crazy. But anyways, the Trinity Motorsports car. Now, of course, you guys have been trading positions with the Cow, as we call them, the Mad Cow Racing, as well as for a while the Shark Motorsports. It was the Polar Bear, the Cow, and the Shark. And I will say most of the people on the YouTube channel did say that the Polar Bear would win in a fight.
You mean when it comes to the look of the skin, or when it comes to pace?
A polar bear fighting a cow fighting a shark. Everyone thinks the polar bear is going to win.
Yeah, that's why we chose it, I guess.
That's why.
But it also depends where. I mean, in water, I'm pretty sure the shark is better than the polar bear. Because
you never know. You never know. They could have a series where they go to the places like the water. cow is good, I guess. A slaughterhouse or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess the cow loses. I'm
Yeah,
afraid.
the cow loses
Yeah.
all the time.
Poor
I guess.
cow.
I don't...
If it's really mad, but
Maybe.
yeah.
Well, hey, like a mad cow,
Like
a mad cow racing.
Yeah.
Jeez. Now, as we awkwardly wrap that back. It was planned from the start, really. Anyways, so you guys keep doing what you're doing. It's great to see you up here. Send more people here. Really, it's just me. So that is Marcus Meyer of the Trinity Racing Car there. You can stay a while if you want. That's no problem for me. But ultimately, though, man, that is just terrible for that Apex Racing Car. They had been doing so good, as they had been sticking in many different drivers. They had Daniel Benefield, Brandon Trano, Cam Stark, and Marcus Jensen, and now their day is most certainly done. As yes, global warming next. As Mr. Boutel, I believe, has just criticized that we were discussing polar bears on the RaceSpotTV broadcast. Frank Levick also wants to know if his ban has been lifted for asking questions. The Q&A is over quite a while ago, like 5 hours ago-ish. Ultimately, though, Marcus Jensen is going to be climbing back into the pilot seat of that HPD. He's going to look to see what exactly needs to be done to that thing. And, boy, that car just looks so terminal. The poor guys, they're really putting in a lot of drivers that didn't have a lot of top split driving experience. And ultimately, it looked like it was just going to be a good day for them. And unfortunately, though, it ended out in the tire barrier with some sort of hardware failure, some kind of connectivity issue or something. It only turns when it can detect your steering wheel. So the Apex Racing Car will slide down through the ranks. They're in 8th right now, but surely they will go down as they're about to go another lap down from the car of number 515, Friction Racing, Richard Avery. He's just completed another lap. We're getting near lap 200 here at RaceSpotTV, as we will look to take... oh, wait, no, the 27 and the 60 are still fighting. Actually, the 60 is a Trinity Motorsport car, the 27 the Moonshiner. Oh, I see him. Okay, I see him. Actually, I'll take a look back here as Hugo is... I don't see anything between them, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we maybe even touched at the end of Canvas Trade, but nothing.
That wouldn't.
Nothing big.
Bump drafting. It was clearly.
Not really.
Either way, everything looks fine. Both cars look healthy. Hugo, there was lots of exclamation marks in that one. Hugo, we of course our camera person. I tried to think of a fancy word that started with a C, but I couldn't. So the Trinity Motorsports and the Moonshiner car now fighting for the catbird seat to the podium there, as the New World Sim Sport car is currently piloted by Joel Tremblay, as he took it over from Antti Pahala and Patrick Bachelard. So we'll have to see what Joel Tremblay will do. Is actually the Evolution Racing Australia HPD is going to try and squeeze their way through. We'll see if they can do it going through Blanchimont, but no, it won't happen there. So that HPD is doing what it can do to try and get by. It'll swerve over to the inside there. It's trying not to influence the race, but it kind of is, as they'll actually go side by side through the entirety of the bus stop complex. You think the prototype would be able to pass it by now? No, they almost said they wanted to go 3 wide. That would have been interesting, a 3-wide drag to La Source, which always ends well. Take La Source 3 wide. So the Moonshiner car staying just ahead of that Trinity Motorsports car, but coming down the Kemmel Straight, though, they should have the overspeed to get him into Lake Holmes.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the McLaren in front suffers a bit from maybe understeer due to dirty air. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, the McLaren will try to kill you if you take Air Rouge too fast, and it looks like it just tried to kill Joel Tremblay, but it did not, indeed. But that Ford is coming on strong. We'll have to see if Simon Grossman wants to look to the inside. Yes, he will. They will get him under braking. He will try, as the Moonshiner car over-brakes it to try and get the cut back, but it just doesn't work through the Lake Home complex. You can't really cut back like that. But ultimately, though, is the Ford GT will make up a position to go into 4th position. You have to say, what good racing from them right there. There's a little puff of smoke up ahead, and I'm not a big fan of puffs of smoke. Puffs of smoke means something.
I guess it was the HPD.
Yeah, the HPD spun it out a little bit there, but he got back on track just in time. As Andrew Woodhouse is joining us here in the commentary booth, one of our fellow RaceSpotTV people. So, Andrew, have you been following the race at all?
No, I was actually covering one of the other splits for a couple of hours. So no, I've just come into this race. What if you do a little nice summary for me, mate?
Okay, what's your opinion of the first 7 hours? I want to know. What do you think?
No idea.
No. Oh, okay.
Happy Yorkshire Day, everybody.
Fair
It's
enough.
the 1st of August. It's Yorkshire Day. I'm very happy to be here.
Yorkshire Day. Oh,
yes.
Boy. Anyways, on that bombshell, so 7 hours and 12 minutes into this race. Well, we're at the bottom of the hour. We're at currently it's 4:30 here on the East Coast. So we'll take a quick look through. As Jonathan Boutel just says that the New World Sim Sport car was slowed down by all the red paint on the rims. Shots fired. So the 93 and 26 are still fighting.
This is the time when you try to go through the scoreboard and someone crashes and interrupts you, like it used to do on the VLN.
Exactly. This is exactly what happens. No, what's going to happen is something's going to happen to friction racing, and I won't notice it until I see the car moving in the background. This happens every time.
Because you're looking down in 25th, 27th place.
So there has been fighting all throughout the field here today. As the Pass Left Motorsports, the Pass Left Racing, and the SRN Motorsports cars have been going at it. The BMW versus the Roof, as they have an HBD, the GTI Racing prototype between the two. As Marcus Meyer is going to take off. Thank you very much to him for coming in and spending a little bit of time with us here in the evening hours at Spa-Francorchamps. So, why don't we take, you know what, no, I'll go through the front thing and then we can go take a quick break and then we can come back. So, right now, if you are just joining us, like a Mr. Woodhouse, where have you been? So, the HPD field, as it were, has slimmed itself down just a little bit, but it has been absolutely dominated. Only one car has really truly led, and I mean actually leading on pace, not just on pits. It is the Friction Racing 24 Hours Assault, and an Assault it is car of Richard Avery right now, but that car was started by Marcus Hamilton, who piloted that HPD for 104 laps before giving it over to Tom Ward. And Richard Avery took over from Tom Ward not too long ago. Actually, this is his second stint, Richard Avery, in that HPD car. That car is absolutely dominating at 1 minute and 28 seconds on the rest of the field. And the car in second for HPDs is the Pure Racing LMP team car. That is going to be 1 minute and 28 back with the Vortex Sim Racing HPD and the Radicals. They've been switching nearly every single time through the pits, but it looks like the Radicals has fallen off just a little bit. The Vortex Sim Racing car is almost a straight 2 minutes back with the Radicals on line in fourth. 7-3 Motorsport is in fifth position here. They have been having a quiet race to themselves. They've occasionally had some action, but they are still right in the hunt, but they are 2 laps down from the Friction Racing car. Phoenix Motorsports is in the pits, they're going to be coming into the pits should be starting not too long from now, as Jose Almeida is in that car. It looks like they pitted on lap 61, so that can't be right. They don't have that much fuel. There we go. I missed a pit stop. It was on 188, so 188. This is actually a little early. They've got a little bit of front end damage on that car. So they've got a little bit of damage on that front end.
That? I can have a little.
The Phoenix Motorsports car, yeah.
Oh, the 6 car, yeah. I'm just looking at them actually. Jose Almeida, yeah.
So they should be able to replace that front nose cone if they'll let them and send them on their way.
It doesn't look that bad. I mean, did we see how it went down? It looks like they've got a tiny bit of rear end damage as well.
Oh, might have had a spin.
Looks like actually the whole right side of that car's a little bit. I don't know if it's just the paintwork though. I'm just going to try and have a little look. No, it's crumpled a little bit on the whole right hand side.
Yes, so we'll have to see what repairs they want to do. They can just replace the front nose cone. We'll see if that's what they want to do. But ultimately, that Phoenix car, boy, that is a little bit of a busted car. They'll go a couple of laps off the pace there, but they have a 4-lap gap between them and the GTL VRT Gold HPD car, which these are the cars that have had a little bit of incidents, some issues, crashes, to say the least, as the GTL VRT Gold car is in 7th, and in 8th is the Vortex Sim Racing HPD number 2 car, their second HPD effort. Joel Guez is in that car right now, 12 laps off the leader. Apex Racing has been the latest in the line of casualties. Something terrible happened to Marcus Jensen's steering or something, and he just went right off. Ultimately, he is sitting in a crumpled car, waiting for them to see what they can do. The Abandonati,
it's a shame that, by the way, as well, Cam, because I'm a little biased. I do drive for that team myself, but you know, it's a strong team. Marcus Jensen, Daniel Benefield, Brandon Traino, we know is extremely quick, and Cam Stark as well, who won the Indy 500. Let's not forget. Yeah, that's a strong team, and it's a shame if they're going to be sat on pit road for too long.
Yes, and hopefully they can get that car fixed and going. They were so excited to be here in the top split. They were getting drivers that don't normally get in there, as this wasn't just the Apex Racing car team, it was the Apex Academy teams,
yes,
as well as the Friends as well. So it's a big shame for them. Hopefully they can get that car back out there. But the Abandonati racing team, who has been tripping my tongue up all race long,
that's pretty good.
Laps. Yeah, well, you can say it. You just got to stare at the word. They're 15 laps off the leader. They've been having their issues. A couple of spins in Blanchimont. I think they took a little too much off the wings. Dayco Motorsports is back on track as well. They, too, have been having issues. They're 17 laps off the leaders, as well as the GTI racing car is also 17 laps. And then you get into the GT field. And this is the second chapter, as you have the Inex Racing Ford GT, just crossing the start-finish line right now. And then you've got the 4-racer Koanda SimSport number 18 car passing the start-finish line about 3 seconds back, maybe 4 seconds back. The gap between the two have been close all race long. Inex Racing and Koanda have been trading too as well, but ultimately it has been a battle through all the drivers, as I think the Inex Racing car might have just picked up a speeding penalty going through Ray De Leon. It looked like it was too. Yes, that is exactly what he has done, as I will look live now, as that is exactly what he has done. He has to give back some time going up through, as he clipped that just a little too much, and the Koanda car is now... I
was going to say, it's only about 6 seconds ahead of Klaus Kivikas, so...
yeah.
Kivikas is making his way forward, and I tell you what, speeding or slow down penalties, cutting the course, it's not really the way to maintain a 5-second lead, is it?
It really isn't, but these two cars have been at it hammer and tong all race long. That was actually probably one of the biggest gaps between the two cars that they've had all day long. So Inex Racing and Koanda have been just battling and battling, but they haven't been doing it in a direct manner. They haven't been racing each other. They haven't, had to clip each other's nose off. It's just been who's been having the time deltas, who's been having the faster laps, and who's been having the faster pits. It's a great bit of strategy battle between the Inex Racing team and the Koanda team, which is really going to come into play later on when that GT Pro Series comes around too, because I'm sure both of these teams are going to be right in it.
And you know, a lot of the iRacing.com World Championship Series drivers are going to be involved in that as well, and there'll be some strong teams put together there. I'm certain. There's two very strong lineups going out here with Inex and with Koanda. I mean, Koanda's team, to me, looks... I've just lost the car there. Yes, the 18 car looks very strong. Klaus Kivikas, Rens Broekman, Jörn Jens, Marcus Lindemann, Philip Stamp. That is a strong lineup.
It absolutely is, and of course, Marcus Linderman and Kavaikas and Jordan Jens have been the only three in the car so far today. Maybe they are keeping the best for last, as we do have, I keep having to look at the clock, and I go, really? 16 hours and 39 minutes to go here at the 24 hours of Spa. I look, and every time it's getting bigger, I tell you. So, in third, kind of outside the thing, is you also have a very successful pure racing team GT effort, currently piloted by Tom Valenithi there, but Andreas Allmansberger and Patrick Kutchler have also been inside the cockpit of that McLaren. Now, this is the first non-Ford car in the list, and the McLaren really, it was the one where everyone looked at, and of course, we get our briefings and our write-ups and our theories of who's going to be doing what. The McLaren was really kind of put off to the side. Everyone just went, "Oh, McLaren's not going to be that fast here at Spa. It wastes a lot of fuel. It'll kill you trying to go up Belle Rouge every single time." And yet, the Pure Racing team, they've managed to keep it in third, and it's a comfortable third.
Well, the thing is, one thing I've been covering the Spirit of VLN series here on RaceSpotTV this season, and one car stood out, and that's the Dream Factory McLaren. And what they've done is, I mean, they were 3 seconds quicker than any of the other McLarens in the race last time out, and they were 1 second quicker than any of the BMWs in qualifying. And I think the thing is, Cam, if you find a good setup on the McLaren MP4 12C, I think you can go really quickly with it, and I think that's what these guys are doing. And to be honest, you know, they're not really okay. They're 20, maybe 25 seconds, 30 seconds behind the Inex Racing and Coanda, but that's a minuscule gap at this point in the race.
Oh, it absolutely is. Any incident between Coanda and Inex, Pure Racing team can hop right in there, as we do also have a battle between the Core Racing and the IRDK Endurance Racing cars. This is a Roof versus another Ford, as Ford seems to be the prevailing tool here today, but that IRDK Endurance car actually, I think, might be the highest running Roof at this current time. The Ford GT, since it's come in, it's really shaken up the GT3, the GT3 landscape, especially since the new build. But I mean, why? Do you know why it's got the advantage? What are the drivers saying about? You know, is it got more drivability or more straight line speed? What's the thing? I think it's mostly been to the fact that we've gone to Watkins Glen and then Spa, which are very old age European tracks. They've got a lot of rolling roads.
Yes.
Really, the actual roads. It's
long corners as well.
Very good, yeah. You don't really have a lot of squirt Formula One corners or Tilkedrome corners here at Spa or Watkins Glen. So the Ford is really, really good at that. It's all, you know, they're almost like they designed it to strip down the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. So you've got road courses that are like that, back to back, and so the Ford is, surprise, surprise, doing exceedingly well at it. Now, it's not just that, but
as the roof is actually getting very close here now.
Yeah, he should be able to. Ooh, don't take Rouge too wide, gentlemen. Don't do it. Oh,
and it's a very good, and it's a very capable driver in the Core Sim Racing Ford. It's Juha Pekalami, who we know has a lot of experience. He's been chased by Egil Sandfeldt, and it's a good scrap, this, isn't it? 7 hours in.
Yes, absolutely. And it'll keep on going, as Sandfield is, of course, one of the names as actually that roof car using the speed. Very slippery, those roofs. Will able to get the position on the core car. We'll see if they're able to hold it. But Egil Sandfield, of course, the E in the Neo series, which you can also watch here on RaceSpotTV.
Yes, indeed.
Of course, they just released information for Season 2 of the Neo Endurance series. Of course, you can watch it here on RaceSpotTV. We can confirm that now. And as much as we love GT3 cars, they are going a very different route. They are going to be having the Ford GT2 car is the slowest car, and then a pair of nasty GT1s, the Corvette C6R and the Austin Martin GT1 car.
I'll tell you what, that's going to be a great sounding series, isn't it?
Oh,
with those two cars in there.
We're just going to stick a microphone out of the window, and that's going to be the broadcast. So,
they've got the 13 car just quite close there, so that's Vortex with Ashley Owen
saying hello.
Yeah, and he gets through there. Look at the pace, though, of Sandfeldt. Now that he's cleared Juha Pekalami, he's flying, isn't he? He's really going
he's able to
220. And look at his lap
there, yeah.
Look at his lap times. And the amazing thing, look at Egil Sandfeldt's lap times. I'll just go through the last 5-6 laps. 220.0 on lap 178, and then a 220.2, 220.2. 220.3, 220.4, and 220.8. That is ridiculous consistency. In a race where there's so much traffic to deal with, and there's lapped cars, and the 220.6 there even when he's done an overtake, Cam, and he's been overtaken by some HPDs.
Yes, as the leader goes through, Richard Avery will get him before I'm not sure, actually, if Richard Avery get him before Air Rouge, but ultimately, though... Well,
he's going to try it.
Avery's
not one to be... to back out of many things.
No. So he'll stick it down there and everything will work out just fine. But yes, so Egil Sandfield is a very, very fast roof driver, a C-Spec roof driver. So it's great to see him doing very good here in the GT3 roof as well. Obviously, a lot of translatable skills there. But yeah, Egil Sandfield, his lap times are right next to Inex and Coanda's as far as the fastest cars on the GT track right now.
I was going to ask you that, actually. I mean, I've not actually driven the GT3 roof. I used to drive the C-Spec a fair bit, but do they largely handle very similar?
I would imagine the engine's in the same spot. The wheelbases are about the same. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that can translate.
It's just a faster version of what you're used to, I guess, isn't it?
I don't know. But yeah, no, he's making that work. I think roof... Oops, somebody's on the pits there. Yep, the Vortex Sim Racing HPD number 2 car is coming into the pits.
I've got to say, sorry, I having watched one of the lower splits earlier on, I'm watching Avery here, and he is driving the wheels off this. I mean, this is... I was watching, I believe it was Split 3 that I was watching on another broadcast there, and friction are going about... God, 5 seconds quicker. Absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, and it is very impressive. And the whole Friction Racing crew has just been working their way through the field. Marcus Hamilton had to work through the field when, if anyone's familiar, as actually Richard Avery will pull it into the pit lane. We'll see his time delta coming in. The fastest that we've seen has been a 2:11 at the line. So if he can get a 2:11 at the line here on his in lap, that would be very good. 2:13, that's a little slow, but he doesn't matter. He's got a minute and 31 seconds between them. So it doesn't really matter per se for that. But yes, Richard Avery is going to be coming in. This is going to be for his second stint of the day, as he has come into the pits once. So we'll have to see whether he stays in the car or not.
Well, I mean, it's such a long pit lane here as well, isn't it? And you've got to be careful you don't hit that wall on the outside, which is, I think, almost... Oh, there's a slow car. Is that a car out of fuel?
Yeah, that's an HPD. No.
The 147 car, is that out of
Sam Sutton is just sitting there in the middle of the track, the Dayco Motorsports car. Boss, you gotta get that thing towed.
Last source, and...
There we go, he finally did. Yep, okay.
What's happened there, do you think?
Oh, he wrecked it. I think he's missing the nose cone and parts of the rear wing. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Did he disconnect? Oh, no. What's happened to Sam Sutton?
It's just ground to a halt. Oh, he's going again, is he? No?
No,
he's not.
Well, it looks like he starts going. He's accelerating, and then it's like he slams on the brakes, and it just stops.
That looks like almost a I need to get out of here and do something moment, isn't it?
I don't know. Well, I mean, normally you would pull over.
I would have tried to get it at least to the side of the road and stay there, maybe, if it's a short one, but...
I have no idea what happened to that car, the Dayco Motorsports car. Who knows?
I've just realised that the... I'm just going to have a look as well, that one of the teams that I would have thought would have done quite well are struggling a bit out there, and that's the 351, that's Oceanic Sim Racing, and I'm looking at their driver lineup, and I do quite like it. It's Buchanan, Clayton Brooks, Martin Atkins, Justin Ruggier, Simon Black, Christian Elwood. That's a good team, and for whatever reason, I mean, I don't know if you've seen them have any problems, but they, for whatever reason, they're down in 35th place.
Yeah, as I was trying to go through the most of the field to just kind of explain what's happened in their days so far, we had a flurry of action on track. So ultimately, we'll just have to quickly go through. But ultimately, in the very early runnings of the race, there was apparently a big kerfluffle in the GT field. I'm not quite sure what happened. I didn't see it.
I think you just made up a word, but that's...
Yes,
I like that.
I believe I did.
I'm gonna steal that.
But the PRT number 2 team does not have a front end. Leonard Rart is missing his entire front nose cone. We'll have to go look through as we'll track him down going through pit lane. We'll see where we can find a replay for you. Oh boy,
Gosh.
Pure Racing. Yeah,
Must have been
this
quite
happened a while ago.
Yeah, and this.
Oh, I know. I see what happened. He was exiting the that right-hander to go into the left-hander to go to Pouin.
Yes, the corner with no name.
Yeah, Brussels.
Oh,
yeah, 11.
And he's
lap
gone.
208 for him there, Leonard Rart.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, he was going
big one.
on turn 11 there, and that was a big one. It looks like he just got on the power at the wrong time, clipped the curbing. That sent him right into an Armco barrier, completely unprotected.
The thing is, he just took far too much AstroTurf, didn't he? And
Yes.
the rear wheels just spinning up on that, and horrible damage to the front of that car. They'll be quite a while in the pit lane now.
They would have to be, as Leonard Rart, who has already done quite a few stints in this car and getting tired, just exhaustion. I mean, we've been racing for 7 hours and 32 minutes already. And it starts to build up, and you take one corner just a little too wide, and that happens. And now Radicals Online is going to be heading up into the podium position there. You know, sure, they're going to be a while behind as actually the Vortex Sim Racing HBD #1 car comes into the pits as well. And seeing as Avery had already come into the pits and gotten swapped out for Tom Ward, I almost wonder if the Vortex car is going to go a full lap down now.
Well, that's just that. Just going back to your point there, is you lose concentration, or you try and push it a little bit too hard. I think that's why 24-hour racing has such a mystique about it, because you can be going along for 23 hours and 55 minutes, but if you lose concentration, if you crash, that's it. You're done.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just one of those things. It's amazing. That's why you can look at it and just be amazed when somebody makes it 24 hours, as the pilot does climb out of that Pure Racing LMP car. As the Vortex Sim Racing car enters the second section of the race, and the pit lane there, as he is followed by the Apex Racing car, Marcus Jensen. I think they just did an outlap real quick to see what was going on with that car. We'll have to see if they want to just park it and call it a day or not. But ultimately,
it's definitely worth doing that in a 24-hour race, isn't it? Because you want to see what you've got. You want to see if the repairs have made any difference or not. And because if possible, if you're going to lose less time, then try and do the repairs gradually. But again, it's difficult, isn't it?
Especially with a car like that. Joel Tremblay also into the pits and out of the pits, as he will have completed his pit stop, and as the Trinity Motorsports car is just completing the only car that was in front of them. They were just fighting for a position, and now looks like, I believe, I'm not quite sure who pitted first or whatever, but that's happened. But yes, that Pure Racing team car still pilotless. It looks like they're going to be repairing that for some time. So now your top three in prototype is going to be Friction Racing, Vortex Sim Racing, and Radicals Online. Your top three in GT division is going to be Inex Racing, 4 Racer, Coanda SimSport number 18, and Pure Racing Team. So with those top threes, we are going to take a little break here on RaceSpotTV, and we will be right back in just a minute. We are here, of course, live at the Spot 24-hour race on iRacing.com's premier endurance racing. You are watching RaceSpotTV. Stick with us.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 in the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV for the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, part of the iRacing.com Road Warrior series. My name is Andrew Woodhouse and I'm honoured to bring you coverage of this prestigious event. 24 hours around one of the most fearsome tracks in Europe. We're currently looking at the friction racing car number 515, Richard Avery, Tom Ward, and their teammates are going along extremely well. Marcus Hamilton started off in that car as well. He did 104 laps actually and got them off to a great start early on. Just about 7 hours and 40 minutes into this one, they've got a 1 minute 26 second lead over Radicals Online, who look like they've had a big problem on this lap. Coming through Blanchimont, Hugo, if you can get this on the camera. Through Blanchimont, the car snaps on Mac Backham. He goes into the wall and he completely ruins the front of that HPD, smashes it against the barrier. And Mac Backham, oh, he was second. I don't think he's going to be second for long. That's a huge development. We've seen 2 big accidents. We've seen Pure Racing Team number 2 and Radicals Online number 1 crashing and severely damaging their chances of victory within a few minutes. Unbelievable scenes. I haven't been in the race for 30 minutes and already 2 of the leaders are out, or at least out temporarily. So that's going to leave Vortex in second place with 7-3 Motorsports up into third with Peter Smith at the wheel at the moment. And goodness me, what What a development that is. Unbelievable. And that's going to ease the pressure on Tom Ward, who, yeah, I've commentated on recently, you know, for the first few times, and been very impressed with his speed and his capabilities, and now leading the 24-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, the Belgian circuit, one of the greats on the all-time list. It's hosted Grand Prix throughout the 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s in its old guys, and then in its new guys since the 80s. This truly is a masterpiece of design, a mixture of the old and the new. And Spa truly is one of those timeless circuits. And it's such a test for the drivers as well, and we're seeing that here today. Blistering pace set though by Friction Racing. They're continually in the 2 minutes 5s, 2 minutes 6s. That is great round here in the middle of an endurance race with a full tank of fuel. Pole position was 2:02.5, but you know, it's all about the race pace really. 24-hour race. Pole position helps you, but it's the race pace that's going to bring you the win at the end. Definitely less of an emphasis on qualifying here, of course, but still important to get the car set up to their liking. Let's have a look down the order at the moment then, after those crashes, and let's just have a quick look and see if Radicals, see if they're managing to get back out. No, Paul Lilbrink's in the car now, but severely damaged at the front, and I think that they're going to be losing quite a few laps as well. And the Pure Racing team, are the Pure Racing team out completely? Can't see them on here. I don't think they've gone into the pits. I wonder if they've had to retire. It would be an absolute disaster for them, having been running so well. In the lead then, Friction Racing, the 515 car with Tom Ward at the wheel, 1 lap ahead, and you can see on the track there, if we look at this camera shot as they go through Malmedy and down towards Rivage, see Tom Ward there, and you can see in the background Vortex, Gabor Mech, and that is the gap. You can see it for yourself, 1 lap. Radical still third, but 7-3 Motorsport, in fact, they're just going to go through, as we speak, into 3rd place. So a podium position on the cards for Peter Smith and his team. Pure Racing team in 5th for now, but I think that's going to be overhauled. Gregor's Opalka, sorry, is in the 12 car, the 012 GTL VRT Gold team. Then it's the Phoenix Motorsports car, number 6, Mike Dunnison in the car. Good to see him in the 24-hour race, and he's going along very, very nicely indeed. Apparently there was a rough, just looking at the monitor, there's a rough spun in Eau Rouge. I was trying to work out who that actually was. To be honest, I don't have a clue. I honestly do not have a clue. I'll have to have a little look there and see if there's anyone in the pit lane, because I'll confess, I just didn't see that one at all. It might have been... I wonder if it was Carlo Labatti. Not Carlo Labatti, that's the 4 car. Who's the 4 car? Miguel Alcrudo, it might have been. Quick look. Might have been them. Yes, it was. It was Magno Motorsports. Number 4. Miguel Alcrudo losing it. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big accident. It's a good job that's sim racing, I tell you, because that was a massive hit. And yeah, job that he could just tow back to the pits, because if that was a real rough there, I don't know if he'd have been that lucky. Huge crash. Friction leading from Vortex, then 7-3 Motorsport, then Radicals, then Pure. Those two teams in the pits and losing laps by the second. Into the GT3s, and it's Inex Racing leading. 4Racer Coanda Simsport, number 18. You can see it now. Right next to each other. They're on the same piece of track nearly. And it's Renz Bruckmann chasing down Isaac Price. Isaac Price, the World Championship Series driver. In the 9 car. And he's really got a fight on his hands. Coanda qualified half a second quicker. They qualified in 18th place. Inex qualified in 22nd. And it's really going to form because Coanda, they're not closing up massively every lap. But it's, you know, it's definitely closing very slowly for Bruckmann. And Isaac Price seeing that Forrester Coanda Simsport car getting ever closer, ever bigger in his mirrors. 2 Ford GTs battling. The Ford really has been the class of the field. Talking with Cam Walsh earlier on about that, because the Ford really has shook up the order in the GT3 category since it's come in GT3 spec, and especially in this newer build, it seems like it's definitely the fastest car out there. It really is a constant balancing act for the team at iRacing to try to balance this GT3 class accordingly. In 3rd place, it's the Pure Racing team, the 7 car, which is a McLaren MP412C. It's Patrick Pichler, Andreas Olmansberger and Tom Valentini. They're going along very nicely indeed. They qualified, I believe it was 2nd in the category, so that's a good effort. Definitely a good effort from them. And then it's the 60 car, Trinity Motorsports, with Dirk Reinhardt at the wheel at the moment. Also Simon Grossman, Marcus Meyer, we saw him in the box. We heard him in the commentary box earlier on. Patrick Bieri as well is registered for that team. He hasn't been in the car just yet. Not sure if it's just the 3 of these drivers actually competing here. Then the 27 car NWSS Moonshine, interesting name, Joel Tremblay is in that one. That's a McLaren as well. And the 27 car with Tremblay, Antifiala and Patrick Bachelard and Tim Claessens as well. Tim Claessen's a very quick Belgian driver as well in that one. Then it's the 8R80 car. Anderson Motor. And he is partnering Renato Silva, Leandro Schmidt, Wendell Power. Those 3 have all done 56 laps each, and Anderson Motor has done 26. So very nicely spread out there. Very good strategy in play to do the right amount of laps there each. Then New World Simsport, the 000 car. That's a Ford driven by Joshua Chin at this time. He's with John Hall, Jonathan Fuller, Jonathan Buttel and Randy Chenoweth. That's a 5-driver team there, looking very good for them. I think for Chin, it's a case of, you know, he's a very quick driver. He'll try and move it forward if he can. And he's only lapping 2.1 seconds off his qualifying time, which is very good indeed. You know, at this point in the race, you can see the RaceSpotTV branding on that. And yeah, you know, they're looking pretty good. Where's the 8R80 car in relation to that? 8R80 car's up at Lecombe, so about 30 seconds difference there. As one of the HPDs comes into the pits, that's Anthony Mancharella in the Evolution Racing Australia car. They are down in 40th place, and following them is Carlo Labatti for Abbandonati Racing Team. So Labatti, who's a very quick driver, sharing with Dennis Hershke, Marco Nessi. That is a good team there. So we're going to have a look as well, because we're not giving them a lot of camera time so far, I don't think. The bottom half of our GT field, and we can go down through the 33 car, which is the Brazil Power Team entry of Eduardo Prado. He's with Alexandra Martini and Ricardo Faria. That's the 33 car. They're in 18th place, and in the category they're 8th. So that's pretty good for them. Quite a big category, the GT3 here. 54 cars started the race. So for them to be 18th is a great achievement so far. And then it's Egil Sartfeld for IRDK Endurance. We saw him earlier on get past the course sim racing car, Avua Pekalamin. He's now got a couple of corners lead on him. It's not really as much as I thought it would be, but he's definitely getting that. As there's a battle going on the track 4 position. It's the 42 car and the 884. So that's the 884. 84 is the Mad Cow Racing Bessie entry. That's Philip Janssen van Rensburg. He's driving that one at the moment, and he's got Leighton Fine, Lars Jepperson, Scott Gray, Michael Fabian, James Stevenson in that one. That's an Australia-New Zealand entry, and they are just behind the 42 car, which is Glacier Racing, currently piloted by former World Championship driver Alexei Aloma, and he's got Timo Valkeavi, Mikko Niittymaki, Jonas Puhaka, and Joni Takinen and Tapani Linuoto in that one. So, Finnish entry, Glacier Racing, and it's a strong team, as it would be with many Finns in it, as we know. So, where am I now? Where are we? Where were we? That was about where we were anyway, so excellent. Those 2 cars were the next 2 cars down the list, and now they're almost battling, so we'll keep a quick eye on that, but we will go through the rest of the GT3 category. Maximilian Benecke in the Pure Racing Team 2 car, that's the 25 McLaren. He is ahead of the WFC chassis cars, Massimo Era, and he is sharing that car with Lewis Goodway, Fer Mochillo, Frederick Rasmussen, Rob Reed, and Ivan Voloshin. So that's a good team there in 24th place and going along pretty well. They actually qualified. It's such a tight pack that they only qualified 1.3 seconds off the Forest Coanda Sim Sport car, and they're down. They were down in 38th place on the grid, but their race pace has been good. They're up to 24th. Very good progress being made there. There's SRN Motorsports, which is a team we normally see in the VLN here on RaceSpotTV. Daniel Grolte, Steve McGarvey, Robert Jackman, Ryan Huff, Lauren Bateman, Scott McGarvey, and Troy Anderson. So very good team there. There's some very solid drivers in there. 2 McGarvey brothers, and then it's Jackman, then it's Huff, Grolte. I think they've got a really good chance of moving forward if they keep everything clean and tidy. Very consistent team as well. You're not going to see them making many mistakes. Then down to the 93 is Pass Left Racing. You can see them here, as it's got the helpful arrow as well, pointing the way for everyone to try and go past. Does it have one on the back though? It doesn't have one on the back, so it sort of defeats the object, really, doesn't it? But, you know, who am I to say that? Justin Rebello is in that car anyway. And he is partnering Tom Thompson, Vincent Lerbier, Jason Katz, Adrian Hetich, Norbert Rebelski, and Ryan Walker. So that's a Canadian, American, European, and British entry. And then down to the 11 car, that's SDC Motorsports. They're in 27th place. That's the Simpit car. Nathan Shartner is in that one at the moment. And his team members are Paul Slavonik, Mark Melcher, and Alexander Abraham. So that's a multinational entry there as well. They're lapping in the 221s. It's a very close field, this. That there's only 4 laps between the leader and 29th place, which is, I believe, the 18th or 19th position in the category. So after 196 laps of Spa, which is 4 Grand Prix distances and a half, nearly, only a few laps separating them. Then down to the 12 car in the 28th place. That's Yuri Withuk, with Hook, possibly without. In the Radicals entry, Andy Kirsch-Tort and Sylvain Pomerade are in that one. That's a Ford. And then the 119 CTC Racing BMW. That's a really nice livery, that. Echoes of the John Player Special. Jesus Pasillas is in that one. And he is with Gernot Frisch and Andre Heikheim. So Pasillas has actually done the most laps there, 86 so far. They look like they're sharing that out fairly evenly. Heikheim's done 28 laps so far, but he may be penciled in for the night shift, folks, so we'll see. Alpine Eagle Racing are in 30th place. That's the 127 BMW. That's Hannes Thaler and Andreas Galante, Robert Klotz and Martin Ascher going along fairly well. A lot of these cars actually look like they've been well behaved, not a lot of contact going on. And then Igor Kops for Shark Motorsport, the 23 car. Another 4GT, we're really seeing many of them in this field today. Igor Kops, Sergio Roda Jr., Glauber Martins and Henan Azaredo, Rodrigo Leles and Anderson Paes. In that's an old Brazilian entry, so we're seeing many drivers taking the wheel in that one. Leles has only done 8 laps. This is actually the first lap for Igor Kops. So as the Brazilian, as our race director, getting extremely excited about the Brazilian entry there, and they're doing pretty well as well. So they'll be looking to get to the end. And you know they have actually fallen back slightly. They were 24th on the grid. They were high up in the category, and down to 31st. So they've had a few issues, but hopefully making their way forward. As are the MSP Drivers Home #1 team, with that nice tribute to Gilles Bianchi there on the front and on the rear wing, and of course Bianchi in our thoughts and prayers, of course. And yeah, we all miss Jules, and you know, what can you say? Gregory Townsend, Reto Hartmann, Lucas Yestadt, Dominic Cottam and Julian Granastel in there, and that is a car that I'll be rooting for definitely with that tribute on. The 20 car, Gathering of Tweakers, Stein RW car. Robert DeRoy is in that one, and he is with, I'm trying to go through this entry list. This is why I keep pausing, by the way, everyone. This is such a big entry list. I've got to scroll all the way through it to get to the drivers I want. Robert DeRoy, Nick Tyson, Dennis Garrison, Marco Derricks, Wim Stockmans, and Bas Slob. That's a great name. That's a Belgian entry there, and good luck to them. There's some good drivers in there, especially Stockmans. He needs to, if he takes over the car later on, I think we'll see good things from him. 49 Motorsports car of Elliot Huffman is next. He's in 34th place. And he is the 17 car, and he's shown with Yeri Yanis, Yadi Baumgartner, Amjad Yamin, and Dexter Castro. So Huffman's doing his first stint in the car. He's just going to come across to complete his 10th lap out of 197. Huffman going along pretty decently, it has to be said. They qualified actually in 48th place. Just quite a long way down, but they're up in 34th now, so a good, you know, really good effort so far from them. Then it's Oceanic Sim Racing. Unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with the driver's name. I've just got D. Buchanan here, unfortunately. Then it's Clayton Brooks, Marty Atkins, Justin Ruggier, Simon Black, Christian Aylward, Yard Filsel, and Matthew Nedco. That's an Australia-New Zealand entry. And they've split the stints about 54, 55 laps each, so they're double stinting those cars there. Then it's the AB Racing Silver team. Ricardo Ferreira in that one. And Ferreira is joined by Paulo Valente, Ricardo Castroledo, and Miguel Bento. So that's a good team. That's one to look out for. They've had, again, a couple of slight issues. You'd expect them to be higher up there in that beautifully painted Ford GT. 27 laps down. They're actually 3 laps ahead of the next car. You can still see who's still running, actually. So it's the 77 car on Authentic Racers team. They are in pit road at the moment in the BMW. In fact, they're just coming out. So that looked like a scheduled... I believe that was a scheduled stop. I'll just check that. Yes, I think it was. Guilherme Antunes Serrat has handed over to Fernando Garcia Perez. And now Perez will come out in that car, which looks like it's seen better days, to be frank. They're sharing with Martin Solari and Victor Lobato Lopez. They're down in 37th place. 38th is the Deco Motorsport 147 car. That looks like that one's out. As, unfortunately, is the Apex Racing UK car. So that's a shame for them. Shame for my team there. But, yeah, what can you say? I mean, I heard from team principal Alex Simpson earlier on. He said there was a few accidents in the first stint. So, might have been what's done for them. And then Jensen had another quite big accident later on. Evolution Racing Australia GT1, they are back out. That's Anthony Mancarella in that car, and he's partnering Craig Jones, Ian Ford, Benjamin Smith, and Timothy Jackson. So Mancarella is going through. He's completed 31 laps at the moment. The 3 car is still running. That's Red Devolution Racing FGT. So that number 3 Ford still going. They qualified 31st, so a decent qualifying for them, but it's not been a great race so far. 34 laps down, and look at the damage on that Ford. It looks like every angle is... it looks like that car is not how it came off of the short-court floor. And that's Sven Demel, Lucas App, Kevin Riley, Philip Labert, and Jamie Fluke. And then, let's have a look. What's the next one? The Falcon GP 78 McLaren is next. 76 McLaren. I can't read for some reason. I can't read basic numbers. The Falcon GP car is out there. And that is Mikael Helen, Sven Palmqvist, Johan Andersen, Jeff Van Genechten, and Rob Strettermans. And what are they? 42nd at the moment. 43rd, CTC Racing number 1 with Sean Wiltshire. He's in that one. And with Kalle Rukuola, Mark Pickford, and Klaus Pettersson. Then it's Magna Autosports 4 car. They're still in the pits after the accident they had earlier. Miguel Alcrudo was in the car when he crashed heavily at Eau Rouge, at Radion. Kevin Hennington, Humberto Roca, and Ricardo Mendez are sharing that one with him, but that's going to be a while before that gets back out there. And then the retirements, it looks like, from here on in. TNT Racing Gold car is out, the 37. SRB Racing is out as well, the 99. Glacier Racing 41. Now, they are in the pits at the moment with Joni Beckman, Joni Hagner, and Jari Lotari. And that thing's not going anywhere fast. How long have they been in the pits for? It's been a while. They are 116 laps down. So, it's been a very, very difficult one for them. They will try and get that repaired, and they will try and get that back out at some point. Yeah, they've crashed quite a while ago, apparently. So, yeah, that's what happened to them then. And then the 40 car is out as well, 4 Motorsports. The 143 car, Team GT. Sorry, the 10 car, sorry. Team GT. They're 143 laps down, that's what I was looking at. Luigi Nespolino with, well, at the moment, is himself. 82 laps done. He's just going around on his own, very nearly, actually. Hits the GTI racing car. Max Wilsden had to jump out of the way. 36 car Banana Racing, that's on pit road. The 22 car is out, the 8 car is out, the 64 is out, and the 01 car is out. That pretty much runs you through the rest of the GT field. I'll run through the prototype field and their drivers very, very shortly, but we need to look at some action on the course, I think. And the action on the course that we will be going to is the 86 car and the 42 who are battling over position. And that, excuse me, and that is, I don't know if it is, hold on. Not anymore because Alexi Loma's pitted, okay. Never mind. That's the nature of this race though, isn't it? There's always pit stops going on left, right and centre, and they do get staggered out over time, and don't always get the 8 or 80 car are actually looking to overtake the 27 car. Goodness me, that was close. As they come towards Blanchimont. 8 or 80 car with a lot more speed at this point in the race. Goes very wide. He's gonna force his way through, I think, and it'd be wise if the NWSS Moonshine car, Joel Tremblay, if he didn't decide to get in his way too much. 8 or 80 car is 1 lap behind that car, but going much faster, going 1.2 seconds quicker on that previous lap, and that's despite being held up for half the lap. The 11 car is battling with the 127. Have a little look at that and see what's going on there. Oh, that's a long way down. There we go. 29th and 30th. So that, 28th and 29th now. So Alpine Eagle Racing BMW, Hannes Thaler, ahead of the SDC Motorsports Ford. That's Paul Slavonic. And Rachel Whiteford is back. Rachel, did you enjoy that break there?
I did indeed, Andrew, and thank you for joining us in the booth, of course. Everyone taking a bit of shift here at RaceSpotTV, so, well, back to help you out.
All right, it's a pleasure. And, well, Rachel, the start of the race sounded like it was quite eventful. For those who missed that, any major points?
Well, it was indeed. We had a few major upsets, of course. We lost the VAPEX Racing Group prototype car. We also lost TNT Racing Gold about 3 hours in, and STDC Motorsports even. At that stage, we also had early incidents between Phoenix Motorsports and Glacier, and also Team GT and Banana. So we lost quite a few cars early on. Things have stabilised in the last 3 to 4 hours. So obviously up till the point where you took over and many new viewers have joined us, things have been a little stable. Has anything exciting happened in the recent hour or two?
Well, it was there was a couple of things actually, a couple of big incidents involving the HPDs. First of all, you had the Pure Racing team car, the number 2, who absolutely smashed into the wall with Leonard Rad, and it looks like they've actually retired now, and they were running quite highly. And then Radicals Online, who were running second with Mac Backham, lost it in Blanchimont of all places, and had the mother of all smashes as the car twitched away from Backham and he couldn't control it. And now they're actually back out, Rachel, with a new nose cone and new front wing assembly, and now Paul Ilbrink, who's a very experienced driver in the car.
He is indeed, and wow, Mac Backham's one of the faster guys, but can occasionally be a little on edge for the Radicals team, but he's usually good to deploy when you need to gain time on the track. Unfortunately, losing at Blanchimont's not the place. But
it was, the thing is, it was a very unusual accident really, Rachel, for the HPD from what I've seen, because it just twitched away from him. I don't know if he actually got, slightly on the inside curb or something, and it unsettled the car, but it really snapped away, and of course, the front tyres then gripped and he went off into the fence and he ruined the front of that car. Luckily, they didn't have severe suspension damage and only really knocked off the front wing. So, yeah, I mean, they're lucky in one sense, but unlucky in others. They're 4th at the moment.
Well, they are indeed, and just from testing personally this week, because I was actually scheduled to run in this race, testing initially showed that the prototype cars, with the wing levels you're running for high speed at this track, you are compromising a little bit on rear aero grip. So Blanchimont, I found in testing, was always one of the edgier corners, and we did see in the first couple of hours a number of cars actually having the back end step out on them there, and incidents, of course, and I felt that myself when I was testing that we had little issues with that, but it's a very edgy corner for the car. You have to compromise, of course, setups around this track, be it a GT car, be it a prototype, of course, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of high-speed corners here, and a lot of long straights, so you really do have to compromise, as there is a battle now. Of course, the battle raging in the GT3 category between Inex Racing and Forrester Coanda Simsport. The 9 car with Isaac Price ahead of the 18 car of Renz Broekman. And that battle, Rachel, has just been getting slightly closer, ever so slightly. 1/10 here, 2/10 there. And now surely up at Eau Rouge and Kemmel this time. Brookman's going to get reasonably close.
Well, for anyone who's not been with us from the start of the race, of course, this battle has been going since the drop of the flag. Coanda and Inex Racing have been so close. Those two cars constantly around each other all race. They have been the ongoing battle of the race so far. And Andrew, it's been incredible between them. Of course, we've seen the likes of course, Jorn Jens has been running, Klaus Kavickas and Marcus Lenderman running in that Coanda machine. And other huge names for Inex, of course, PJ Sturgios, Jack Sedgwick, and we've also had Philip Diaz. So it's been incredible. Of course, we have Isaac Price in the machine right now, and well, he's an incredible driver. So that's one hell of a pairing of Price and Broekman to face off against each other.
I was about to say that. I mean, I was looking through the driver lineups earlier on, and you know, Price, Yelink, Sedgwick, Sturgios, Diaz versus Broekman, Kivickas, Jens, Lenderman, and Stamp. You know, you won't find many better lineups in a GT3 car than that. We've had World Championship Series drivers in there. We've had drivers with many. Oh, hello. As that was, as you can see, just how hard Isaac Price is trying, Rachel, because the HPD comes past, he chops right in behind, almost loses his nose. But these are the margins, aren't they, when you're at the very front of this field? Look how hard these two are pushing now.
They are indeed. That other GT car, the lap car there beside them, getting well out of the way, and I believe that was the 17 machine of 49 Motorsports. That's driven by Elliot Huffman.
Looked like he was scared off the road, Rachel.
Well, you would be. The two class leaders coming past you, you would want no part in that fight.
No, and I don't, especially the pace they're going. I wonder if we can go on board, actually, Hugo, with Renz Broekman, and we can see exactly what he sees as he chases down Isaac Price through the bus stop then, and onto the main straight. Start a lap of Spa. And again, this is a wonderful track. I know we've mentioned it already a couple of times, but it's a great, great circuit. Hard on the brakes, into La Source. Always fairly difficult to get the car turned in. It never seems to want to slow down for some reason. In an uphill braking area. Now all the way down the hill towards the compression of Eau Rouge. Oh, little lift, feathering the gas there. Up Radion. And now tucking into the slipstream of the Inex Racing car, down the Kemmel Straight, and gaining a little bit. Gonna have to be very close if he's going to make a move into there. Into Lecombe, hard on the brakes. You can see that Price misses the apex, he misses the first one. That's going to compromise him slightly for the second one, and you can see now through Malmedy that Broekman is gaining. And into Rivage, you're not going to make a move there usually. If Price is slightly struggling with his tyres, you know, because it looks like Broekman can just place the car in a slightly better position. Honor with no name, down the hill, beautiful corner, third or fourth gear potentially here. And now he's got a run, but surely not into Pouhon. Oh, as Price's car he's just really struggling to get the front end in, and he's having to brake a lot harder than the Coanda car up towards the Fagnes chicane. And both men struggling, and Price missing again the apex. Such a close battle this. After 8 hours and 15 minutes through Stavelot. And now curve Paul Frere. This time it's Broekman that gets understeer. And that's compromised him a little, but he's still... he can still get the slipstream, but he's going to find it hard to get close before the bus stop. But he's closing slowly. Blanchimont then. Is it flat? No, it's not. In these GT3 cars, but still very, very quick through there. 150 miles an hour. And then stamping on the brakes. You've really got to be careful here. So easy to run into the car in front. Through the bus stop, uphill chicane. And you know what, Rachel? This is a super battle. And Brookman, he's looking like he wants to go through soon.
He is indeed. Of course, that onboard lap coverage brought to you by the iRacing for Android phone app. So go and check that out on the Google Play Store. If you want to be able to use the iRacing forum system on your mobile phone, that's always a good one to check out. And
I'm off to
thank you for them
download
providing
that
our
now.
coverage. Yeah, it's a great app. I actually have it on my phone. I love it. But moving on from that, yeah, these two cars, they are so equally matched. And as I said, they've been like this since the start of the race. In regards to the driver, those two teams are match for match, point for point, and of course, two identical cars, two Ford GTs. It's great to see them pairing off like this and seeing two drivers at the top of their game dueling like this. We are 8 hours and 20 minutes into a 24-hour race. We are a third of the time complete. Position 1 and 2 in the GT field are still neck and neck, like it was a sprint race. In fact, I've seen bigger gaps in the sprint race.
You've got to wonder as well that, I mean, it's not so bad for these guys. They're doing generally shorter stints, but pushing this hard this early, and I say it's not that early, but it's early enough. They, you know, could fatigue come into it for these guys at the end of their stints?
It's a certain factor, of course, and fatigue a major contributing factor in endurance racing, of course. And these guys have to make sure they are taking it seriously and actually being aware of what they're doing. Once you've done one stint, of course, that's easy. You do your first 2 hours, 3 hours, that's okay. But you get back in the car a second time. Your body's had time to recharge a little bit, but not fully. You'll never be quite as good as you were in that first 3 hours. So you need to make sure you're actually hydrating, you're taking on, you know, supplements, caffeine even, sugar, carbohydrates, slow race energy, you know.
Sorry, Brookman. Brookman's very close now.
He is indeed. Yes,
through
he is.
Blanchimont, and he may have a go here now. And this is the sort of thing, Rachel, that if Brookman does go for it, which he's thinking about, not quite this time, but if he does go for it, you would think Isaac Price isn't going to want any part of defending it because, as you said, long way to go.
It is indeed, and as I was just saying before, we had that near moment of a pass that was going to happen, but we had this discussion earlier on in the race, but there are parallels, we should say, between endurance racing and in sim racing and the physical tasks that real race car drivers have to go through. Of course, you aren't sitting there with the G-forces, but core strength and dealing with repetitive motions on the brake and the throttle and the steering wheels, being that precise as you are on the first lap, 100, 200 laps into the race, that requires a lot of core strength. And of course, the mental aspects, like keeping your body hydrated, as I said, keeping yourself with the right energy, the right kinds of energy as well. These drivers need this to stay focused. It's very easy to let your mind drift. And in this stage of the race, we have a HPD split the two cars there. That is, I believe, the...
it's Price.
That's the Abandonati Racing Team machine who gets loose there with the GT cars get back past him. Wow.
Like I said, you can see that Price is so...
Oh, Price is... Oh, now it's Brockman's looked at the inside there. He will try again. His nose is in there. Oh, light contact.
Yeah, almost, I think. And the HPD driver must be going, what's going on here? You know, these two GT... It's Labate as well. Labate's a superbly quick driver in that prototype and Price. But again, Price doesn't want to give an inch, Rachel, because he knows if he can make it to the pit stops in front of Coanda, again, you know, they can continue this battle in front. And it's all about, you know, you can stay in front, you've got clean air, you're not wasting your tyres behind, as that's the leader, I believe, coming through.
It is indeed. That's the Friction Racing number 515, Tom Ward. As the lead for the pack here, we've got 3 prototypes around our 2 lead GT cars. And wow, they had to be so careful because that was the 2 class leaders of the GT field. You can't take them out because your race is there.
You can't take them out. They can't take you out if you're leading as well. And Price, though, like I said, you're seeing, you know, a World Championship driver here at the wheel of a GT3 car, and he is flying. But, you know, he's still not as quick as Renz Brookman. Brookman's thinking about it again into the bus stop chicane. Just needs to be careful. He doesn't overcook his braking and tag Isaac Price because we wouldn't want contact at this point. But this is the part of the track, Rachel, where Coanda haven't been quite as strong. They're okay through La Source, but it's up the hill through Eau Rouge. They haven't been able to carry the speed. You get the sense that if they do, there's a move into Lacombe possible.
I think it could be. Of course, we saw Brookman make a couple of risky ducks there and put his nose in, but they have to be so careful what they do with this because, like we say, it's a third of the way into the race. This is a third, you know?
Yeah.
That's not much. That's 20 minutes of an hour race. You've got the vast majority left to go still. It doesn't feel like it. We've been here for so long, but this is a 24-hour event. They have to make sure that car is still running at the end. Never mind, you know, in the lead. You have to finish first before you can finish first. Finish first, you must first finish. That's the one I was going for. But it's said over and over again, and it sounds like a bit of a racing trope, the commentary trope.
I was going to say it was easy for you to say, but there you go. That would be
so true. And it's very easy to ruin your own race and end your own race and beat yourself. And Brookman has to remember that he has to beat. He can't beat himself if he wants to beat the car of the INX Racing team. They're so evenly matched. They have to potentially play a strategy game here because I think Brookman is being held up a little bit. He's fast enough to get to the back of Price, but I don't think you can quite get past him.
And like I say, I think it's the classic case of in the twisty bits, he's much quicker, but on the bits where you can overtake, you know, he's struggling. Like I say, Eau Rouge especially, just not carrying the speed so well up the hill. And if he can tuck right under that rear wing as he's going up Eau Rouge, he's got every chance of making a move. But at the minute, Isaac Price, you know, he's placing his car where he needs to, and he's driving conservative. Well, he's driving aggressively, sorry, but while, you know, he's not making any mistakes. He's being consistent. You can tell this is the top split, by the way, Richard.
Oh, sorry, got to say now, Friction Racing in the 515 heading to pit road now.
Yes.
It's Tom Ward heading into the pit road. Of course, he has only done one stint this time round, so expect him to stay in the car this time by.
Yeah, and you know, Ward's a very quick driver. Everyone in this team is a very quick driver, but Ward's been impressive. He's been pretty consistent, siding his way through the traffic. He's not probably got as much outright pace as Avery. He's not far off, but yeah, he's definitely done a solid job so far. Oh, has Coanda just taken INEX? Yes, they have. And that's
they are. Coanda are past. Hopefully,
and that's into La Source.
It was into La Source. What a move! That was Coanda up the inside, down to the apex he goes, so close to that inside wall. That's where we saw Radicals end their race.
And look,
in the
Price
first
is right
race.
there. Price is right there, Rachel. He's pulling out from behind that Coanda car, and he's already. Yeah. Oh, he's already through, but
he's
actually,
back.
Brockman's going through on the inside.
He won't hold it. Price comes back through for the second pass, and
Price has overcooked.
This is sprint racing.
Oh, Price has overcooked the second part of the comb almost, and that's what a good effort by Brookman. He just couldn't quite judge it properly, but yeah, that was a great piece of racing, and that must be so frustrating because Brookman has been, in fact, Coanda themselves have been behind this INEX car for. God, is it the whole race? Nearly,
well, they've been in the lead themselves for the first half of the race, the first half of this stint so far. They've traded it really, and
for at least a couple of hours have been behind them.
They have. The last 2 or 3 hours they have been behind them, but first part of the race, maybe the first 4 hours, it was Coanda in the lead. So it's been pretty even through the two so far.
He finally gets through, and then he's passed again in 3 corners time.
Well, it's the old similarity between Kimi Raikkonen at the Indian Grand Prix, I remember, where Kimi had DRS to use in the first sector, led to a hairpin in the second sector. So Kimi didn't pass in the first sector because he didn't pass but still had the activation. It gave him the shot in the second sector because he was behind. But rather than passing and getting passed back, he used it the second time, and that's one of the things you've got to think about there. At La Source, you could put the pass on, but the chances they're going to get you out of Eau Rouge because they've had a wider line and a slightly better run. So
yeah, because arguably, Rachel, La Source is a much better passing place than Lacombe, but yeah, you don't want to put yourself. You know, it's like the first bike over the line at the last lap of the Moto3 race. They're going to be a sitting duck.
It is indeed, and you've just got to be so careful with it and pick those passes. 5-1 car. We've just lost them on the track. They have had an incident, and that is the car of Oceanic Sim Racing Team. that BMW missing its bonnet, and they came off at that was at Bouillon. They've come off at the bottom of the hill. They went straight down. Replay coming up now. Locks up under braking, wiggles and spins hard into those outside tyre barriers. What an impact!
So you went a long way off the track then, I guess. I didn't quite see that. I haven't quite got that on my computer here, but yeah, look at the state of that Z4, and that's going to be a lot of repairs there. Luckily, they didn't blow the engine, because so that's going to make the repairs a lot shorter. But they do have suspension damage, right? So it's grabbing along a little bit, and rear wing damage, side damage. Yeah, everything's damaged really. And on the grass, I think that's just getting out of the way of a couple of other cars. But Buchanan, well, been going along pretty well, to be honest. And but again, you know, I was saying to Cam Walsh earlier on that you can drive 23 hours, 55 minutes. You make one big mistake like that, and that's your race done.
It is, and they're down in the 23rd position, of course. So, despite the fact they're going to have to sit here for a number of laps making repairs to that car, I suspect in the region of 15-20 minutes, looking at the state of it. But they're not going to lose a huge amount. They obviously at this point are already driving with the mentality of we want to finish this race. You know, they were 6 laps down from the class leaders. You weren't going to get up there for the win, realistically. They'd already be in finishing mode, but this is just a setback they didn't really need, and it really hurts their confidence this early into the race. Of course, we are only 1/3 distance, realistically. To have a car that badly damaged must be really painful.
Yeah, I mean, have you had much endurance racing experience before?
Only a little, but
yeah. I mean, what's it like then when you're early on in the race and you know you're not potentially going to win the race, and yeah, like you said, you go into that finishing mode. How hard is it to do that for about 15-16 hours? Well,
it's the same in endurance racing as it is in some of the longer stock car races that I'm more familiar with, but it's terrible to be in a situation where you're out on the track and you know you have no realistic chance of winning. You're hoping for the people to fall off the track. You're hoping for the people to have incidents. You're hoping for, you know, other issues. And it's the same in endurance racing on the road. I've had that a few times where you've just been pootling along with a damaged car, or you've been track clapped down by something, and you don't really want to be there. It's a terrible, terrible feeling, but you've got this... It's almost a morbid drive of, I must finish now. You just want to finish, because like you want it to be over, but you don't want to abandon it.
Like you're in a jail cell and you're scratching the days off.
Absolutely.
On the wall, and you're trying to, you know, just one more, and you keep doing it. And no, it is like that. And the thing is that I have a lot of respect for these endurance races, because, and there's some people, by the way, I've got to point this out, in the lower split that I was covering earlier on, there were people attempting the entire 24 hours on their own.
Yep, I've seen that before. I've seen numerous people in previous events to this one. Daytona, Watkins and Sebring, Ironman drivers who did these races solo. So it's yeah.
What must that be like? I mean, I cannot imagine that. I mean, I've sat in front of, you know, I think you must have done as well. You know, we've all sat in front of the Daytona 500 or the Indy 500, or you know, maybe the 2.4 of Watkins Glen or whatever, and that's hard enough when the time seems to be going ever so slowly. And can you imagine me sat there for an entire day with, let's be honest, you know, when nature calls,
Vortex,
you're going to have
pit
a problem.
Road. Vortex's 13 machine is hitting pit road with Gayboy Mex. We're going to see if he will switch out now. He's only done one stint so far, expecting him to stay in that machine for another stint, at which point it looks like Ashley Owen will take over.
Yeah, there's only 3 drivers in that team. They're sharing with Balázs Remenik, so who's I believe he's another Hungarian there, and only 2 drivers have done laps so far. So you think that Balázs is going to do some of the night shift, you would think, and 135 laps for Gabor Mex and 101 laps for Ashley Owen. So they have shared everything out pretty well, and that's a key, I suppose, for endurance racing as well.
It is, and you've got to make sure you guys have enough rest and breaks to really function. Like I said, I had to step away for an hour or two just now because as much as the drivers are doing an endurance race, we are too in the commentary booth. It's quite a challenge, and you need to sometimes when you're sitting there talking gibberish and just not really sure what's going on, and you're completely off the ball, you need to just park it for a while and regenerate. And
Yes.
you know, that's what I just did. So I'm back now at full power, and it's going well. But these drivers are the same boat. You know, they've got to make sure they take enough time off the track. It's very easy to sit there and go into it and be doing another stint, or just do another one, and you know, you'll make a mistake because you're tired. And we keep seeing this from drivers now as we head into what is essentially the graveyard shift, this mid-late hours, where we've had the first 8, everything's settled down. Now it's 8 hours of consistency, and then the final 8, which is positions. This is when mistakes happen. You know, people will blink.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when what I was saying to the chap I was broadcasting with earlier on is that with the drivers being from all over the world as well, and because obviously when you go to 24 hours of Le Mans, you know, everyone's in the same place. Everyone's had time to acclimatise. It doesn't matter whether you're from Brazil, whether you're from Japan, it doesn't matter. When you're in sim racing, though, Rachel, it's different because everyone's still in their regular time zones. Chances are they haven't acclimatised in any way by changing the sleep pattern, or, I mean, some people may have done, but it'll only be maybe for a day. Going to get times in this race, especially in the nighttime hours here in Europe, where drivers might start, you know, especially the ones who are maybe doing 2 or 3 car teams from the same region, they're going to struggle, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and it's, of course, people have to be into those weird hours, and real problem for them mentally, as you say. But the drivers have to try and focus. They have to try and adjust themselves in whatever they can. And you know, it's very easy to say, "Oh, I'll just go up and I'll do the night shift." You might not have practiced it before, because you might want to actually, before you do the race, you might want to stay up till 2 in the morning and then do 2 hours of practice laps. See what it does to your body before you actually get on the track for the real race, because in sim racing we have that advantage that you can go out and test. There is unlimited free testing, of course.
Yes.
Which is a great benefit, but you know, you might want to test that sort of thing, see how you feel under fatigue, because it will make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we've all done the thing where, you know, it gets to sort of, I don't know, maybe 11 o'clock at night, and you think, oh, I'm wide awake, I'm going to put a film on, or I'm going to do this. And then about 45 minutes into the film, or half an hour even, you just get, you know, your eyes start going and everything. God knows what it must be like behind the wheel of these cars. I mean, I think generally the adrenaline will keep you, you know, somewhat awake if there's something at stake, but, you know, it's going to be, you've still got to be alert. And I think that's why, coming back to that point, that I think some of the Australian drivers suffered maybe at the start of this race, because it did start quite, you know, it did start quite late on for them last night, and then, but they'll be coming on strong through the middle hours.
Yeah, they will indeed, and of course, for the Australians, they'll be getting there early, or morning time in the next hour or two. So Avery. Sorry,
Avery. No, Avery's just going past the iNext car and the Coanda car, so he's just done that now. Sorry, yep. Yeah, sorry to cut across you there, Rachel.
Not a problem. What I was just going to say was, one of the things that I can draw from personal experience of is never having run a night shift in endurance racing, but I have done endurance events, notably Daytona 500 and the Indianapolis 500, both of which are 500-kilometer events. You're talking 3 hours on your own. There's no driver swaps there.
Yeah.
You are running a 3-hour event, sometimes over 3 hours, by yourself. And it's a lot more intense because you're dealing with much closer traffic on an oval course, especially the Indy 500 with the speeds they are, where a minor deviation can cost you a lot. You know, you're having
especially
to take
if
into
you say
consideration.
if you're going through, say, turn 1, you know, you haven't got a lot of margin, have you? And if it only takes, you know, you either lift off a bit too much or not enough, and you're in that wall.
Well, it's more than that. You have to focus on the adjustments you're making throughout a fuel run in those cars. For example, the Indy cars, you're changing your anti-roll bars, you're changing your weight jacker, you're constantly looking at your fuel numbers and fuel modes. So you're doing a lot more than you might actually be doing in a GT car for that sort of stint. But, I mean, I ran this year, because we broadcasted Saturday, I ran the Friday night event, which was 2 in the morning. So that race finished at 5 a.m. for me, which was right in my body's dead zone, because obviously being in the European time zone, and it was a 9 p.m. Eastern race, that meant that my body is at its worst then physically. I did stay up for a couple of nights beforehand, acclimatizing myself to that time on purpose so that I would function better. But it was more than that. It was taking the right supplements and the right fluids at the right time to keep me alert. Just water for the first 2.5 hours or so. Just sipping, keeping my body going, maybe something isotonic, but just something that wouldn't over caffeinate me, bring my heart rate up too much to crash again. Because you have to think about that sort of thing with endurance racing, even sim racing. You know, saving something caffeinated, an energy drink perhaps to last half an hour when you need a boost for focus, but you know you can afford to crash after it's over. So the drivers really have to think about those sort of things, and it's perhaps an insight that people might not appreciate into these wee hours shifts, and even just a normal stint when you are trying to actually get the most out of what you can do in a car in a period of time.
I mean, when I did tell this story occasionally, and you know, the Daytona 500, the last time I did it, and I'll be honest, probably the only time for this reason, is I'd been at work, I'd done work, and then I went to play five-a-side football, and then I came back and I did a very late Daytona 500, which I believe started at 12 or 2 or something, and it was caution after caution, and it was, you know, one of those things. I ended up in hospital the following day because I just plainly exerted myself too much, and it was almost too much excitement. I remember getting up at the end of the race. I did finish about 8th, so I did pretty well, but it was, I remember getting up and my body was dead. It was like you said, it was like I was asleep, sat down. The rest of my body was asleep, and even though I was pressing the pedals and I was turning the wheel, I got up and I felt terrible. And I think people do think that sim racing, it's just guys sat on it's just a few fat guys sat on a couch with a controller in their hand. No, it's the complete opposite here. You know, some of the sim racers train pretty hard, and you know, to stay in good physical shape as well, because like we say, good physical shape equals a healthy mind, and with that we need regular breaks, and with that on my mind, I think we're going to go to a commercial break very, very shortly. So
we are indeed.
Yes, we are, and it is the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I'll just make sure that we are going to commercial first, as we have had, yes we are, as we have had, what is it, just over 9 hours, just under 9 hours, 8 hours and 40 minutes here at the 24 hours of Spa. So we'll be back here on RaceSpotTV right after this.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with
It's been a very long offseason. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number one. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to.
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warriors Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, several other races along there, and then of course the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers. They compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big-name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the ball, gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find the broadcast is on our website, iRacing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts. You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
And welcome back to the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV. Coverage presented in part by And Design, providing our aerial coverage, and by the iRacing for Android mobile app. So we're heading in towards the end now of hour 9 of our coverage here on RaceSpotTV. Rachel Whiteford joined by Andrew Woodhouse and Hugo Luis on the cameras. And well, we're heading towards the next pit sequence for the GT cars and Inex Racing onto pit road right now as we speak. They've just come in, and well, Coanda will take the lead in that class for now, but Judging by the stint length for both of them, they will be both. Coanda will be joining Inex on pit road very shortly, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable. They've been battling. They'll probably battle until the ends of the earth, these two teams. And the stint lengths have been very similar so far. What's it like in terms of the first lap on the tyres here, Rich? Are we going to see potentially an undercut here, or?
It could be possible. The cars tend to be a little bit swirly on the cold tyres, the GT cars at least, so drivers have to be a little careful not to overcook that first lap. So we could see an overlap. Of course, I do believe that Rens Broekman will be going flat out now. Of course, he was mad in traffic, which is how he separated back from Inex, but he has a completely clear track ahead of him now, so he can bust out a fast lap, try and close that gap before he pits in. Whether he'll come in this lap or the next lap, we don't know. But he's going to do everything he can to try and close that down before he comes in, so can't leave it too long.
Yeah, I mean, if he was getting slightly held up, actually I don't think he was, because he wasn't that close by the time that Inex pitted. He can really go and hammer it now and see what sort of lap time he can put in, but very difficult really for when the team's so evenly matched, you're going to need to do it in the pits, you would think, and we saw that great battle on the track, but you know, Spa's not the easiest track to make a move stick on, is it, as you've said?
It is not, and being a tighter, older track, and it's not a Tilkedrome, so passing is a bit of a premium here, and we've got some very dangerous corners people like to attempt passes on, and Blanchimont, Pouillon, Radion, Rouge Complex, they're all pretty tricky. In fact, it's really an easy place to pass here, other than a drafting pass on the straights, potentially out of Rouge. Of course, we did see the good pass just a minute ago before we went to break by the Coanda Simsport machine, the number 18, Broekman, through La Source, but of course got passed back by Inex as Broekman will head to pit road in that number 18 for Racer Coanda Simsport car, and they will come in for their service, reacting of course to Inex Racing's pit stop 1 lap ago. What we'll have to find out now is, will he have actually gained enough to make the undercut?
Well, this is going to be very interesting. Inex Racing at Rivage. Remember, these pit stops are very long. It's the amount of fuel you need to take, and potentially the driver swap as well. Coanda Simsport going to change driver? That's going to be the...
Broekman's only done 1 stint so far, so has Price, so they're both heading into their 2nd stint of 1, we think.
Yeah, so I mean, they're sort of the mortal enemies, aren't they? They've been put out together against each other. Funny, isn't it, how evenly matched the two teams have been in terms of which drivers have been against each other?
It is, and of course we have now Inex coming through the chicane in the latter part of the track now, so this is half a lap away realistically from Coanda, but they are, of course, it's a very long pit stop. We'll have to see. This will be close when they come out, of course. They've been close all race long. It's been an incredibly tight battle, and really impressive racing from these guys.
Klaus Kivikas is still in the session, so I wonder if it's going to be him that's going to take over, but it looks like Broekman is just taking fuel and tyres at the moment, so we'll see. I don't think there's going to be... No, there isn't a driver change there at all.
No, I doubt it.
So, Price is coming up to the bus stop. Going to be very interesting, I think, here. So through the bus stop he goes. He's definitely still pushing hard. The iRacing.com World Championship driver, Isaac Price, from England.
Wales, specifically. He will shout.
Wales, sorry. Yes, Britain, sorry.
No movement yet from Coanda. They're starting to move. They're starting to move now. And Inex coming through La Source, just out of La Source. This is going to be neck and neck. Although I think Inex will have the jump slightly. Got to boot it out of pit road now for Coanda.
Oh, you might just do it,
limiter
you know.
lines that are coming out. Inex now heading into a Rouge Radion. Up go.
Oh, it's going to be
Coanda.
a tight...
This is going to be neck and neck.
Oh,
They will come out ahead.
Price has got a good run though.
He does.
And is he going to close in? Is he close enough to get there?
He's backed off. I think he's had a slowdown penalty. He has. He's had a slowdown penalty. He tried to push too hard.
He looked like he was almost sideways up the hill. I wonder if he was. Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah, he just tried to take liberties with the corner, unfortunately, Price. And you would have had a run,
actually, because we can see him coming up Rouge Radion now, and as you'll see, if we get a quick replay, completely 4 wheels over the curbs, and he will have, 4 wheels off the curb. he has a slowdown penalty there, which cost him that advantage. He would have had the run onto the car there of Rens Broekman, but Broekman just saved by the bell, if you will.
Yeah, he was.
Of that slowdown penalty, so that could have changed everything.
Yeah, remember, for those of you new to iRacing.com, welcome. It's good to have you with us for the 24 hours of Spa on iRacing.com. If you do cut the course, all 4 wheels off, deemed to gain an advantage, then you do have to do a slowdown penalty, and that is giving the time back that you've gained, Rachel.
It is. They will be kicking himself for that one. If he'd taken that
I'm
normally,
not saying you cut the course a lot, by the way. I'm not saying that.
Oh, I would. I will if I can. Like I say, if I can find a way to take an advantage and not get a slowdown penalty for it, I will do it. And every single driver on the service will. Oh, every single driver on a service is a racing driver, and if they can gain time by cutting more curbs than they might, they will do it. You're testing, you will go out and you'll test, you'll see what liberties you can take on a track, and you will take not a millimetre less.
No, and why should they? They're battling for the win in the 24 hours of Spa. I'm going to go through the prototype field just quickly because, well, we went through the entire GT field, so I'm going to give the prototype boys some love. And then, so let's see, the leader then, Friction Racing, the 515 car. Richard Avery is in that one, and he has been fantastic so far. Partnering with Marcus Hamilton, Frank Levick, Tom Ward, and Paul Williams. They're all registered for that car. They are 1 lap ahead of the Vortex Sim Racing HPD1 car. That is Gabomex with Ashley Owen and Balázs Reminick, the Hungarian entry mostly there, and they're 1 lap behind. And then the 7-3 Motorsport number 1 car, that is Francisco Gutierrez is in that one at the moment, with Peter Smith, Mally Francis, and Phil Blythe in that one as well. In 3rd place currently is, in 4th place currently is the Radicals Online car, the number 1 of Paul Ilbrink, who has taken over from Mac Backham after Backham had a smash in Blanchimont, huge crash. Ilbrink with Anthony Rosselli, Vincenzo Amico, Miguel Martin, Mac Backham and Denny Retz. Then the 12 car, the GRL BRT team. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, hello, we're joined by Dan Blake in the booth. Let's finish off those prototype field positions. Behind the GLT VRT Gold team in 5th position, we have Phoenix Motorsports in 6th, Vortex Sim Racing's HPD2 car, the 14 in P7, the Abandonati Racing Team car in 8, the GTI Racing in P9. Multiple laps down, we have Evolution Racing Australia GT team. They are still out on track and they are in P10. 35 laps down. Down there, Pure Racing Team's LMP car, they had a big smash. They are off the race course in P11. And we have Dayco Motorsports, Apex Racing UK, TNT Racing Gold, 4 Motorsports, VX Apex Racing Group, and in final place, SDC Motorsports, all of which are off the track. So only 10 prototypes left in the field, Andrew.
Indeed, yeah. And there's been some attrition so far. As funny because most of the GT field has actually stayed intact, whereas a lot of the prototypes have ended up out or well off the pace. And we're joined by Dan Blake. Hello, mate.
Hello, Angie. Hello, Mitchell. How's it going so far?
Yeah, very good.
It's long. We can say that much.
It's long. It's 24 hours long. It's 15 hours to go, Dan. Have you been racing today at all?
I haven't been racing, but I commentated on the iRacing World Grand Prix earlier with Johnny Simon. That was quite a good race, so if you have a spare few minutes later in the week, I'd recommend having a look at that. It was quite an exciting race, but it looks like your GT3 field here have been quite close throughout, because it looks like Coanda, SimSport and INEX have separated by only a couple of seconds here.
I was almost going to spoil the result of the World Championship race then, but I won't for everyone who hasn't watched it. But sounds like it was an exciting race at Okayama.
Yeah, definitely. Not very often I do these World Championship Grand Prix broadcasts, usually Will and Rachel, but they let us free on it today, and me and Johnny had a very exciting race to cover it. It was one that I don't want to give too much away, but yeah, it was a very good race, and it was one where the outcome, it could have been different, but I'll let you watch it and find out. But definitely, I would say a race of two halves. I'd say that one.
Yeah, I heard there were several cars in contention for that one. What do you make of this race though so far, Dan? We've had a couple of big smashes involving the HPDs, and it really is one moment of concentration can scupper you here, can't it?
Especially in these prototype cars, with them being faster and more fragile as well. I think some of those may be a bit more costly than a GT, but it seems like the attrition rate in that prototype class has been quite high. But I'm still surprised, as I said before, you've got so many GTs within 2-3 laps of each other, and as you say, we've had 9 hours of racing, so great effort by them so far.
I would say it's probably in part due to the prototypes being comparatively made of glass next to the tank-like GT cars. And one mistake for a GT car is a bent fender, a mistake for a prototype is missing bits of carbon fibre and destroyed suspension. So those cars literally have a lot less life left in them. And with the 515 car is on pit road. They have been in there for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. My God, we have a major development here. Let's try and find out exactly what's happened with them. They are.
Vortex are actually coming through, Rachel. And this is going to be for the lead, isn't it? If they can get past the pit lane exit.
Well, we're going to have a quick look back at Avery's last lap, which was 2:48, and find out what's happened to them.
Something.
We're going to try and find out for you now. 2:48 is the last lap we have them scored on. Just watching that back now, and oh no, there was nearly contact with a GT car that spun through Blanchimont. I'm going to try and get a different view of this so I can see if it was actually contact.
Here we go.
They missed it. No, they got tagged in the rear left quarter.
Oh.
Rear right quarter, I apologise. That could be damage on the car. They've come straight to pit road. That is potentially suspension damage for them. They have lost the lead in a shock result to Frank Levick's hopped into the car, so they could be heading out soon. But shock development for Friction Racing as Vortex go to the lead and have half a lap on them.
I'll tell you what, Vortex weren't really anywhere for a while. I think they were in P4, Dan, and you know, one of the Radicals lost it in Blanchimont and were very lucky not to have massive damage. They only lost the front nose. But yeah, the Friction car, I mean, that's a long stop, and you know, I think they've got the pace still to do it, but
I think that's required repairs, guys. They wouldn't be in that long if it was optional.
No.
They'd try and stay out with a lap and a half lead or 2 laps lead. They've had serious damage to that rear end on the right hand side. The GT cars, it spun, tagged them, and I believe that was the.
I agree, because if you had optional repairs, yeah, Rachel, I think you would take them gradually, wouldn't you, over maybe 2 or 3 pit stops, and only add
that
maybe
was Oceanic Sim Racing. No, it wasn't. That was sorry, that was the. I believe the Authentic Racer 77 that was in contact with them, and what a tragic change of events here for Friction Racing. As well, Vortex are your race leaders. Friction Racing, I believe, still sat on pit road. They are indeed.
I'm not going to say
strikes the dominant car.
I'm not going to say they had it in the bag, Dan, but at this point, but that's definitely not what you need, is it?
No, it sounds like they had quite a good start to the race, but it's just as Rachel was saying, the cars are made of glass, these prototypes, so the contact enough to see it have required repairs, and he's going to have to be careful because they might even lose second place soon to that 7-3 Motorsport car. You say Radicals online are 4 laps down, but as this has just shown, anything can happen in these races, and I think as long as they're within 5 or 6 laps, we've still got a long way to go in this race, and I don't think you can really count anybody out.
Officially a lap down now, guys. They are officially 1 lap down and still sat there.
And it does look like that Frank Levick, the 4th, is almost ready to leave the pits, but I saw the car drop down. But again, no movement from the Friction Racing car, and 7-3 Motorsport car is coming into the bus stop chicane. And I believe they are going to take...
Not yet, they'll have another lap.
Was it the next lap? Next lap, yep.
This time, when they go past them, they'll be unlapping themselves.
Yeah, so they'll be on the same lap as Friction. And that's Gutierrez then, just going past Ryan Huff for SRN Motorsports. That's a strong car, that. I think they'll rise through. I think I said that earlier on. They'll rise through the field surely with that team, because that is That's Ryan Huff, Stephen McGarvey, Robert Jackman, Daniel Grolte, Lauren Bateman, Scott McGarvey and Troy Anderson. That's a strong team, and I think we will see them doing very well as they do in the Spirit of VLN series. So the top 9 prototypes then covered by 17 laps, and that's quite a distance really, but a couple of them have had problems, haven't they? Little issues more than anything, but I'm amazed actually though, Rachel, that the Pure Sim Racing team car actually retired after their incident. Maybe there was just too much damage, I don't know.
I suspect it might well have been that case, and if we can get a look actually at the friction car on pit road right now, major damage on that right rear. Looks much more severe from the front actually than I imagined from the back. The car tagged there must be right on the wheel. I'm suspecting they have required repairs. Once you have required repairs, of course, you are not permitted to leave pit road till they are complete, so you haven't got the option of just taking a few each to pit stop. And that car, wow, freak accident there, and they are at the moment out of the race.
Damage to the rear wing down as well.
Yeah, that's a quite extensive damage, but 7-3 Motorsports just coming down Corbreath Paul Frere now through Blanchimont, so I think we're going to see Friction Racing lose that second place as well, unless that car gets released in the next 20 to 30 seconds. And it seems like since I've come into the booth, it's gone completely unravelled for Sportech Sim Racing 1.
Well, I turned up and then 2 of them crashed, and then Rachel turned up and then no one crashed, and then you've turned up and Friction
I am the good luck of this race, and you guys are terrible luck.
I was the same as you though, Rachel. When they came down the pit lane, I looked at the car and went, well, that looks all right. And then you look at it from the front, that sort of wide shot, and
it's terrible.
It's just the rear, and that's.
They are now down to 3rd position. 7-3 Motorsports. 7-3 car is past them. Friction Racing, they have dominated the first 9 hours of this race, only to be set in the last 5 minutes by tragedy as the spinning 77 machine, I believe that was an Authentic Races team, spins in front of them.
Are they back out now?
Yeah, they're now heading out on track.
They're not far behind 7-3 Motorsports actually, so we'll probably see a battle fairly soon.
Yep, same straightaway. This could actually be 4th position, but 2 laps down from Vortex. Unless something drastic happens, which we've seen can happen, they might still win this race if Vortex get killed by a GT car.
Yeah, I mean 2 laps isn't a lot in the space of 15 hours. I mean, you're talking what? You're talking 4 minutes and 20 seconds, which
it depends how the car is, though.
It does, and that's another thing, Dan, that you've got to deal with endurance racing is that, you know, you may repair the car, but even in sim racing, it doesn't mean that the car is going to be 100% as fast as when you found it.
No, one of the drivers I raced with in real life, Dan Farmer, a Toyota MR2 driver, he was driving in one of the lower splits. They had an incident with the car, and the car wasn't drivable. They had to retire it, so it's not an instant fix as you. And I know in some of the series in iRacing, you get to
sometimes it is.
You get to have a quick repair, but this series is not one where they're going to allow a quick repair.
You need them sometimes on a Thursday night.
I do need them sometimes on a Thursday night. Yeah, that's not a lie. Got to admit.
But that's the thing, is that's you know, that a 24-hour race. It is the test of, you know, can you keep it on the track? Can you keep going fast enough to win? And can you make sure that the car doesn't go in 1,000 pieces?
That is the endurance racing, and it looks like at the moment Friction Racing, they do not seem like they're dropping back too far. But we'll see the lap times they come through now to complete the 250th lap. So that's a lot of laps in the book so far, and there's a lot more to come as well. 250, so
looking at about 700 plus.
Yeah, that's a lot of laps. I know that much.
We just heard that probably a little bit slow on the uptake actually, but you said it was a 77 car, didn't you, that actually hit the 515. They just said that the rear just went.
They did indeed, and well, that's something we've seen happening with GT cars in Blanchimont. The back end stepping out. In fact, the prototypes have had the same issue. Many cars in this very race have had that issue where the back stepped out, and guys not quite awake enough perhaps, and just trying to carry a little too much speed into that corner, and the back just comes round, and it's, I think, maybe misread there by Frank Levitt IV, but we do know he is a peak antifreeze NASCAR driver as well, so predicting how a car's going to move when it spins is something that NASCAR drivers and oval drivers...
Oh, horrendous crash. Sorry to interrupt you, but Mike Danusen in the Phoenix Motorsports car which was running in 6th, just had a massive accident coming out of Stavolo. That's a big impact.
On his own as well. Hopefully
yes.
Get a replay up right now. But Phoenix Motorsports, the car gets loose coming out of the corner. Back end steps, he corrects it, and it snaps to the left. Huge impact into the tyre wall right below one of the RaceSpotTV cameras, in fact. And up on his roof, that's a terrible, terrible accident. There were 12 laps down already. Looks like there are going to be a few more.
That's a shame for Mike. Oh, goodness me, as the Vortex car came steaming into La Source and very nearly took out Radicals. It was quite close from the wide shot. I'm not sure how close it was in reality, but Radicals now are right back in the game. As the lead has shrunk, well, the gap between them and the leader has shrunk by a lap, Rachel. And, you know, with drivers the quality of Paul Ilbrink, anything can happen for them.
Ilbrink about to get a lap, though.
Coming through, actually.
He's trying to, but he's not making it very easy there as Paul Ilbrink.
Ilbrink with great commitment there, Dan, through Lacombe. It looked really good.
Yeah, good commitment there from Paul Ilbrink. It's also worth noting that a lot of these drivers I'm seeing are actually on double duty. They've flown over from Okayama and now they're just putting a stint in at Spa because quite a few of these drivers actually took part in the World Grand Prix series earlier today.
And I tell you what,
a few more too.
Well, the thing is as well, Rachel, that we know how difficult it is to just compete in the World Championship Series, let alone do an endurance race on the same day. That's the equivalent of 2 5-set tennis matches.
It is indeed. Well, we expect a couple more drivers to come across. A certain driver, Martin Kronke, we're expecting to at some point maybe hop into that Fraser Coanda SimSport 18 machine. We know he's usually their closer.
That's going to make it easier for everyone else, isn't it?
Yeah, he's normally their closer, we've seen in the endurance events.
I spoke to Martin actually after the race and he confirmed to me that he won't be taking part in this one. So
there we go.
Unless they spring a surprise, I don't think we'll be expecting Martin Kronke in this race.
Maybe that's what he wants everyone else to think.
It could be.
Well, they might be able to unleash the Kronke later, we're not sure, maybe so. But what they have unleashed is a lead of about 3 seconds over Inex Racing. Probably not 3 seconds, actually, probably a couple. But Inex getting held up slightly by McLaren through Blanchimont. This battle's well and truly still on, Rachel.
It is, and what a battle it has been. The Coanda SimSport 18 and the 9 car of Inex Racing. They have been the tail of this event. They've been neck and neck since the start of this race, and we've seen passing back and undercuts, including the pit stop undercut of the century by Coanda and the driver of Renz Bokeman, who did the most amazing pit stop you could imagine. His in-lap was pristine. Inex Racing could have had them with the run out of Rouge Radion along the Kemmel straightaway, but Inex Racing's Isaac Price getting a little greedy on the apex curb at the top of Eau Rouge, causing a slowdown from the stewards, and he threw that away, and he's not really managed to get back up since, guys.
No, and that's one of the things, you know, a slowdown can just...
We have a battle actually in the mid-pack between the 15 car, or the 884 Mad Cow Racing Bessie, Pure Racing number 2 is 25, and the 000 New World SimSports 4 GT. They qualified in P50 overall on the grid. They're currently sitting in overall 18th. They're up a net 32 positions on the grid for the GT cars, and currently sitting in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th place. So massive gains from those guys.
The Mad Cow team, that's a great livery, and surely they'll be milking this TV time.
Well, you know what? I'm just going to give you a quick little bit of information on Mad Cow and for the viewers at home, because I spoke to one of the team members earlier. Richard Elwood actually told me that Mad Cow Racing and the Bessie car is an actual real cow. Bessie is a famous cow in Tasmania, which is part of Australia, and she's shown at agricultural fairs by a group of dairy farmers, of which 3 of them are drivers in the series. That's Fabian, Stevenson and Jefferson. And they are well known for breeding Friesian cows with large udders that increase the milk flow rate for dairy farming. So Bessie has a backstory of being a large uddered cow. So there you go.
A very well endowed, yes, very well endowed.
Yeah, very well endowed cow, exactly.
Very well endowed lady is Bessie. I was very moved by that story.
Oh, that's terrible.
That was excellent. Really, really good. If you've got any beef with that, then come and see me and talk to me after the race.
Well, Pure Racing Team's 25 car is catching Bessie right now, so we could be in for a pass very soon. But of course, behind them, New World Sim Sports with Jonathan Fuller at the wheel. PRT cars driven by Andreas Dernberger. And Bessie is ridden, we should say, by Philip Jensen van Rensburg. So,
oh dear.
Philip Jensen van Rensburg, I apologise. And, well, these cars, it was not the lead, but it's P678 or 789 in the GT field. And 3 cars close together. It's the biggest battle we've got at the moment.
Yeah, Philip's going to really need to grab the bull by the horns and
this isn't
take this Ford GT forward, but he's got under serious pressure from Andreas Dernberger in the McLaren, and then the other Ford, which is the RaceSpot branded Ford of New World Sim Sport. Jonathan Fuller is in that one, and he is John Hall, Randy Chenoweth, Jonathan Patel, and Joshua Chin. And Chin put in a quite good stint earlier on, and he's got himself back into pretty good contention. I mean, all these cars, Rachel, they're still, they're only 2 laps down. Really not a lot at this point, and there's still only another 2 or 3 laps back to the 28th place.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen. Of course, we saw the lead in the prototype field, for anyone who's missed it, disappear in the twinkling of an eye as the 77 machine of Authentic Racers spun and clipped the lead car, the 515 Friction Racing. That caused some rear suspension damage. They were in the pits for 8 minutes. Lost them 3 laps. They're down to 3rd place now from dominating the first 9 hours. They are now in 3rd. Vortex Sim Racing's number 13 are the leaders. It can change so drastically from a dominant performance. We can end around to see these guys be completely different. So Coanda or Annex could crash. They could crash into each other. They're so close together. Everything can change.
And that's Ryan Huff in the SRN Motorsports car. He's only about 3 places behind these drivers here, but he is 1 lap behind Dan. But SRN's a pretty strong team, and carving their way through on what's possibly newer tyres actually as well.
SRN will be trying to get that lap back. It could be quite important in the later stages of the race. They can get that back on some of the other drivers. That is the dailysportscar.com car, and going back to Bessie, I think she needs to get a bit of speed on, because if she doesn't hurry up, she might end up the risk of being slaughtered. So we don't want to see that here on RaceSpotTV.
The whip needs to be cracked slightly, I think. And yes, the cream will rise to the top. Or will their achievements pale into insignificance? We do not know whatsoever, but what we do know is that's a great looking car, and about 1 second clear of Andreas Dernberger. So, but it's pretty close here, and this is how evenly matched these GT3 cars are. Dan, these cars will have probably a similar setup on. Some may have gone for the top speed, some may have gone for more downforce.
Well, exactly. They could be a little bit similar, but I'll let Rachel go back onto that one.
No, I apologise.
That's okay. I was just going to say that most of the cars, they are on GT3 spec, so got a few little differences in terms of what they're good and what they're not so good at, but you think that in general they have quite similar setups on them as a HPD now coming through that pack.
Oh, that's tight in there, in the bus stop, and that's Gregor's Alpaca in the GTL BRT Gold team. They're going pretty decently actually in 5th. 8 laps down, yes, but top 5 at this point. They were only 12th on the grid, Rachel, so it's definitely onwards and upwards for them.
It is indeed, as Radicals Online get ticked off 1 more lap down. They're back to 5 laps down on the field, although they are next car in line behind Friction, so 2 laps down from them, anything could happen, and this rivalry could be reignited with Paul Olbrich at the helm of that Radicals Online number 1 machine. Well,
Bessie's starting to move a little bit.
Oh, let me out of this booth, somebody. The cow joke.
I didn't say that. That wasn't. I wasn't trying to.
Never mind. Insinuating a move joke.
I wasn't.
Positive you were.
Honestly. Anyway, so Bessie's doing very well, is what I'm trying to say, and she's actually pulled out a bit more of a lead, 1.2 seconds quicker.
We're going to have a quick look at the 12 car 58. That's the MSP drivers home number 58, and Radicals number 12 car was Sylvian Pomerad at the helm of the Radicals, and MSP with Lucas Gestad. I probably mispronounced that, but I'm sorry,
right.
Lucas. Those two cars fighting now back to back on the racetrack. They are behind CTC
that's a
Racing
three-car battle.
Yeah, that's CTC Racing number 2 ahead of them. That is the 119 machine driven by Andre Hegelen.
Hegelen?
Of course, Hegelen. Those 3 cars neck and neck. We've had 2 packs this at the moment. We've got Mad Cow, Pure Racing Team 2, New World Sim Sport 4 GT. These 3 cars now. So 3-car battles separated by 2 laps on track, guys.
Yeah, it's great to see, Dan, isn't it? That 3-car battle's still going on, and we've had 9 hours and about 19 minutes.
Yeah, very good stuff indeed.
And look at the Ford.
Yeah, look at that Ford go. He's going to hit 2 positions on 1 lap. Is Sylvain Pomerode. Seen him racing a few of the series before. Very versatile driver. Seen him in roofs. I've seen him in Kias. A very, very versatile driver, and he's just shown that he's quick in everything. Yes, he's made the stick on Andre Hegheim.
I was going to say, has he made the move too early? But then he got a wheel on the curb in Blanchimont, which unsettled the BMW Z4, and that's allowed Lucas Gestad to go through. That's the car with the Jules Bianchi tribute on. So I hope they, like I say, I hope they go very well. They're actually up into 25th place. And Radical's up to 24th, Dan. 2 places, like you said, in quick order.
And on the other side, that CTC losing 2 in the lap as well. So not the best of laps for them, but the Radicals now have got quite a bit of time to gain to the next car, the 16. It is the WFC car, and that is nearly a lap. That's just coming around the towards Blanchimont now, so a long way for the Radicals to go, but there's plenty of time left in this race. It's worth noting that it's not a sprint race. You're coming up to 9.5 hours, not even halfway through this race, so in all terms of the race, they aren't that far behind.
What sort of advantage, Rachel, does the Ford GT actually have? If you were to put that in sort of a time, can you put a time amount on there?
It's very tough to put an amount of time on the car, as we have something you might want to mention.
No, I just saw on the actual broadcast, was something I didn't see on my screen, which was one of the Fords going very wide at the top of Eau Rouge. Sorry, go on, it's fine.
I was going to say, the Ford GT, it's really the fastest car overall. Same reasons it was at Watkins Glen. It's got the high top speed, and it's really good in the high speed corners. So you're not having to stack the downforce on the car to actually get it to do that, which means you have better straight line speed, and you also have better fuel economy because you aren't applying the drag. So, you know, it is essentially the best at a high-speed grip, which is why you can compromise everything else. The roof, again, quite similar.
Sorry, Cam was saying that if this was a more point-and-squirt track, you'd see the McLarens further up and you'd see the BMW further up as well.
Well, you say that, but we have a McLaren currently sitting in P3 in class. Pure Racing Team's number 7 machine, and we thought the McLarens would suffer hugely here at Spa, but of course we have 2 McLarens in the top 5. That's PRT 7 and 5th place is New World Sim Sports Moonshiners. So they aren't quite as far removed as we thought.
A little bit of contact, Rachel. Sorry, at the hairpin it looked like. I think Jonathan Fuller may have tapped. Oh, I don't know if there was actual contact or not. He was tapping that McLaren of Dernberger. The Pure Racing Team car.
That might have been a ghost contact, just turning in a little early. So,
yeah. So a bit of
reaction twist. Yeah, possibly.
Yep. And then you've got
the PRT7 machine ahead of them is 2 laps up from them, and he's running just behind them now. So that'll be a move we'll see soon.
Yeah, Ryan Huff and Patrick Ischler. The Huff's going to get past. Like I said, those new tyres on that SRM Motorsports car really looking like they're paying dividends. I wonder if he's going to have a go at unlapping himself here. No, but we've got this great little train. Messi's gone off up the road somewhere. A couple of seconds. And then they're in front of the 49 Motorsports car, the 17. Oh, it's just got awful damage there as well.
Just to let you know that Inex Racing and Isaac Price have caught to the back now of Renz Broekman and Fraser Commander Simsport. They are on the same straightaway. They've bungeed back in together. They're both now approaching the source. In the braking zone, they are maybe 5-6 car lengths apart. So this has become a race again.
How do we explain, Dan, that Price is now closing on Broekman's at quite a rate? despite the fact that Brookman was much quicker than the Welshman for most of the first stint. Most of the last stint, sorry.
It's interesting, really. Maybe Brookman just not quite got the pace of Isaac Price at the moment. Either that, or there could be some conserving going on. Maybe it's fuel, tyres, something like that. Or just, as I said before, Price may just have that little bit of an edge over Brakeman at the moment. The gap has been going down, and you said earlier about the car which has taken a lot of damage. That was Dexter Castro driving that car, which was the 49 Motorsports car. Dexter, very well known in the Continental Endurance Series on iRacing, does a lot with the Mazda MX-5 as well, the Blondies World Tour. So another driver that it's been I've known a bit about, so it's unfortunate to see them having a bit of a bad time. But as we were saying about the GT3s, seems that Price at the moment does seem to have a little bit of an edge on Brakeman, but it'd be interesting to see what happens. Will he be able to do anything about it, or will he just stick behind for now?
Well, that's a very good question. Do you think, Rachel, that Isaac Price's experience in the World Championship Series may help him in these longer stints? Because they're used to pounding those laps out, aren't they, at such a consistent pace?
Well, they can be, but of course, most of these drivers in the top teams running in the Endurance Series, the likes of Pure Racing Team, Inex, Coanda, Friction, the Radicals, they are all, and Vortex are included, they're all incredibly experienced endurance racers, and not just on the iRacing.com platform. So a lot of these guys, they've come from years of other sims and also leagues on iRacing.com of actually doing this in the GT cars and other endurance racing series. So I'd say that they're probably as experienced. I don't think Isaac Price perhaps has a necessary advantage. In fact, if anything, his experience with a Formula 1 car might actually hurt him here on a GT car.
Well, I just want to clear up a couple of people asking on YouTube about the incident limit. I'm not sure actually of the incident rules here. What do you know what those are, and whether there's a like a proportional cap?
No, there is, I believe, 27 incident points available per driver, and I believe that is per stint.
Okay.
So per time in the car, you have 27 incidents cap, or it could be per race per driver. But that's 27 incidents, so that's quite a lot, and that's only per driver, so it's not per car.
Oh, and spin for Isaac Price.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Just seemed to lose the back end a little bit there. It's a half spin, as you say, but it's going to cost him a bit of time, and all that he spent quite a few minutes pulling that gap back, and to have to do it all over again now.
He drove it into
in one piece.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't hit anything. He drove it into the corner very hard at Lacombe, Rachel, and just lost the back end. I don't know, did he hit too much of the curb? Did he hit any of the curb? Let's have a quick look and see what he's done.
I think he'd lost it before he lost it before he'd even got to the curb. The car already going sideways.
Yeah.
It seems, as you say, you've just too much power on entry, and the car's resisted it and sort of sent him round halfway.
Yeah, hit the curb, and then it just even unsettled him a tiny bit more there.
More importantly, he actually held on to that car, and what could have been a disaster ended up in just being a little bit of lost time. You can make up time, you can't fix a car. Well, you can, but never
you can.
It was.
It's not gonna. Yeah, it's not gonna get back to the point that it was at.
Always sacrifice a bit of track position and speed in favour of bending the race car.
Exactly. These guys are absolutely flying along. He's only lost about 4 seconds, hasn't he? So it's not too bad for Isaac Price and the 9 car of Inex Racing. Bessie's in the pits. Excellent. As we are, as we're joined by Brenton O'Brien in the box. He's here.
I don't think he's here yet.
No, is he not? He's not here yet. All right. Well, we'll leave Brenton for now.
Brenton's
but he will be
still waking up. It is very early o'clock in the morning in Australia, and
it is indeed.
In fact, I'm going to find out exactly what time it is. It's 8:46 in the morning in Sydney, Australia, which isn't where Brenton O'Brien's from, but it's pretty close. I believe he's up there, Queensland, so it's about that side of Australia. So
well, it is. And g'day to Rach, g'day to Woody. Not that early, it's just a late night. Rach held me up last night, so welcome back to me.
Hi Brenton, welcome to the commentary box, and with that I'm going to call it a night, but thanks very much Rachel, Dan, Hugo, But yeah, Mr. Brenton O'Brien joining you in the commentary box for the 24 Hours of Spa. Cheers, guys.
See you, Andrew. Well, I believe we're going to be losing Dan in about 10-15 minutes as well. That'll be down to you and me, Brenton, just like it was at the start of this race. And you might have gone away to sleep, and I haven't yet. So
well, some of us need our beauty sleep more than others, Rach. And
trust me, I need more than you. But this race, it's been drama from the off. Give a quick recap for anybody who's not seen anything recently or stepped away for a comfort break or to drive the car themselves, but big drama in the prototype field as Friction Racing have contact with the GT car in Blanchimont. Major suspension damage on the right rear. They are in the pits for 8.5 minutes and they lose 3 positions and 3 laps from a 2-lap lead to being 3 laps down back in 3rd position. Vortex's number 13 car is your new leader. Inex and Racer Commander in the GT field, your 2 leaders, still fighting nearly 9.5 hours into this race. They are still going at it. This battle has not stopped. We've had corner cut penalties, we've had pit stop battles. These two are unbeatable, and right now Isaac Price in Inex's car recovering from a little half spin wobble in the end of the Camel straightaway. He's trying to get back up now to the back of Renz Broekman in the Commander car. This battle is kicking off big style.
Well, it's just a battle of perseverance and sticking with it, and that's what you've seen with the Vortex Sim Racing car. They were down, as you said, a couple of laps and just an absolute dominant position earlier for the Friction Racing. But you know, these mistakes are being made. There's a lot of cars tripping over each other from what I've heard. I've just woken up, so just excuse me while I catch up with a few things. But no, the what have we got? How many GTs? Yeah, the last of the GTs is first Coanda Motorsports, as you said. It's still in that great battle with that Inex Racing again, like you said. So you know, there's some good racing to be had there. There's a lot of the HBDs are spread through the field now with a lot of damage, but overall,
Vortex, sorry, Brenton, but Vortex Sim Racing heading onto pit road. They are your leaders pitting now. Gabor Mex with 2 laps over the field. He could afford to pick this one easy and avoid the walls. Make sure he gets into his box nice and easy. Doesn't speed because that will cost him big time. So he'll come down for service, 4 tyres and racing fuel. He will top up and get ready for his next stint. Although I believe, based on his time, yeah, he might jump out the car this time around, so we could be looking at a driver change. We'll just have a quick look at this stop for him and see what happens as Gabor Mex is still in that car. No, he's out, I believe. He is out of the car. Ashley Owen will get back in that machine and he'll go for another stint yet again. Well, you've just woken up, Brenton. We're going to go for a pretty easy topic to start you off with. People on YouTube, of course, have been discussing day and night transitions in iRacing, of course, with endurance racing, 24-hour racing, a major factor.
Well, it is a major factor and something that, you know, everyone has to take into account. I know with a lot of the Aussies, the nighttime driving in Australia doesn't seem to be the struggle. People seem to be able to get that done. It's the daytime here that we have a hard time with. For us, this race starts at generally 11 o'clock Saturday night and finishes 11 o'clock Sunday night. So the daytime's a struggle for us because people have family commitments, people have real life sporting commitments, and I'm sure that's a lot of the cases with other cars
stop you there,
as well.
Brenton, because that's not what I was referring to. By day-night transitions, I was actually referring to the light cycle in iRacing's graphic engine. People wanting that change between day and night, and I think a lot of people perhaps not quite understanding the workload that needs to go into the simulator to actually apply something like that.
I'll have to wake myself up as well. Hey, sorry about that.
Not a problem.
No, you're right. Well,
it is
wouldn't
hard
it
for
be
the Aussies though to be
magnificent?
up in the day.
Wouldn't it be magnificent?
Yeah, as a games developer myself, I just want to take a moment to explain to anybody on YouTube who's watching right now, and maybe even educate a few people. Day-night transitions, yeah, it is possible as things stand in DirectX 9, which is the current graphic mode, let's say, that iRacing runs in. But it's something that has to be built in from the start. And this originally was the NASCAR Racing 2003 engine, which has been rapidly evolved, but it's essentially the same beast. When that was made, the computing power really wasn't there to support that sort of thing. They didn't build the feature in. Games before that, though, have had day-night transitions. So it is possible, but building it in once an engine's been constructed and completed is very hard, nigh impossible. It would require a complete rebuild. So iRacing's opinion's been, well, if we're going to rebuild it, why not take it up to DirectX 11? Which is what they're doing, so hopefully, with the scheduled arrival of DirectX 11 this year, we believe, by the end of the year, we should in fact be getting day-night transitions. Could it be by the time we get the Nerdschleifer? It could well be, so when we go for the endurance racing at the ring, 24 hours at the ring, we could have day and night transitions here on iRacing.com. Of course, not confirmed yet by them, but it's a reasonable assumption that with the change, it will be a feature that will be applied. Much easier for them to do at that stage, so could really enhance the endurance racing in Brenton as it goes to dusk and the low sun in the mornings coming up.
Well, Rachel, you've probably asked the worst person in the world about computer thingies. I have a black computer, that's all I know about it, so what you just said to me, I'll just nod and agree with you, and just hopefully that you're right. I've got no single idea whatsoever.
So it's something that, as people talk about on YouTube, it could be something we could just quickly have a talk about and mention it for them, of course. This is my personal opinion. It's, as somebody who understands the mechanics of game development, I'm giving my view on it. This is not me speaking for iRacing.com, of course, and it's not an official statement by them, just want to clarify that, but it's we're certainly moving into an era of definitely enhanced endurance racing for the service. We are getting Le Mans, we're getting the Nordschleife and the GP circuit, including the combined layouts. Of course, we are looking at GT3 Aston Martins, GT3 Mercedes, SLS. In fact, also potentially an Aston Martin LMP1 prototype. So, really, it is the golden era in iRacing for endurance racing.
Definitely, well, it's definitely at the moment it's definitely improving. And what you say before, Nordschleifer with day-night transition. What a way that would be to kick off the Nordschleifer on iRacing with a 24-hour day-night transition race. That would be absolutely spectacular, and I think that would be something which makes the whole of the sim racing world really stand up and take notice of what iRacing are doing at the moment.
It is, and iRacing's real expansion into this world has been a major factor, I think, with the Pro Series of GT3 coming, and its expansion into GT1 fields we've got, and GT3's field. This is really enhancing what the world has always really, the top tiers of racing we've seen have been NASCAR in oval racing, and we've seen Formula 1 in road racing. And whilst true motorsports fans, yes, know about GT3, GTE, prototypes, World Endurance, they've always had a lower profile, and it's nice to see that sim games are bringing that level up and showing the public more of these other kinds of racing, and especially with the current real-life boom of the World Endurance Series, of course, with GTE, and the growth of the Blancpain GT3 series. It's a golden era for this kind of racing.
Definitely. Also, British GT's had a real resurgence in the last couple of years as well, so it seems to be on all levels that GT racing has suddenly become the hip and cool thing to do. We've seen many ex-Formula 1 drivers pop up in the World Endurance Championship as well, and another sort of link to Formula 1, obviously we've had Max Verstappen recently signing for the Team Redline, so that's another little link for real racing too. iRacing, the fact that Verstappen will be taking part, it looks like, in some events for the Team Redline. I can't wait to see that. But as you say, also the simulator and the content really coming on. The only thing I think next I'd like to see is a bit of saloon car race, saloon car, touring car / racing. That's the sort of thing we haven't got much of at the moment, but obviously a lot of GT content that coming in, so I'm not too fussed about that. But I would like to see touring cars and saloon cars at some point make a bit more of a impact on the service.
It would indeed, and just want to give a quick shout out actually to the BSRTC. That's the British Sim Racers Touring Car Championship, their Pro Series running this year. Catch them on YouTube at the BSRTV. They actually are running the Kia Optima Touring Car Series, and they've been running it for a number of years. Incredible saloon car racing on the iRacing.com service. Great broadcasting by Apex Racing TV, so give those guys a quick look if you fancy some of that stuff. But here on, I've got to take a phone call, so over to you.
Okay, so Vortex Sim Racing currently in the lead. They're just now starting their 267th lap. As Rachel said, they're trying to get over 700 laps in this race, and they've got a 1 lap lead. They made a pit stop to 7.3. Friction Racing in 3rd place, rounding out the podium. We've got Radicals Online just a lap behind them in 4th. They had early problems, but fighting back in abundance, although with a bit of wheel on the grass off Paul Wilbrinks, he goes around with the GT cars. But that looks fine. As far as the GT3 goes, we've got Forasa Coanda Simsport in the lead. INEX Racing in second. The gap coming down a little bit, not too much though. So, in fact, they had exactly the same lap time the last time by. That is unbelievable. 2 minutes 19.981 for both Renz Brakeman and Isaac Price, Brenton.
Yeah, so I'm just having a think here, Dan, and obviously you've got more experience in the Enduros than what I have, that's for sure. Is it one of these races, it's going to sound silly, so let me finish the question. Is it one of these races that gets easier as it gets longer? I know there's some cars with damage, but in regards to having to lap the traffic, there's less cars on the road. There's been quite a lot of cars who have pulled out. So is it one of those races that will seem easier the more you get into it?
I think it all depends on a lot of factors. I think team size, the demographic of where the drivers are from, obviously, because if you've got a team of drivers from all over the world, then you've got the case where they'll be driving in the daytime and people can have a decent sleep pattern. That's also something to figure in. If you've got drivers from like the UK, from Australia and the USA all in the same team, maybe even like team to mate, like Asia, like Japan, that sort of area, just so you have all angles covered really, so that your drivers aren't staying up at 2, 3 in the morning their time when they could be mentally a bit more tired. I think that's a factor in this as well, but as you say, it's definitely, as it goes on, there can be less cars on the track, but I think there's a whole demographic of things which can really affect a 24-hour race. You've got the drivers, where they're from, you've got the cars, obviously wear and tear on the cars, the damage, all sorts of little factors to put in, but in a way it can get a little bit easier as the race goes on because you know you're closer to the finish line. But other than that, I really think that it's so variable. That's the thing about this endurance racing, that everyone loves it, and that's why it's so good, is that it is so variable. We saw earlier with Friction Racing, they were leading by 2 laps, now they are actually 3 laps behind the leader. So it's this variable thing about this GT racing and endurance racing that makes it so special.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. You know, it's a 5-lap loss there in just a small little incident. But I'm trying to catch up to see what the times are like there. We've found that there are cars who are sustaining some damage and being able to come out and get straight back onto it. And there's also cars looking like they get almost the same type of damage and are dropping their times away. So there's some absolute cars that look like a dog's breakfast out there at the moment, but they're still circling, they're still getting their laps done. Just interested to see some of the lap times.
Yeah, the cars at the front seem to be lapping quite similar. The Vortex car last time around 206.1. The Friction car seems to be back at full health as such now, 208.1. They're lapping similar to the 7.3 car in second, at 208.2. Radicals Online at 210.6, and Paul Wilbrink now bringing that Radicals Online car into the pits. So Paul Wilbrink bringing the Radicals car in, and it'll be interesting to see if he's making a driver change or if I just go for fuel and tyres.
Well, it's getting awfully late over there in Europe, and as you said, the advantage of having drivers from all around the world has to be an advantage. I know with the Apex team, they had the Australian Daniel Benefield on board. Doesn't look like that's gone overly well for the Apex team, unfortunately, a good bunch there. But yeah, having that advantage of covering all the time slots, that's such an important thing.
And in that Radicals Online team, you've got Paul Ilbrink, you've got Miguel Martin, Anthony Rosselli from New Jersey. Now that might be one of the drivers we see coming into the car now, maybe Anthony Rosselli. They've got Vincenzo Amico, Mac Backham, and Danny Reitz as well. So we see what happens here with the driver change. It is now midnight here in the UK, UK. So you are sort of European time getting towards those early hour stages, and Paul Ilbrink is getting out the car, and if I would say anyone to get in that car, I reckon it might be Anthony Rosselli because of the time zone, but we'll see. In fact, it's going to be Vincenzo Amico. So Amico, the driver from the UK and I Club, is going to step into that Radicals car. So another European driver coming in, and you spoke about this, about the time zones. Teams like Glacier Racing, they've actually got all Finnish drivers in their team, so that's something which later in the race might be interesting to look at and see how they're getting on. But some great names in that. You've got Joni Bachmann, Joni Hagner, you've got Jare Latari as well, and in Glacier Racing too, more fast Finns I think you'll find. You've got Nico Mitamaki, Alexia Loma, Timu Bakajare, Jonas Pukaka, and Joni Takanen Tapani Lenioto. Some very big names there, and now that car, Vincenzo Amico, exits the pit lane.
Yeah, and this is a car that was really struggling early days. It just seemed to be slightly off pace, but looks like they had what the 4 laps down now. So obviously had some issues overnight. Whilst I was having a bit of shut-eye. Yeah, it looks about lap 92, 93. Looks like they probably had some issues there, which has cost them a significant amount of time. But as we said, we're at we've still got 14 hours of driving to go. We're not even at the halfway stage yet. So the car stays alive, the car stays clean. Anything could happen for them.
Exactly. I think the Radicals are still in out. They're only 4 laps down at the moment. We've got Friction Racing 7-3. There's quite a few cars still in it, and the fact that the GT battle's so close, I was saying earlier to Rachel and Andrew, the fact they've done nearly 10 hours of racing, and there's, I would say, good, let's have a look count now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 cars within 2 laps. That is just phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. It's and the leading car of that class has got his way up into 9th overall, actually, with that covering positions 9th through to 13th, slowly progressing through. Only 24 laps down. Well, I say only, they are 24 laps down, but the racing there is sensational.
Nearly a scary moment there for the Friction car. It's going around Isaac Price. There was another quite battered BMW. That's the Authentic Racers team car there, and I think that the Friction car being driven by, who's that in the moment? That is Frank Levesque. I think I think he may have had a bit of a heart-stopping moment there when the car came around and or is it that one? I don't think it is that car. You know, there's another one. It was a Friction Racing, still like a Friction car. Maybe it wasn't, but there was an incident where 2 cars were very close to making contact. I thought it was a Friction car. Maybe it wasn't, you know, but have a look and see who it was quickly.
I was going to say you've lost me on that one. So
yeah, it was definitely the Inex Racing car. Who was it involved with? It was a car with a similar livery to that Friction car. It was, in fact, it was Max Wilsden, GTI Racing, that's who it was. Our 8th place car, quite similar livery to the one of Friction, so apologies for that. It was Max Wilsden, GTI Racing. A little bit of a moment there, but he survived it.
Yeah, but that's a all-Australian team. I don't think, how many Aussie teams are there? I shouldn't be trying to favour here, but let's go in order, Evolution Racing Australia team. They've had some issues. They got Madison down the car at the moment. That's an all-Australian team. We've got the GTI Racing car that you were talking about. That's another all-Australian team. So, you know, there's a couple more that were there. 4 Motorsports would have withdrawn. That was an all-Australian team. STC was an all-Australian team. So, Mad Cow, I think Bessie, I'm not sure about Bessie, whether that's turned all-Australian as well. I think it has actually, yeah. So that's a all-Australian team, so the Aussie boys are doing it tough from what was a long night, and the results are certainly down at the moment, but each time that they come out they learn more and more, and hopefully next year in the Road Warrior Series, another endurance series, so the Aussies will be right up there.
Yeah, it'd be good to see drivers from all over the world, as we see now, drivers from all over the world really showing how it's done, and it's good to see that we've got such a broad spread of drivers. I think probably it might be worth at some point counting how many actually countries or clubs we have represented. I think there'll be quite a few represented in this race so far, but at the moment it is Vortex Sim Racing here. But the 2nd place car, 7-3 Motorsport into the pits, that is Francisco Javier Gutierrez from the Iberia Club coming into the pits, and his teammates are all from the UK and I Club, Peter Smith, Marley Francis and Phil Blythe. So maybe some of those drivers taking a bit of a nap during the day, so one of them will be able to, or a couple of them will be in to do the night shift. But we'll have a look now and see if there is going to be a driver change there for 7-3 Motorsport. At the moment, so it's like Francisco Javier Gutierrez is going to stay in that car.
Yeah, so another team that's going to be...
Peter Smith. Sorry about that, but it's Peter Smith who's coming into the car now. So there is going to be a driver change, and it's Peter Smith. And let's see where the Friction car is now. That Friction car is about half a lap behind still, so they're not in a position where they're going to take advantage as the car comes out of pit lane now. So it's a 2nd place runner now leaving the pits. So still the same as it was not too long ago. Vortex Sim Racing that 2-lap lead to 7-3 Motorsport. You've got Friction Racing in 3rd, Radicals Online 4th, GTL VRT Gold 5th, Vortex Sim Racing HPD 2 in 6th, so 1st and 6th. Then I believe Rachel's back now, so I'll hand it back over to you, Rachel.
I am indeed, and thank you, Dan. Yep, so phone call come in, that's fortunate, but back in the booth now, coming onto the racing track. We've just gone through the field, I believe, with Dan, so anything exciting happened while I was away, guys?
A few pit stops, but there's been no incidents, which I think in a way is quite good. We don't really want to see these cars getting destroyed, so far so good. And we've had about 5 minutes, I think I'm going to have to leave, so I've got to be up quite early in the morning again to watch the British Superbikes at Thruxton, so nice early start for me, so I'll probably give it another 5 minutes and then I'll leave you and Brenton to talk to the viewers, see what's going on.
Well, indeed, and we are back here, of course, me and myself, Richard Wyford and Brenton O'Brien. We are heading towards now hour number 11 of the race. We're at, I believe, 9 hours 51 on the play clock so far, so in about 8 minutes we'll be hitting 10 hours complete into hour 11, so we'll have 13 hours to go at that point. So Brenton is, well, in fact, I think we're going to go to commercial before I come back to you. Join us again after the break. Welcome back to 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV, brought to you in part by Andwine Design and the iRacing Forum app for Android, available on the Google Play Store. Well, we've had an incident on track just now, and that's with the Madison down of the Evolution Racing Australia team in the prototype class. They were multiple laps down, missing their engine cover in fact, and they were 3 wide into Blanchimont. With the 20 and the 58 in the GT class, that is the Gathering of Tweakers RW car and the number 58 MSP Driver's Home car, 3 wide into Blanchimont. The prototype of GT Evolution Australia clips the wall, clips the Gathering of Tweakers car, spins out Gathering of Tweakers, so they are out as well, or at least heavily damaged. All those cars multiple laps down, it's not exactly race leaders, but still big incident on the track and a major setback for Gathering of Tweakers and MSP there. Brenton, big crash, including your team.
Yeah, it is. I'm just having another look at it, and look, there would have been contact anyway, but it did look very netcode-ish, but G3 wide there, probably not what they're after with such a long time to go, but that ERA HPD is just down on its top line speed, but still been able to drive around the outside there. Not sure why the boys need to be racing that close, but that's an absolute disaster for both the ERA car, but also for, as you said, hang on, just have a chase, for the Gathering of Tweakers car. These guys got themselves up to 28th overall in class, sorry, 28th overall, 30 laps down, but they were involved with a great battle with AB Racing Silver and the MSP drivers, but yeah, that's going to keep them in the pits for quite a while, I'd imagine.
It probably will. An unfortunate incident, of course. Your guys trying to complete that race, so unfortunately we're involved in that heavy crash. It's probably going to be in the pit road for quite a long time, I think.
Yeah, well, having a look at it, it looks like a bit of a dog's breakfast, doesn't it? It's certainly testing the patience of the team to see what that car's like. It's certainly, and with the driver the calibre of Madison Down, probably not a name that you guys have heard of over there, but unbelievably quick driver, and I would go as far to say probably Australia's best driver, but he's not going to get a chance to show his true potential tonight.
No, he is not, and I'm going to run you through the standings as things are at the moment. Of course, 8 GT car, prototype cars, I apologise, still running ahead of the GT field, led by Vortex Sim Racing. They took the lead after Friction Racing had their major incident on the track, and they are now leading ahead of the 7-3 Motorsports team as Coatlin Simsport come to pit road from the lead of the GT class. We'll just continue with this. Friction Racing in 3rd, Radicals Online in 4th, GTL VRT Gold in P5, Vortex Sim Racing HPD 2 is in 6th, Abandonati Racing Team 7th, and GTI Racing in 8th. Well, as we just said, Fraser Kind of Simsport pitting from the lead of GT class. Behind them, Inex Racing going to go another lap, we think, to get the undercut on them, and they're in P2. Pure Racing Team's number 7 car in P3, that McLaren, the best of the McLarens in the field. Trinity Motorsports in P4, New World Simsports Moonshiners in P5. 6 is their teammates in the New World Simsports 4 GT, the Treble Zero, with Jonathan Fuller at the wheel. IRDK Endurance is P6, Glacier Racing 7, Core Sim Racing P8, Madcar Racing Bessie in P9, with Pure Racing Team's number 2 car, the 25, rounding out your top 10. As things stand, the race is in its twilight hours. It'd be night time now if we had that option, but this is definitely the graveyard shift for these drivers. They're putting the laps in, they're trying to keep the cars in one piece. Real battles we have on track, of course, are between still New World Simsports, or was between New World Simsports and the IRDK Endurance car. That is spread out. Madcar Racing Bessie was racing with PRT2. They are still pretty close on track on the same laps, so that's a fight we have right now, but the major story of the race has always been Inex Racing and Fraser Kind of Simsport, as Inex will go another lap. Although, yes, they will indeed. Going to go for another one there. Going to try and get an undercut on Coanda, who have just pitted. In fact, they are in pit road now. They're leaving pit road. Will they maintain this lead? But we do know Inex will have to pit another time, so this not necessarily a direct pass for track position, but they're not going to make the same mistake again as last time we were in this position and Inex had already pitted. Coanda heading out ahead. Inex cut too much to the curb in Radion Rouge, and they lost time with a slowdown penalty, so good clean exit there for Inex Racing as Coanda Simsport are clear ahead of them up the road. Inex will have to pit, so that's going to have to happen sometime soon. Renz Broekman still at the wheel for Coanda Simsports 18, and Philip Diaz actually at the wheel of the Inex car, so they have done a stop already, and it's a clear pass for position by Coanda Simsport. I believed I'd seen that, but not sure why the standings are showing. Oh no, this is just pitted.
No.
it had just updated Philip Diaz in the car.
Yeah, and Rens Broekman, experienced driver, he's done, I'm trying to think how many laps he's done already. Marcus Lindemann has certainly done the bulk of that driving. Just having a look at Rens. Lap now. So a long stint for Rens Broekman, and this is where this team here is going to have the same issue. I'm just having a look at their team. Yeah, they've got Marcus Lindemann. He's actually, well, he is in Asia. He's in Singapore, I believe he lives now. So I would imagine that he might come back and do a fair bit of the middle stint for this race.
Quite likely indeed, as I'm going to look across the track, see what's going on right now. And prototype field largely spread out. We have 2 laps lead for Vortex Sim Racing. They're carefully navigating GT traffic at this moment in time. Behind them, 7-3 Motorsports. They're heading down No Name Corner towards Pugnon, passing the Ford GT of New World Sim Sports. They're the Treble Zero car. And moving forwards through this field as Friction Racing, 1 lap back. But realistically, only just. They are just crossing the start-finish line now. Commander Sim Sport, they are at La Source. Inex Racing at the bus stop heading towards La Source. So that fight is closing up once again, ready for another duel between the 2 sets of drivers, 2 cars, which has really been the story of the race so far.
Yeah, it has been. I'm just having a look at Frank Levesque there, and the dramas that they had a while ago. Like, this is a car that was 2 laps down, 2 laps up on the field. Obviously, with that drama they had, they're now 3 laps down, but certainly that car looks like it's up and about now. Last lap time of 209.8 is, considering that the traffic they were in, it's still a very competitive time. It doesn't look like there's any damage on that car. And like I said, we've still got 14 hours of racing to go. So 3 laps, you'd rather not be 3 laps down, but it's certainly not unattainable.
It is not indeed, and well, anybody who's interested, come and hop on to, who's in the race actually, any teams, come and hop on TeamSpeak with us here. Let's have an interview with anybody who wants to come and have a chat with us. We're getting pretty lonely here in the broadcast booth, so depending on, regardless of what split you're in, come along and say hello to RaceSpotTV. Details in our post on the forums and on our Facebook page, so come along, tell us how your race is going, and share the news. Of course, over, we believe, 1,000 drivers individually registered for this race, and about, I believe, 300, 400 teams. So it's a major event here on iRacing.com with, of course, many races just like this one going on. We are broadcasting the top split. These are the best of the best GT drivers. And there are, like I said, another 10, 11 splits below this one of identical size. Same numbers of drivers and teams going at this race for 24 hours. So this isn't the extent of the race you see here. There are hundreds of drivers on track doing this massive feat.
Yeah, there are, and that's we're covering the main split 1, but like you said, I think there's 8 or 9 splits out, just significant numbers, so it's going all through the field. So you know, we get to watch these guys race, but even in the lower splits, every bit of racing that they do here is exactly what they're doing in one of the other splits as well. So you know, for all those who aren't racing in something like this and would be interested to, I'm sure there'd be a space where you can get into a team and do this type of thing. There's still a few Enduros coming up of significance later in the year, but yeah, easy enough to join. Get yourself into a team, sign yourself up, and yeah, everyone else can be doing this too.
Well, I believe we have someone who's coming for an interview right now. It's Joshua Chin of New World Sim Sports Treble Zero car. Josh, how's your race going so far?
It's actually going really well. It's gone a lot better than I think we expected. I don't think we thought we were going to be running 6th at this point in the race. Almost halfway, but found some really good pace, and me and John have been just kind of hammering out these middle stints, and it's going really well.
Of course, you guys qualified right down the pack in that GT field, close towards the rear actually. So impressive run through the field you've had, and sitting behind your sister team, New World Sim Sport Moonshine, on the same lap right now, or actually, yes you are, 28 laps down from your prototype field leader, so impressive run.
Yeah, I did not think at all that we would be on the same lap as Moonshine. I thought for sure we were going to be 1 or 2 down to them, but, you know, here we are, almost, what, 11 hours in the race, and we're right there, and it feels like we got a good shot, and clearly a very tumultuous race with what's going on with the prototypes. I just found out about what happened there, but it's going really well for both teams. Hopefully we can both pick up a little bit of pace. I know Moonshine would rather be right up there with Coanda and NX, but still a really good run for them.
Of course, your car's looking pretty immaculate at the moment. No major incidents for you guys. Just explain to viewers, of course, endurance racing is a matter of minutes and hours rather than it is a matter of seconds and tenths. Explain to the viewers how you are actually 2 laps below the class leaders without appearing to have wrecked.
It's just been a matter of traffic, and a lot of times we're getting caught out by the prototypes a little bit differently than the class leaders are, and obviously they've got a little bit of a pace advantage, which help. I think we might only be 1 lap down if we hadn't started so far back. I think we were 4th from the back on the start, even with the lap, and just, you know, they've had cleaner laps, they've had a lot more time by themselves, and there's just a lot of movement through the field, and it's starting to slow down now because the prototype field is getting more and more, well,
depleted is a safe word.
There's less prototypes, so there's less of that huge time swing going on, and now it's just a matter of straight up driving.
Well, you guys doing incredibly well considering where you started, and what are your expectations for the rest of this race? Are you planning to spend any more stints in the car?
Yeah, I think once John's on a double right now. He just started his first stint, and he's coming in a couple laps. But I should be doing at least 1 more double, and I think I've got 1 or 2 more doubles before the night's over. It's just going to be me and Fuller in the car hammering it out.
Well, it seems like Jonathan Battel's only done 1 stint for you guys so far. Are you planning to release Mr. Lamar at any other point?
Yeah, he should be running more in the morning. He had a long day and didn't get much sleep, so he decided to turn in early and let us handle it for now.
Have you and your team, obviously as friends of Jonathan Battel, been excited about the news for Le Mans?
Oh, incredibly. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't even imagine a 24-hour race, day to night at Le Mans. It's going to be fun.
It is indeed. I believe you've got something you wanted to say, Brendan?
Yeah, sorry. Great, Josh, just as a bit of a lead up to a race like this, how many hours do you guys put in as practice to get this car right? Like Ray said, it's spotless. You've probably got a couple of bugs on it, but that's about all. How many hours do you put into getting this car right for a race such as this?
You know, honestly, I'm going to piss a lot of people off, but I put in 0 practice. I had maybe an hour or 2 yesterday. I had a long week at work and helping someone move, and John Fuller and John Hall did a great job putting a setup together. I don't know how many hours they spent, and I'm not sure I want to know, but it's a really fast car. I don't know if we're quite up to the pace of Coanda and NX on purely setup alone, but you know, we're right there within half a second, 3/4 of a second, which is all you need, and we're running, you know, 6 with that. So if we had a little bit more pace, it's crazy to think what we might be doing right now.
It is indeed. Oh, sorry, Brenton?
Sorry, Ray's just filling in time, mate. Sorry. And the plan for the rest of the race, I think Rach asked you what your plans were. But what are we up? Lap 250, so still a long, long way to go. At what stage does fatigue kick in for you guys, do you think, or you're all planned for that?
You know, we're not entirely sure. We're kind of winging it. We had a set schedule, but we're going, I think, at least a lap or 2 longer every stint. So we're going to end up with 1 less pit stop, and our timing is a little bit off. So we're just kind of saying, you know, hey, are you good to drive? Okay, we'll throw you in the car. And it's going to be interesting the last couple hours, but I'm not really sure how we're going to do it. I know that for this segment of the race, it's going to be me and Fuller, but after that, it's a guessing game.
Anybody you'd like to thank from New World Sim Sport so far? Any sponsors?
Well, obviously Rachel for painting a really nice car.
Oh, did I do that? I was actually more referring to RaceSpotTV, but there you go. I also painted that car.
Yeah, there's also, you know, the huge RaceSpot logos. iRace for life. Honestly, I'm terrible tonight. I feel bad. iRacing for putting the race on. You guys for broadcasting it.
Well, you guys are always entertaining to have on the track for these big enduro events, and Good luck with the rest of the race, of course. That's New World Sim Sports Treble Zero car. They're running P6 GT class right now with their sister team one position ahead in P5. So potentially a double top 5 finish in line for New World Sim Sports. Thanks for joining us, Joshua Chin.
Thank you, guys.
Well, looking at things at the moment, no real change on the track as things stand. Racer Kind of Sim Sports still leading the way in GT3 class, ahead of Inex Racing's car of Philip Diaz. Commander exiting the bus stop and Inex Racing arriving to enter, so that battle is far from over yet. We've seen that gap shrink and expand all race long, looking to be still the continuing story of the race. Your prototype field has nobody on the same lap.
No, this is where the race is at, isn't it, with Philip Diaz in Inex Racing, the Ford GT. Last lap of a 2 minute 20.1, whereas Rens Brockman did a 2 minutes 19. So the lap...
Sorry, what were you saying, Brenton?
Sorry?
You were saying something, you seemed to cut off.
Oh, did I? That could be an issue then.
Yes, it is. Someone just actually asked in YouTube what happened to the Pure Racing Team prototype. They had a major incident about, I believe, 3 hours ago in Eau Rouge Radion, and that car was demolished as we just see Pass Left Racing's number 2 machine heading, not 2 machine, that's their prototype, a Pure Racing Team, that's the car that just went off. Pass Left Racing, that is the 9P3 car. They are currently sitting down P6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're organised here. P12, they're entering pit road now for service, 4 tyres and racing fuel for that car, which is looking pretty immaculate so far. No dents and dings in that car. So plenty of passing right as well as left for those guys.
Yeah, there is, and hopefully with a few adjustments, hopefully my mic's working again now.
It is indeed. We have you loud and clear in Australian glory.
If there's such a thing. Yeah, sorry about that, just had to miss a bit, but yeah, there's still a remarkably, the GT3 cars are just remarkably clean, some of them still, and really that's what the secret is here. It's not that much of a secret. Keep the car clean, keep the car rotating, and good things will happen. And Patrick Vieri with Trinity Motorsports, they've got themselves up to 12th position overall. They are just the 1 lap down on our leading GT3 of Coanda and Inex, so certainly not dead and buried by any means, and their lap times are still very competitive as well. 2 minute 20.1 that last lap, so fantastic job by that team there. Just trying to think when the last time that Patrick pitted, he's actually only just jumped in, lap 246, so yeah, they might have some grounds to make there as well.
They will indeed, and looking through things, the cars 29 laps down from your prototype field leader is Core Sim Racing. They're out now, heading down towards Pugnon. Bessie is heading up through a Radion Rouge. Behind them is Pure Racing Team number 2 car. They're on chemistry as well, so we have a battle between Bessie and the Pure Racing Team car. That's Andreas Dernberger and Philip Janssen van Rensburg. Those two cars separated by, at the look of things, a couple of seconds on the racetrack, so could be something brewing there in your GT field. Coanda still leading from Inex by about half the Camel straightaway, so about 4 seconds between those cars on the racetrack right now. We have a quick check of the live timing provided by Nick Thiessen, which is at www.RaceSpotTV/timing. So if you want to find out anything on there, go and check it out. You can find live timing running throughout this race for the duration. As things stand, that lead is Race Kind of Sim Sport. They are leading, if this timing is to be believed, by, I'm trying to find the gap between these two. Actually, first one look at this, not showing it properly, but not showing me a timing between those two cars. But they are very, very close. They're on the same straight, so this is one that's really never gone away, Brenton. We've had it from the start of the race. We've had passing, we've had going back and forth. It's just not stopping. It's 2 seconds. We have 2 seconds between the 884 and the 25 car. And that is the cars I was mentioning, Mad Cow Racing, Bessie and Pure Racing Team 2. They're both heading now through Blanchemont as Bessie is in a crowd of prototypes and lap GT cars.
Yeah, but Bessie's just kept it consistent here. Philip Van Rensburg does an awful lot of GT3 racing, so very experienced in that. But this is closing right up now. We've got Tim and Bertie in the Vortex Sim pitting as well. But the good old Bessie's just chugging along up in the 16th place overall. And yeah, just trying to think where the other car is. It is just a short gap behind now, isn't it? Between Anders a 221.333, so gains made there with a 222.3 for the Van Rensburger car.
It is indeed. Well, Bessie's been a faithful old girl all race. She's lasted the distance so far, and always love to see those guys doing well in these long endurance races. Towards the front, we were talking to Joshua Chin of New World Sim Sports 4 GT team. They're heading to pit road. Jonathan Fuller right now coming in for tyres and fuel. Looking at the stint durations there, Fuller will be staying in the car for the stint. I believe that's what Joshua Chin said to us. Then he'll be heading back into that car to do another rotation.
Yeah, and Andres.
We've been joined by somebody actually.
Yeah, I think Johnny's here. Andres Sternberger
is here.
Has been held up badly there, so he'll drop off a little bit from Bessie, but it's just a matter of patience, keeping the car clean, and that's why they are where they are. Still rotating around, doing good lap times.
They are indeed, and well, we've been joined by Johnny Simone. He'll be hopping into the booth very shortly. So he's waking up still, one of our Australian cohorts. Brenton O'Brien, of course, beat him up this morning. He was up for 9 o'clock to broadcast live from Australia. So Johnny will be joining us when he's actually managed to prise his eyes open, as we continue this cycle of 24-hour live coverage here on RaceSpotTV in partnership with Andwern Design, proud graphics partner of RaceSpotTV, and the iRacing Forum Android app, which is available on the Google Play Store. Just want to actually remind you guys, we do still have a promotion code for anybody who's new to iRacing and wants to join and try the service. That is PR-RaceSpot, and you can use that to get 3 months for, I believe that's $12, and that includes the Ford GT you see here, the GT3 car, and its big brother, the GT2. So come along to iRacing, try 3 months, get the Ford GTs together, and try out the service. You can take part in these sort of races, guys. Well, it looks like everybody in the booth has already got it, so we'll move on from that one. And nobody wants to comment on that, but it's a great car actually to Ford. It's probably the best looking GT3 car in my opinion. A classy endurance racing car. Looks very sleek and sexy, unlike the big bulky BMW, which I'm not a huge fan of, and the roof, which isn't quite a other word I can't mention for licensing reasons. But
well, the Ford GT really just has seemed to have taken over with the car of choice for the GT3s this season, anyway. But I'm sure the Aston Martin, when I think they release the GT3 spec shortly, that will probably be the car of choice. But the race for the lead in this series is, in this class is closing up. Rens Brookman is only probably about six and a half seconds in front of Philip Diaz, so that's closing up there, and that's for position overall for 9th and 10th overall, but also more importantly for the class win or class lead.
It is indeed, and while the balance of performance changes season to season as iRacing try and keep these GT cars as close together as possible, and well, last season the GT3 Ford was probably the slowest of all of them. It was a dog and it was never touched, and with the changes they made, it's now become one of the better cars on these long high-speed corner tracks. Of course, we had it at Watkins Glen, we had it here at Spa-Francorchamps, where it's excelled, and drivers really loving that car. But you have got McLarens doing really well. We thought at the start of this race they wouldn't be as good. We thought they'd have performance problems, having to run higher downforce packages. So, of course, in qualifying, they could still set a similar lap time. They'd be faster in the corners than they would be on the straights. But we thought they'd fall back in the race because of that, and they really haven't. We've still got, of course, Pure Racing Team and New World Sim Sport Moonshine in that top 5 running McLarens. And I think, as we see Core Sim Racing with their 15 car heading to pit road, in fact, they're heading out of pit road, actually. The first of our cars, which is a roof, is IRDK Endurance, and they are down in P number 10. P10 on the racetrack right now for the GT field. The roof really not been as successful. And it's even further back, actually, until we can find a BMW, which is in P13.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the favoured weapon of choice here. Just having a look for up top here, Frank Levesque in the Friction Racing. These guys were leading the race by 2 laps. At the moment, they're 3 laps down due to that drama that we saw a few hours ago, or a while ago now. But it looks like Ashley Owen is going to be putting them yet another lap down. Owen with the 8.9 last lap, and Levesque the 9.4. So another lap to be lost here for Friction Racing.
It is indeed. So it's going to be a tough race for those guys so far. Friction Racing, of course, had that issue. They had contact with the GT car at Blanchimont, and that cost them 8 minutes on pit road as they repaired that car. So, terrible situation there for Friction Racing, and yeah, they are now mired in traffic. Vortex have put them a lap down. That's the race leader, so just how much time they've lost there with Friction. The last lap was a 2:09, so that's nearly 4 seconds slower than what we can see from the prototype classes, and a pristine car that hasn't been damaged like the Vortex number 13 machine with Ashley Owen at the wheel. They've weren't really in contention, but now they've pulled back in there as it passes the former leader of the prototype car, the Friction machine, and the current leader of the GT field, and that is the car of Fraser Commander Simsport with Renz Broekman.
And we were looking back before also the Pure Racing team, Andreas Dernberger, he's got the job done with Philip van Rensburg, so Bessie's dropped down a spot at the moment, might be only a temporary thing, but yeah, clean pass there at the start of the last lap, lap 2:55 for them.
It was indeed, and as time goes on, we are now, of course, into our 11th hour of broadcasting. We're on 10 hours and I'll be 25 minutes into this race. So we have just under, 14 hours plus to go. So this race is, just over a third. And if we have a crash in the final corner, no, we have to get a replay of that, and that is Mad Cow Bessie involved with the MSP driver's 58 machine, nearly collecting the Coanda car, your race leader in the GT field. Going to get a replay for you right now as the 58 car of MSP driver's home spins out in the bus stop. Bessie, the car that's kept itself clean all race long, the Mad Cow Racing car, just tags that car as it spins. Bessie has some minor front-end damage. We don't think it's too big a hit, but the first real problem they've had all race. Bessie makes contact as multiple cars have to go round them to stay away from this incident, and including Coanda running across the outside of the field. That could have been so much bigger.
Yeah, good effort that by Renz Broekman to miss that bit of a mess, but I don't think there'll be too much damage there for the cars, but just trying to chase up with you see Philip Diaz car. Sorry, just lost on my screen for a while. They're still making some gains here. 2 minutes 20 last lap, but Renz with that little bit of an issue, just dropped that 6/10 last lap, but such a long way to go. But yeah, considering that these guys have done 260 laps, to have them so close in the field is really quite amazing at this stage.
It is indeed, and that incident actually allowed the car of IRDK Endurance to get past that. That's the 86 machine, the roof of Egil Sandfeld. He managed to get past in that melee in the final corner, take advantage of that, so he's come through as well. Behind him is the Gathering Tweakers number 20, which is multiple laps down, 3 laps down from IRDK Endurance. So that's not a position pass. The 58 car is ahead as well. The car that spun was actually turned back around in a straight direction by Bessie. So Bessie, the friendly cow, helping a car in need, although it might have hurt Bessie. So exciting moment on the racetrack, and could have nearly been so much worse, including your class leader, Ryan Simsport, nearly getting put into that one. So probably woke Renz Broekman up a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say it would have, and yeah, old Mad Cow Bessie, sorry, got himself into a bit of trouble, but doesn't look to be too badly affected, and if that's the worst thing that happens to you during the race, then your race wouldn't have too many problems.
It is indeed, and well, RaceSpotTV here in the UK at least, it's 20 to 1 in the morning. This race has been going on since 2 o'clock in the afternoon our time, 1 o'clock GMT, so like I say, over 10 hours, and it's, wow, what a race we've had so far. We've had trial and tribulations, drama and excitement, losses of major players, and this is only getting more interesting. Of course, one lap now separating the former rivals from the start of this race. Radicals Online and Friction Racing, the former leaders who were spun out or crashed into even in a terrible accident with the GT car through Blanchimont. That cost them a dominating lead. That car's never quite had the same speed it had before. Vortex Sim Racing inheriting that race lead in the entire field, which is probably more than they might have expected, but now they have a 2-lap lead over 7-3 Motorsports. They can carry on with that. Trying to SimSport, though, definitely not as clear as Vortex. They still have INX Racing behind them, who are in a desperate fight for position. They've been racing all race long. And, yeah, we're just going to pop to a quick commercial. So join us after the break here on RaceSpotTV.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.
So the Mazda Shootout is a competition that Mazda Motorsports puts together to find the best up-and-coming road racers in America and give them an opportunity to further their careers. iRacing's involvement allows sim racers, presumably with not a lot of real-world seat time, the same opportunity. This year, iRacers who compete in the Season 3 iRacing Mazda Cup will have the opportunity to go to the shootout this fall. Last year was the first year that iRacing was involved, and we sent 2 iRacers to the shootout. Evan and Steven, they did great on track. They were really fast in the car and represented sim racers and iRacers very well. The way that iRacers will qualify is that the top 10 in finishing points will be invited to submit an application to iRacing. We'll review that with a panel here, and we'll pick 2 finalists who will then automatically go right onto the shootout. So this is a really great opportunity for any racer, and especially a sim racer. The winner of the shootout this fall wins a fully paid scholarship from Mazda to compete in the 2016 Battery Tender Mazda MX-5 Cup. It's a really great prize, really great opportunity if you want to have a road racing career.
It's been a very long offseason. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number 1. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks like everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to...
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warriors Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, several other races along there, and then of course the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers, and they compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big-name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the ball, gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find a broadcast is on our website, iracing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts. You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
Welcome back to the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV. Rachel Whiteford joined by Brenton O'Brien and Johnny Simone here today. Hugo is on the cameras. As we return, we are now completing for your prototype field lap 292, and we are 10 hours and 40 minutes into this race in hour 11. Guys, this has been a marathon so far. We've had so much go on.
Yeah, we have up at the front though with the GT3 class in the 4Racer Coanda Sim Sport car. Car number 18, Rens Brookman, has done a really good job the last few laps. Just seems to have stretched out that leading class here. Philip Diaz had some issues with the cars overtaking him. So, yeah, it's still, what are we there up to lap 265. Still amazing to think that after this long that these guys are still so close together. But the racing does continue throughout. There's lots of little battles within the battles. Trinity Motorsports and the NWSS Moonshine car are also having a slight little battle there for position. Bit of a gap between them now at the moment, but they're off pit stop strategy.
They are indeed, and of course run through those top positions in your fields as Bessie comes mooing out of pit road. Vortex Sim Racer leading your prototype field from 7-3 Motorsports, from Friction Racing in P3, Radicals Online in P4, GTL VRT Gold in P5. Abandoned Anti Rating Team in P6, GTI Racing in 7. P8 is Vortex Sim Racing's HPD2 car. Of course, they're the only GT prototype car still running at the front of your field. Top of your GT field, of course, RaceSpotTV Coanda Sim Sport from Ironix Racing, P3's Pure Racing Team in their McLaren, Trinity Motorsports, New World Sim Sports, Moonshine, P6 is New World Sim Sports 4GT, those two teams running side by side. And if people don't stop pinging on TeamSpeak, I'm going to have a problem with you. IRDK Endurance is running in P7, Glacier Racing P8, Core Sim Racing P9, Mad Cow Bessie, she's up to P10.
Yeah, we just saw the Coanda car going a lap down, so both the class leaders both next to each other on the Camel Straight there, so, you know, it's still such a long way to go, and yeah, we're getting a few pings here on TeamSpeak. But just having a look at Tim Claessens here in the Moonshine car, the car 27. The McLaren certainly wasn't the favoured car of this race for the GT3 series. My reports are that the car's an absolute handful. We know that they have to run some more downforce, but this car, I've just had a good look around. This car is the cleanest car on the track. There is not a single hair out of place on it.
Well, there isn't. They had a couple of little scrapes, but they managed to get away with that one pretty much safe, actually. Nearly could have been worse in that final corner. Dust up between themselves and a lap down car. The 58 machine of MSP drivers home. But right now, things pretty steady in the graveyard shift running here on the 24 Hours of Spa. These cars all just trying to get through this phase till we get to the last 4 or 5 hours so we can really go racing. But drivers just trying to keep consistent, trying not to make mistakes. We've seen a couple of mistakes from tiredness, but mostly it's pace after pace after pace for these cars.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's trying to keep the momentum up, and we've got the Radicals Online, Vincenzo and Miko hitting now lap 289. Just going to be watching this. I would imagine that these guys are going to be having a driver change. Vincenzo's just done the one stint, might be able to double up here, but these guys have got Anthony Russell and Wyatt Gooden available to them. It's a prime time for them to step into the car. Miguel Martin's not going to be doing anything. Mark Backham and Denis Arates, they'll be all tucked in bed safely, no doubt. But just seeing whether Miko actually has a driver swap here for the Radicals Online.
Could well do for Radicals Online. They are in pit road, the number 1 machine. Of course, they qualified P2 in this race, and, well, behind Friction Racing, who also dropped laps in this one. Wyatt Gooden will indeed hop into that car, and he will head out for a stint here on the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, as he will now take over from the last driver in his field, which was Vincenzo Amico. So, Wyatt Gooden, we know he's an incredible driver. This could be an impressive run from him.
Yeah, well, no doubt he is, and you know, well, lap 289, and he's just stepping into the car for the first time. So Yeah, there's always pressure in endurance racing with the team event where a lot of the guys have done a lot of hard work early, 289 laps worth of hard work, and you step into the car and he's just going to be pedaling around, just making sure that they can capitalise on their position. Down in the fourth at the moment, probably not what we expected at the start of the race, to be fair. These guys are, what are they, 4 laps down, I think they are. Yes, they are. So they've had their pit stop, big gap behind them to the 5th place. I think it's 6 laps before the next car behind, so no real threat there at the moment of dropping down a position, so the only way is up for these guys.
It is indeed, and well, I believe we have Johnny Simone in the booth with us. Some technical issues on his end, so you can't actually see our booth monitors right now, but Johnny, you're no stranger to GT racing and endurance racing. Just what are these drivers feeling at this time of the night?
Probably, and welcome everybody, and probably feeling very tired at the moment. I think for those drivers who have to take this graveyard shift, it's important that they have eaten the right foods, gotten the right amount of sleep, and I mean, at the same time, you know, filling in at this point, you know, a few other drivers in the team might be going to sleep, waking up ready to sprint and finish this race, so you've got that responsibility of keeping the car clean and lapping people, not going 3 wide through Blanchimont like I saw before. So it's quite a risky, lots of pressure on these drivers at this time of the race.
It is indeed, and everyone trying to focus on just making these laps count, completing what they need to do, and then moving from there. So everyone trying to settle into a rhythm, which has been so hard with so much different pace from damaged cars, different classes. So it's a major undertaking for these guys to just try and keep it on the track in one piece. At RaceSpotTV here, we're going to have a Ask Us Anything session, so keep it PG-13 please, although we are after hours now on RaceSpot, so let's go for it if you want to. But ask us anything on the YouTube channel or on our Twitter and hashtag iRacing24. But pop it on YouTube and let us know. Ask a question. It can be racing, it can be not to do with racing, but don't ask anything you wouldn't ask your mother. So drop us a line and we'll try and answer your questions live on air.
I really wish you would tell us before you did this, Rachel. It would be a great time to walk away sometimes.
Well, we do it every couple of hours, and usually, well, no, Frank Levick's out of the car now, so we might get some interesting responses. He's not, he's in the car, so we won't get any comments from Frank, although he's still running in P3 on the track, 3 laps down. 7 Sports, they're 1 lap down now. They've not pitted yet. I believe Vortex have pitted. So that car still leading, and they're just trying to put as many laps on this field as possible at this time.
Just hearing that, I've actually had a chat with some other teams on TeamSpeak, that there are issues. I know Johnny had issues trying to get in here. There are actually issues with drivers trying to get into this server at the moment, unfortunately. So hopefully that's a problem that will hopefully get a chance to resolve itself. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of cars out there with some very tired drivers.
Yes, and well, you mentioned that. Just a couple people mentioned that in YouTube as well. People can't register for the session, and there are drivers we've had having that issue, like you say. We believe there could be some sort of issue with iRacing at the moment, so we're going to keep you posted on that one as soon as we find out. But session's currently showing us full to both drivers and spectators, so really the only way to watch this is here on RaceSpotTV. So we're going to try and keep you posted on the information regarding that. And oh, well, we've got a question actually. What's the most obnoxious painted car you've ever had to race against? Well, I'm going to put this one to Johnny and to Brenton after myself. But there is a guy in the UK nightclub who I've raced against a number of times, and one of the members in YouTube at the moment, a guy called Doug Pickering, will also know this car. But the gentleman in question drives a tie-dye pattern as his car. It's not lined up across the panels or anything on the templates, it's just a tie-dye pattern. And seeing this thing on the track in front of you, he puts on any car he drives, and on track it looks like you're in some sort of weird acid trip. Not that I've ever done that, of course, but it's appalling. Brenton, Johnny, what about you?
No, I can to that one. There's in the Sim Racers Asia Championship run on Saturday nights. There's McLaren MP4 with Kevin Huang and Fani Lazardi racing that, and those cars look like my grandma's curtains. They are horrible. They're difficult to drive behind, they're difficult to drive next to, they're difficult to commentate on. It's one of those ones where if you want to watch the race or want to watch them cars, put some very, very dark sunglasses on and then close your eyes and you might get the best out of it.
Indeed, and we'll just come to Johnny for an answer then. We've got Paul Ilbrink from the Radicals Online here for an interview. So, Johnny?
Yeah, the only car I remember, it's not a car that I raced against, but in the Champions of the Future series we just concluded commentating around a month or so ago, the team name, which I don't think I'm allowed to repeat here, but had a fairly interesting livery, had I think Ron Burgundy at the front of on the hood of it, of the Kia Optima, and a few other interesting things, Doritos sponsoring them, which was nice. But in terms of racing, I never really look at other teams' liveries that much. I'm more concentrated on racing myself. But yes, Paul Ilbrink is here after a wonderful the Radicals Online team. And Rachel, I'll leave it to you.
Indeed, thank you very much. And well, Paul Ilbrink's been out of that car for over an hour, so you've had a good rest now. Paul, how's it been going for you guys?
Not very well. We're still
not
in the
very
race,
well, but it's gotten better since the Friction team had their problem, I assume.
Well, we are 5 laps down and also quite a bit down on top speed, so I think on pace-wise you can't do very much, but prizes are given at the end, so with the rate people are dropping out of the race, there's always a chance to move up some spots, I guess.
There is indeed, of course. You guys, pretty tough race. You've had your own share of problems in this one. Is finishing the race enough? I mean, we say that a lot of people, finishing a 24-hour race is an achievement in itself, but at the stage you guys are running at, is just finishing enough for you guys? And do you really think you had a car that could have won today?
I think so. We started off a bit slow, I think, but that was also due to we have several industry drivers scheduled to race, and they had to do the race at Okayama first, of course. So I think we could have done well, but unfortunately Mac had a big crash at Blanchimont, but it was actually like a lap earlier, and he was hit from behind, which damaged the suspension, which caused a big crash. So I think up until then we were looking quite good.
I mean, we saw your guys' pace wasn't exactly the best at the start of this race. Was there some sort of fuel-saving strategy you were on? Were you working to miss a pit stop, or?
No, not really. I think it was a bit of a matter that we didn't have the quickest guy in at that time, which is not a problem, but I think he was just a bit uncomfortable with the setup, which is always a compromise if you have to make a setup that's to everybody's liking, especially when we're driving with 5-6 drivers. So I think that's just it. I mean,
obviously you guys sitting in P4 at the moment, you're 5 laps down, but are you guys going to see this through to the bitter end?
I think so. I think for the championship, we've done pretty well in the previous rounds of the Endurance Championship, so I think we can hope to still get on the podium somehow, so that would be a good achievement, I guess.
Well, everything is possible, and you're running similar, if not slightly faster lap times with Wyatt Good in the car than Friction now at the moment, so everything is possible here, and one mistake from traffic, as we saw with Friction, could give you guys a podium finish, so good luck with that. And any sponsors and teams you'd like to thank?
Yeah, thanks to all my teammates who've been working on the car for the past week and a half, and also shout out to the GT3 team who's been struggling with filling the car with drivers, but they still seem to be doing quite a good job here, so kudos to them. And of course thanks to our sponsors, SteelSeries and Simulache.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and that's been Paul Ilbrink from the Radicals Online team. He's been driving the #1 Radicals Online Honda ARX prototype car. So thanks for your time, Paul, and we'll catch up with you later.
Okay.
Good luck. Oh, guys, it's tough at the top, and of course we do have to realise this isn't a one-off event. This is part of a wider championship, so these guys all focusing on points, and that's why you do see cars that are a little dented here, continuing and driving on because there are major points at stake, and a team just retiring and saying, well, we've been damaged in hour 2, 3, 4, what's the point? Whereas these guys have seen the end game and they're gaining positions on track because of that.
Yeah, well, that's right. There is a bigger picture for these guys, no doubt. I'm just having a look at Dexter Castro there just whilst you were doing that interview, the car 17 on his lap 251, just making an absolute mess of the bus stop entry there. Just trying to do the right thing and actually letting a faster car through. Has put it onto the Astro and away she goes. So Dexter Castro in the 49 Motorsports, that car can only take so much before it's the end of its day.
Indeed it is, and we've actually been joined by Dexter Castro here in the booth. Dexter.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Dexter.
Talking about you, Dexter.
Well, apparently we were. So, yeah, Dexter. Which split are you guys running in?
We are up in the top split, causing all sorts of chaos.
And your team is?
Yeah, 49 Motorsports, and I've got to first off got to apologize to Friction Racing. You guys actually incorrectly said it was the 77 that.
We saw a 7,
spun
so.
and tagged them. Yeah, it was actually 17. It was us. Just really unfortunate. Elliot was just going through the kink there, and the back end just stepped out. Never done anything like that before, really. Might have been some sort of aero oversteer from having the car behind us or something, but really unfortunate that of all the cars that could be right behind us, it happened to be the race leader.
Unfortunately, it did, and well, I've always seen Blanchimont, especially the GT cars, can be a little on edge, especially if you don't perhaps lift as much as you probably need to, or brake to turn in. So it's an awkward corner, though. But you guys are getting back on track with Elliot Huffman, I assume?
Well, he's just sitting in the car to see how much repair time is left. We've had all sorts of problems since then. Right after that, my internet dropped, and then he managed to spin it due to the damage and get us more damage, and then I was out there. It was actually handling okay after that, but I just got sideways under braking into the chicane and didn't want to hit another person next to me, so I counter-steered and wound up putting it in the wall.
Well, unfortunate for you guys. If you can get it repaired, are you going to head back out and just try to finish this race?
Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be up to Amjad and Elliot to decide once it's repaired, because I have to get to bed in case they do decide to keep going. I have to be up in about 8 hours to run my stint.
Well, Dexter, just having a look at that car there, mate, there's not a lot left of it, and I did see that incident entering the bus stop, and that's exactly as you called it, exactly what it looked like, trying to avoid that car going through. So, yeah, took one for the team there, no doubt. But, yeah, Elliot's in the car now, and I would say that there's going to be a lot of repairs to be done.
Yeah, it was about 40 minutes at the time.
Well, you all got a break at least. Any sponsors you'd like to thank for your team?
No, well, the team is right on the hood, so not much else.
And that hood is missing at the time, so unfortunate for you guys.
Yes, so I guess the team name is sitting somewhere by the bus stop.
Quite possibly, yeah. Well, thank you, Dexter, for joining us today, and good luck with the rest of the race. Hope you get that damage repaired and can finish the race for you guys.
Yep, see ya.
Thank you very much. Well, trials and tribulations. We've got teams further down the order and having incidents. We've got teams at the front having incidents, and yes, we do have to apologise to the Authentic Racers team at other BMW that I wrongly blamed with the incident with Friction Racing's 515 machine, but there we go. It's the 49 car of 49 Motorsports, the 17 car of 49 Motorsports. Too many numbers involved in that one, but it was a BMW that had mostly black on its paint scheme, bit of ready pink, so could be forgiven for that, I think.
We must have had an issue also with our second place car, the 7-3 Motorsport, the 73 car.
Oh, indeed, they're in the pits.
There. Yeah, there's been a position change there. So the Friction Racing through to second, but yeah, the 7-3, you're right.
We're going to try and find out exactly what's happened to those guys, but Radical's online on the same lap as 7-3 now. They could begin that podium position they'd so wanted. So Radical's online, set to get the wish come true after being 5 laps down. They can end up on this podium, but going to try and find out exactly what happened to 7-3 Motorsports. They are sitting on pit road right now. Going Gonna see.
Oh, he's actually just tagged the back of I don't know why, another Ford Motorsports car down there on the Carmel Straight. They've just ran straight into the back of the slower HBD. I think Sam McLeod, who's many laps down that McLeod car, is, holy heck, 196 laps behind. But I honestly think that Sam probably balked trying to let him through. But Pete Smith there has got some major steering issues there. I'm just wondering if they have to have a tow. Yep, they actually had to have a tow, so that's going to hurt, plus the repair as well. So, yeah, gee
I
whiz,
believe that was a miscommunication between the Ford Motorsports car. He was trying to go low to let the 7-3 car pass, and unfortunately, like in the street, when two people step in the same direction, they ended up making contact. So, well, that's cost him a huge amount, and they're now in pit road making repairs to the front of that car. Radicals Online promoted to a podium position of 3rd. Friction Racing back up into P2. You know what? An incident on the track and they could still win this race.
Well, they could. It's not going to take... they showed that they could get 2 laps up on the field. Well, they're now 3 laps down the field. The car's got a bit injured. The Friction Racing, Radicals Online now do move into that podium position, up into 3rd position, albeit the 5 laps down. But it'd be interesting to see how long this pit stop's going to be for the 73 car.
It will indeed, and just to update people, yeah, there is a problem at the moment with iRacing, and drivers cannot actually get into the sessions along with spectators for this endurance event, the Road Warrior Series. But no, I believe it's anyone who's already in or has left but not withdrawn can rejoin, but anyone who's actually left the session is no longer able to re-register and rejoin, even if you are part of a team that's currently racing. So stand by, we'll keep people updated with that one and be able to tell people what's going wrong. This can occasionally happen with humongous splits of over 1,000 users in the session at once, so this is infrequent, and thankfully it's usually sorted fairly quickly.
Yeah, no, there's going to be some issues there. There's a lot of people now. That is the big thing I can see on the YouTube chat here at RaceSpotTV, is that people just cannot join, so that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, but it probably means I'm going to have to stay here for 24 hours because none of our other commentators can join, so that's awkward. Right now we are down to the graveyard shift, and it's myself, Rachel Wyford, and Brenton O'Brien. We've just lost Johnny Simone. He'll be back shortly, I believe, but we're hoping he is, because I think he's left in a hurry. But yeah, we're here with the graveyard shift. We've had some questions for our Ask Us Anything session, so if you have any questions, racing or unrelated, I'm actually making them serious if you want, but funny also works. We had a question from, we'll try and answer them on air. We did have a question a minute ago from, I believe that was, where is he? Trying to find his question. Mark Thalor. He says, I have another question. Do you think iRacing should have had ambulances for race cars, and we can race them against unicorns while the unicorns shoot flames out of their horns which explode the ambulances? I cannot see a problem with that, can you?
No, I can't see a problem with that, and I'll have 3 of what he's having, thanks.
Exactly. It's it would be an interesting racing series, a bit like the R-Factor horse racing mod, of course, which you can horse race on road courses, which is quite entertaining. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, preferably racing ones, if they're funny, we'll try and answer them. We'll answer your questions live on air and try and actually generate some conversation in these twilight hours of the race. Out on track, no major changes actually beyond the recent loss of 7-3 Motorsports. It's still Vortex from Friction from Radicals, so that's been of benefit. Still Coanda from Inex in the GT field, although they're now going an extra lap down as Vortex passed them.
The 7-3 car didn't... 73 car. You're right, there's too many numbers. The 73 car didn't spend... It did spend a while in the pits, but certainly not as long as what I thought it would be. The tow would have been the long thing there, especially at a track like this, and just had Igor Kops go off in the 23 car just there at the end of the Carmel Straight. So I think this is a stage now where we've got to be careful. There's going to be a lot of cars just starting to get a bit weary. A lot of drivers just starting to get a bit tired of a lot of laps. So this is where the mistakes do slip in.
It is indeed, and well, mistakes are one of those things that happens in racing, and just got to try and minimise them as a driver. Your job is to try and just have the least mistakes possible of everybody. You can't expect everyone to be entirely perfect, but as perfect as humanly possible will do. Gonna have a quick check on YouTube, see if we've got any more questions coming in from the viewers here. Nothing I can see yet, so... Oh, what's been the most interesting thing about having a 24-hour racing in sim racing? That's from Adam Highland on the YouTube chat. Well, I think I'll go first. Most interesting thing is seeing the evolution and the development of the race from the start to the finish. It's the changes in how a race occurs and exactly what happens to the drivers throughout these races, exactly how the racing changes organically over the time period, and how that really affects the performance of drivers and tiredness and running with different speed traffic. It really enhances that. I think it's some of the most exciting racing we have on the service. Brenton?
Yeah, I agree, and I love the strategy behind the extended endurance races, 24-hour races. Especially at the pit lanes like here, where it just takes so long for the pit entry, pit exit. I love that aspect of it, and also the team aspect. I think last year the Bathurst 1000, and it's still to this day the most nervous I've ever been on the grid, because you're not racing just for yourself, you're racing for your team, and the last thing you want to do is let someone else down. And yeah, I think that's to be the same with all these guys here. There's some guys who are just trying to get into the car for the first time, who don't want to let their team down.
No, they do not, and well, that's one of those really interesting things about the team aspect of racing. It really makes things exciting. But another question in here, which is slightly off the wall, but it's a good one. It's Max Staller again. It's if Obama and other Congress members in America were to race in the top split for a 24-hour race, how many people would try to make them crash? Well, they have a good job of crashing the economy on their own, so I don't think they can.
I think that pretty much does that answer fairly well, but I'll stay out of the political side of things there. It's one of those. It's one of those arguments that you can't win. You say one thing, half the people agree with it, the other half will hate you, and you say another thing, half the people agree, and the other half will hate. So we'll give that one a bit of a void.
Yeah, probably quite true. Rejoined by Johnny Simone, of course. Johnny, you can't view our monitors at the moment because of the issues we're having in the sessions, but you got the live timing, haven't you?
Yeah, I certainly do.
You do indeed.
Few interesting driver changes and all that stuff. So,
of course, for anybody who's sorry, Johnny, for a second, but if anyone who's interested in that, RaceSpotTV RaceSpot.tv/timing, and that's the live timing provided by Nick Thiessen. Johnny, you were saying?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, back to when Brenton mentions about.
Sorry, Johnny. Inex Racing on pit road. Carry on.
Oh, well, is INX, where are they now? I'm really doing my best shot at trying to find, it says they've entered pit road. I don't know what position they're in, but hopefully for them a relatively clean pit stop. But yeah, a few years ago, I was in an amateur Bathurst race, and it was a 3-hour race. It was the longest I'd ever done at that point. This is in 2011. I'm new to sim racing, and I ended up, expecting just an average finish. I was in the lead by almost a lap, and I think with 2 laps to go, my connection, I had a big disconnection issue, and I think my reaction was not anger, it wasn't anything, it was just, oh well. As soon as I left the server, I went straight to the toilet and thought, oh well, I had some good fun. It was only an amateur event, as I mentioned, so in those situations, talking about bad luck, if it's a 24-hour race, hopefully none of that happens today for some of these teams. But I think Vortex at the moment in P1, as I can see on live timing, a 7-lap lead. They have that buffer, so it's going to be interesting to see if technical issues will play an even bigger part. And I've heard a few teams who have struggled with that today.
It is indeed, and well, Inex Racing will head out on their first lap from their pit stop. Jack Segwick behind the controls of that car. Race Grinder Sizzport with Renz Brookman heading onto pit road now. We're going to see if they will have a driver swap, of course. Renz Brookman's done, I believe, a triple stint right now. So clearly drivers who are actually in the session are still able to hop into the car, or who are still registered. So if anyone teams have done that, that's a good thing. Don't withdraw from the session if anyone's a driver watching the stream. Hopefully I can get this issue resolved soon. But we'll see if Renz Brickman will hop out of that car and swap out for someone new.
Yeah, this is going to be turned into maybe the talking point of the whole day. It's that cars and drivers can't get in. That is going to be a massive issue. We're not even halfway through the race yet, and it's actually impossible for cars to keep going without a change of drivers, because there's going to be a heap of cars getting disqualified under the fair amount of laps or minimum laps rule. So this could be an issue. What the hell, Rachel? Let us come back and do it all next week.
Well, yeah, exactly. We probably could do that. It certainly has become a talking point of the race, and it's probably the first time we've seen this happen. We didn't have this at Daytona, we didn't have this at any other events. It's a rare occurrence, I believe, but it's something that's certainly going to play a major factor. We've had a question in from YouTube about asking... Oh, this one here, it's... Find this now on the screen. I apologise. I've got one more question here. Would this easily be the most international event in a long time? The teams from Australia, Europe, America, etc. Yes and no, Adam Highland. It can be, but I think we've seen events like the Daytona 500, the Indy 500, where we've had drivers from all across the globe, and I think it's probably one of the widest ranging ones, simply because of the length of the event. So it's easier for drivers to do a slot at their preferred time zone. That's a benefit there.
Yeah, but Rachel, this is a field that runs pretty deep. We've got, I think, about 8 servers, of which I think what Adam's trying to get to is that there's so many teams that are entered with different drivers from different nationalities in each team. So I think that's what Adam's aiming at. Indy 500, yeah, has a lot of competitors, thousands of competitors, we know that, but in regards to being in the one car, there's lots of different variations.
There is indeed. Apparently we just had a notification that apparently even if drivers do not withdraw from the session, they still can't rejoin. So unless you were actually in the session as a driver with spectator mode watching, you're not going to be able to switch out with your drivers, and that's why Renz Broekman's begun a fourth. Philip Stam is actually into that car, so they have been able to swap drivers. Any drivers still remaining in the sessions are able to actually hop into those cars, so it's not all over yet for the top drivers, but I do think at some point when people wake up, we're going to have an issue where people actually can't get into the cars and finish the cars, so we might have a fair share rule coming into play.
Yeah, well, the Evolution Racing Australia car, Craig Jones, one of the drivers, he's actually been organising this weekend, and he's put in there that he can see if he spots, but if the car goes back to the pits when he stops, he can't see it anymore. So, yeah, it's going to be issues. There's going to be real issues. Daniel Benefield, the Apex car, they're having massive issues as well. They can't get in at all. So, this is going to be a problem.
It is indeed, and well, their car, multiple nationalities. It's a major problem for them. As things stand, though, it's well, we believe that one of the RSN staff has been notified via their race stream, but we'll soon find out whether anything can be done about it. It might need to be a server reset, which could mean we have a reset with a 12-hour race. Who knows? But this is still a major problem for it, and it's going to be certain interesting evolution. But we have a question through from a gentleman on our YouTube chat. I believe this is for Brenton or Johnny. I'm not sure. Probably for Johnny. Can I ask you, are there any serious plans for endurance in your team, or is it just more of a for fun race for your guys?
I don't have a team, so that's probably for Brenton.
Yeah, I can tell you I can speak probably on behalf of a couple of teams. I know with our team, Evolution Racing Australia, STC Motorsports, no, this is more of a learning curve at the moment. Next year we'll probably start taking it more seriously, I guess. We don't have the World Championship drivers and pro drivers. We've got some good drivers, some very good drivers, as do other teams. But here in Australia, for those who lot of the V8 supercars, the endurance series is just about to start starting over here, so there'll be a lot of endurance racing there. But yeah, at the moment the GT3 class isn't really that strong in Australia. If we have a roof over our heads, that means we're in a Falcon or a Commodore. But by saying that, I would think, you know, it's always this thing that's going to just gain momentum. There's more cars available. There is that truly international competition. And speaking as a race manager of ERA, I can tell you that we'll be back next year, certainly, and probably get hooked right into it and try and get as many races done. We've also, actually shouldn't forget to mention, the Australian Endurance Championship run by JFF. They've got, actually by coincidence, another Spa 24-hour race coming up in September, I think it is. That's part of that long ongoing series, and yeah, there'll be a lot of cars commit to that as well.
It is indeed, and just going to re-mention the issues we're having at the moment with our racing to anyone on YouTube. But currently there are some server issues taking place. Anybody who's not currently in the session is not going to be able to register for or enter the race session as the spectators or drivers. This is going to be a major issue. At this time, iRacing, we don't know if they're aware of it or not, so we're going to find out. But at this time, we have no answer for you. And to the person who's asking why they can't watch this on PSR TV, that would be because this is a RaceSpotTV event. Someone's asked, should they be able to race their GT3 cars? I agree, because it makes them look better.
By the way, just saw Joshua Chin enter the car. Is he the same guy who just spoke to us right about an hour ago? Yeah, so he's currently in that vehicle for the New World Sim Sport team. They got a couple of cars out here today. I love that Moonshine car. I remember at Daytona that was an interesting car to watch in the GT grid. So Joshua Chin left pit lane right around a few minutes ago. Well, I have the wrong times here. But he has left a couple of minutes ago and he's out and away.
Also just out on track, Andre Hegheim in the CTC racing car, CTC2, the car 119, has had a issue at the bus stop entry. So this is a car that was a fair bit down in proceedings, and on the exit of the bus stop, his lap 272 has absolutely planted that into a wall just on the exit of the bus stop. Just trying to think if he had any help. No, he didn't. So just got into the AstroTurf on the exit there, which was right in front of Authentic Races team Victor Lopez. So I would imagine that might be the end of the CTC racing car.
Could well be at this time. We haven't found out exactly what's happened to the Apex racing car. I think we lost them much earlier on in this race, because I have not seen what happened to them. That must have been a long time ago. They were 118 laps down, so it was at least 4 or 5 hours ago, probably when I wasn't here. So that is not something I'll be able to provide you information with, but possibly Andrew Woodhouse or Cam Walsh might if they were around. But we will let you know as soon as we find out. Right now, though, apparently drivers are able to rejoin the session, but we do not know if spectators can. So the issue is beginning to resolve itself. Priority, of course, given to drivers so they can get back in. So we will find out, of course, let you know when we know what's going on with the sessions.
Yeah, it looks like something's happened there, that cars can get back, drivers can get in.
Yeah, we're seeing people joining, so that's always a good thing. The rush of pit road now as drivers come in to get out of the car after being exhausted for the duration of this race.
One thing I did see though is that it could be an issue as well, is that Marcus Lenderman, I would say he's probably the lead driver for the 4-racer Caranda Simsport. This was our pole position driver for the GT3 class, also leading the class at the moment. He's just had a disconnect as well, and he's come back in, so hoping that that's not going to be an issue for him when he gets back in the car. I don't think he was in the car. I'd have to have a look at that.
He was not in the car actually, so that's okay for those guys right now, but could be a concern if he might want to not hop into the car straight away if his net's up and down. Just had a question on YouTube, guys. We can all answer this one. Pepsi or Coke?
Oh, do I have to choose either? I don't like either. There's actually been a...
And Johnny Simon's in. Spectators can now rejoin folks, so I believe everything's back to normal.
There's actually been a position change. Sorry, in the class lead in the GT3s, Jack Segwin is now the leader of that class. I think he's...
He is not. It's still Grand Simsport in 18 with Philip Stam, so...
I'm just wondering if they're almost a lap down then, because on my screen, it's got Sedgwick in front of the Coanda sports car.
I believe that could be a case of being almost a lap down. It is, in fact.
Well, if that's the case, then they've lost... Well, if that's the case, they've lost a lap somewhere, because not so long ago, they were on the same pitch straight as each other.
They were, which is quite a strange situation. Johnny, Coke or Pepsi?
Oh. First of all, before I answer that question, I literally love everybody because I just got into this race. And second of all, Coke or Pepsi, I don't drink much soft drink, but I've had to pick. Oh, it's a difficult one. I'll probably have to say Coke, just because it sounds better, you know, like Pepsi. Pepsi sounds like, you know, as Pepsi sponsors everything these days, sounds like it's sold too much. But Coke sounds like the drug. I'll take that, and I don't really do drugs or anything, but anyway, I made that answer silly, but nevertheless, Coke is nice in this race. Though it's good to see finally able to view these drivers and see what's going on out on the racetrack live. And as you said, some drivers, there are some teams obviously many laps down who are still racing.
Before you carry on, Johnny,
time to make.
That wasn't actually Annex going lap down, guys. They are actually in the lead now. They have passed Coanda in that pit cycle, so they are ahead of Coanda Simsport now. That's the car there of Jack Segwick. He's managed to get past, so that's a lead change in the GT3 field. Finally managed to get past them. We'll have to see what they can do in the next few hours, but it looks like Coanda could be struggling a little bit on the tyres. They did come in literally a couple of laps ago. That's why there's been a position change. Philip Stam is in that car now. Rens Broekman came in as soon as the server issue fixed itself, and those guys switched out. So a marathon stint by Rens Broekman holding onto that car.
Yeah, swear.
As for the Pepsi and Coke thing myself, I prefer Pepsi because I like the look of the Pepsi Max V8 supercar, and that's the exact paint scheme I drive on my NASCAR Camping World Truck Series Tundra and my Ford Mustang Xfinity Series car in iRacing Racing. So I have to go for Pepsi.
But what did I tell you? Pepsi's, see, it's a sponsor everywhere, which is nice.
Which looks good. Sorry.
Coke needs its integrity, and I like the integrity better where they sponsor less. And that's, you know, everyone's got their personal taste. I'm looking at on the Kemmel Straight, there's a few cars here. It's Northwest One Racing being lapped. I'm pretty sure that's the name. Some of these team names here are a bit messed around, but a few drivers getting feisty here on the Kemmel Straight. Still plenty of time left in this race.
We are indeed. And well, folks, we're going to head to a quick commercial break and let these drivers sort themselves out. We'll be back very shortly during this after the break.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV here with the iRacing's 24 Hours of Spa. Major incident for Friction Racing. We're going to replay it for you right now. Friction Racing getting loose on the Rouge Radial. Huge impact with the tyre wall at pit exit. That car heavily damaged. The dream is dashed for the Friction Racing cars. They go back up into P2 after the loss of the 7-3 Motorsports machine. That car limping its way back to pit road now. They are, well, the game looks like it's over for those guys.
Oh, unfortunate for Friction, as looking at that now, and oh wow. I mean, you speak about, at this stage of the race, and I spoke about it before, the pressure you have, especially when, you know, if you're a non-European driver, having to fill in this stint and really fulfill the task of bringing the car home for the next few hours and letting those guys who wake up in maybe 5 or 6 hours time sprint to the finish. For Friction now though, well, it's I'm not sure if they'll be able to continue well, at least.
No, they look severely damaged, and that car's going to take a long time to repair. Possibly engine damage, severe suspension damage, at least on that car. Horrifically down on speed, trying to limp it back to pit road right now. Still got some pace, but probably not in the corners. Straight line pace, of course, still making it tough for a GT car. Letting everyone past as they will make their way to pit road now. That's the car of Richard Avery, so Richard, very early in the morning for him, but that car does seem to lose traction and spin off. Avery will come down pit road now. Oh, must be so crushing for those guys.
Yeah, he's approaching his box on the pit limit of 60 kilometers an hour, and let's see how long this takes. You know, I mean, for Richard, what he has to do is, you know, just keep himself from being demotivated, I think. You know, I mean, there's nothing else you can really do at this point in time. The damage has been done. He goes straight through, though. Has there been a penalty of some sort or some issues?
No, he's coming through to his pit box, which is on the front straight.
That's,
they were the pole starter, let's not forget, so they have the final pit box, which they'll be looking up that pit exit for a long time, judging by this damage.
Yep, so I've been watching too much Formula 1 and not enough endurance racing lately, but yes, for Richard Avery, he's got the last pit box, starting on pole position. First place currently to Vortex Sim Racing. They have a 5-lap lead ahead of these guys, and I think, as I mentioned, just not keeping himself from being demotivated. This repair is going to be quite lengthy though, as he enters his box right now and the car is being serviced.
It is indeed. Well, we've just got Paul Smith joining us from the Arseholes. In fact, Paul Smith is the chief arsehole in Split 4. Paul, how's your race been going?
Good evening. Yeah, it's been going, that's for sure. We've had a couple of incidents, but we're still running. Currently, what, 25th in class in the Split 4 and 35th overall, but we're 51 laps down on the leaders. So yeah, our car's looking a bit battered and bruised, to say the least.
So you are battered and bruised arseholes, I assume. It's RaceSpot After Dark, we can say that.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, obviously, things have been going better for you guys, but you are planning to bring this through to the finish, I assume.
Yeah, I think we're in it for the long run. I mean, I've just got up about a quarter of an hour ago from the worst hour's sleep possible. So yeah, it's me and Zach Niles who's going to go through the night shift. Luckily, he's based in America, so he's still awake. And then the other guys are going to join us sort of mid-morning, and they'll take it over for the rest of the race.
Well, good luck with you guys in the rest of your race. Have you got any sponsors you'd like to thank for your team?
But the other one we want to thank really is Calder Rescue, or a motorsport rescue unit. They mainly do sort of like rallying, but they also do circuit racing as well, and they're there to help people out when things don't quite go right. So big shout out to Calder Rescue.
I believe you have another sponsor on your car.
Doritos?
No.
Well, we have one or two. I mean, we've got Rusty's Dick Fritters as well.
That's the one I was thinking about.
That's
So, could you explain the product?
I think really the person who'd be best at describing that is Rusty, and unfortunately he's not around. I'll try and direct him your way to describe that.
You'll have to send him to us tomorrow when he's awake, but Rusty's Dick Fritters, you should all check those out. They are apparently incredibly tasty, from what I've been told.
They're Moorish.
Moorish, there you go. They're very Moorish. That's Team Arseholes and Paul Smith, the chief principal arsehole, I believe you are. So, thank you very much for your time, Paul, and good luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Take care. Well, that's possibly the strangest interview we've ever had on RaceSpotTV, but Paul Smith and the Arseholes are very familiar to RaceSpotTV, especially to Johnny from Champions of the Future Touring Car Series.
Yeah, wonderful series, and in the archives in the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel, if anybody wants to view that after the conclusion of this 24-hour event. I'm currently watching Joshua Chin, who is in P18 overall, but he's in the GT class, and he's currently driving a very nice stint. I've watched him for a couple of laps now. He's really pushing as well. Yeah, so we spoke to him, or you at least spoke to him, Rachel and Brenton, about just over an hour ago, and right now you can see him coming through turns 12 and 13. It's very interesting to watch him right now. He's very smooth and quick at the same time, but I'm not sure if that's relative on his on the lap time charts compared to the other drivers around him.
It could be indeed. It's certainly a bit on the slow side. Not seeing any particular damage on that car, so although they have had their rear bumper pushed up a bit, the spoiler's a bit twisted. So, oh no, the front quarter, they've had a bit of a wobble, I believe, with that team. So, yes, it is. And just getting some comments in from YouTube, some last ones in here, of course. Yeah, what in a 3-hour stint, which foot or leg would you rather have cramps in, Johnny?
Could you repeat the question, please? Apologies for that.
The question on YouTube was, and that was, I believe, from Kindlow, is which leg over a 3-hour stint in a car would you like to have, or would you prefer to have cramping? Depends if you left foot brake, I suppose.
Yeah, depends if you left foot brake. I've always left foot braked, especially since I don't really drive cars with 3 pedals that much, which is funny. But nevertheless, that's an interesting one. You'd probably want to have the right foot cramping,
sorry,
if anything.
I believe with one of the CTC cars is exploding. That was CTC Racing number 2 car. They are on pit road right now repairing, but trying to find out what's happened there and get a replay if that's possible. We'll queue that up for you. And that was, I believe, well, they downshifted when they should have upshifted. Not much to show on a replay, but heading up the Eau Rouge Radion complex, that car explodes. So a downshift too soon, and that BMW has squirted its gearbox out of its exhaust pipe. Their race looks like it's done.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay as well to see that they indeed, yeah. So, I mean, the shifting there. I mean, this is where you talk about concentration as well. Going up the hill. Yeah, it's having a listen to it, and they've butchered that as well. Andre Hegheim with that lovely swaggy name. Currently 10th in the class. Oh, no, my bad. So they down there in 28th overall in their position currently. Not sure where they are in their class, Rachel, but yeah, concentration important at this stage of the race, and unfortunately for them, I'm not sure if you can repair that damage though.
You can. It just takes a long time, 30+ minutes at least for an engine change. So they managed to drive it to pit road, so potentially could be less, but a downshift is certainly not what you want, especially when it makes your gearbox explode. But folks, I'm going to have to head out of here now for the evening, so I will rejoin you for the breakfast show at 8 o'clock in the morning with Will Vincent, leaving the careful hands of Johnny Simone and Daniel Benefield until the return of Brenton O'Brien. So thank you guys. Take over Team RaceSpot Australia.
Thanks, Rachel, and hope you have a good night, and hope these guys can
I'll try.
race out cleanly. Yes, and she'll be joining you back in the commentary booth in a few hours' time after a good rest. 12.5 hours remaining as the timer will tick past the 12-hour and 30-minute range right now. 12 hours and 29 left in this race. We look through the standings for the HPD class. Currently Vortex Sim Racing leading ahead of Radicals Online. It was Friction in second place, but they've obviously had some issues with their car. They've repaired it. Richard Avery out in the way, and it's quite a quicker repair than I thought it would be. But he's in third position at the moment. They're 5 and 6 laps down each respectively. The 7-3 Motorsport HPD car in fourth position, 7 laps down. The rest of the field there, GTL VRT Gold. It's currently piloted by Gregors Obalka, another cool name. And then the rest of the top 10 in this class, Abandonati Racing Team, GTI, Vortex Sim Racing, their second car obviously. They currently lead the race, but Tim Bertie is in that second car. And then Evolution Racing Australia GT and the Phoenix Motorsport vehicle round out the top 10 for that class. In the GT3 class, Inex Racing currently leads with Jack Sedgwick in that vehicle ahead of Coanda Sim Sports GT car of Philip Stamm. Pure Racing Team holds third place, one lap down from the leaders. Then it's Trinity Motorsports, New World Sim Sport Moonshine, and the rest of the top 10 in that class: IRDK Endurance, Glacier Racing, Mad Cow Racing, Core Sim Racing, and the other New World Sim Sport car, FGT3, currently piloted by Joshua Chin, we were talking about before, racing very fast and then very quickly around here, and it's currently a bit scruffy as one of the beaten up HPD cars laps him. But very important that he keeps his cool together.
Yeah, hello Johnny. Obviously probably not meant to be in here right now. Instead meant to be in the Apex Racing UK car, but yeah, we're done. Just explaining what happened. Obviously in the night I woke up literally an hour ago. But explaining what happened, Marcus Jensen had a hardware failure. His wheel decided to turn itself off. Coming through Blanchimont put him straight in the wall, so our race is pretty much done. Right, good in that Radicals Online car, currently second in the HPD class and overall, coming down pit lane now, Johnny.
Yes, he is, and White Gooden searching for his pit box, and they started in second position, so it'll be the second box away. And Daniel, you speak about waking up to the news that you're not going to be participating in this race. I mean, how do you approach that as a driver? You demotivated, or you still, it wasn't your fault personally, but still, a team game is you have to be a team player and still feel the disappointment of your teammates' hardware failure.
I mean, yeah, it's disappointing that we're not, we won't finish the race, but at the same time, it's good because you're not the one that ended the race. Obviously, nothing much you can do about being a hardware failure, but oh well, we'll move on. We'll come back bigger and better in the next one, next year. As there was a driver change at Radicals Online, Anthony Roselli getting back in the car, and this is the first time I've seen Anthony Roselli do a race in a long time.
Oh baby, Anthony Roselli is a gun, he's a bullet, and this is interesting. He did drive the second stint of the race after Vincenzo Amico commenced that for the team, and Anthony Roselli is in that car right now, and oh, this is going to be an interesting stint. I remember him at Daytona in the 24 hours really fighting his way through the field. And now they're currently 5 laps down from Vortex Sim Racing, and Vortex is just about to lap them again. They're right behind them right now. So there's Anthony Roselli in front, the Vortex Sim Racing car, and now Radicals goes 6 laps down in this race after that pit stop. So this is important now, Daniel, for Anthony. We know how fast he is. He is a very good traffic driver. He takes risks. They need to at this stage of the race. You got 12.5 hours remaining. 5 laps behind, or 6 laps behind now from the leader. so important for Anthony to unlap himself as quick as he can.
Yeah, but obviously they're a bit off sync in pit stop, so obviously when that Vortex car pits again, they'll go back down to 5 laps down. So this is the thing with endurance racing, you don't really know who's where into the last half an hour. If you, it's the OSR car there of Clayton Brooks just coming across on Anthony Roselli. There was a gap there, obviously just telling Anthony that he wasn't coming past going into Pradney's there. Just Clayton sending a message there to Anthony, no harm done really, just maybe a little bit of a surprise to Anthony. Dropped him behind that Vortex car just a little bit. But as I was saying, with the sequencing of pit stops and all that, that Radicals car will go back to 5 laps down when that Vortex car pits.
Yep, they will, and there's Anthony Roselli not Anthony Roselli, there's Philip Stamm in that Coanda Sim Sport car, currently second in the GT3 class, being lapped by these HPD cars at the moment. So the top 2 right there in the HPD class are on the same part of the track, in a different pit sequence as Daniel just mentioned. But for Philip Stamm in that Ford GT, out of the way quite cleanly, and now through Rouge and then Radillon. I don't know how to pronounce these turns in French. My French isn't very good, Daniel, but nevertheless, a terrific sequence of corners here. Almost every single turn on this circuit is a turn to be enjoyed and taken pleasure with, and a turn to be remembered.
Yeah, definitely. It was a lot of fun doing the first 2 stints of the race in our car, but can't wait for, I think, it's 3 or 4 weeks away, 3 weeks away now, when the Grand Prix series comes here. Really looking forward to that, being back in the Grand Prix car around here. I really enjoyed this track, especially in something like an LMP car or a Grand Prix car. It's so fast, just with the downforce, like Pouillon, for example, through here in the HPDs, where it's just a brake downshift and back on it straight away at about 220, 230 k's an hour. I think the slowest speed we're going at the apex at the start of Pouillon's 210, so it's a pretty quick corner to say the least. And in the Grand Prix car, it's even less. It's normally just a lift, a shift down and back on it, and at some insanely high speed.
Here's a driver you might be familiar with in the Evolution Racing Australia GT car, Madison Downs. So he is a very terrific driver. Locally in the Australian sim racing world, he's quite popular, known for his speed, known for his absolutely incredible pace, as he's lapping a car that is almost a phantom, but it's still blitzing away. Anyway, Madison is through, and Daniel, he's a driver that he's in a beaten up car now, but you put Madison in any type of vehicle, open wheel, touring car, he's going to get the job done, and he earns his payday every time he's out on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers that is really quick in any car, and obviously his pace in the V8 is huge. I mean you can't be just okay on pace and win something like I think it's up to 15 championships or so. I don't even know how many championships he's won. As we go on board with the ERA car as they come down into El Rouge now, just in behind Joni Tarkinen in that Glacier Racing 4 GT and along the Camel Straight. But yeah, Madison is just one of those drivers that is insanely quick. No matter what he drives, now he comes up to the call. You want to use all the curve on either side and the entry for that fact, and the exit as he comes through the right-handed now. He's got a slow car on the right there. That's the OSR BMW as he comes into Rivage. Who's that? That's Clayton Brooks up ahead. So another Australian. Should that pass pretty easily, being another Aussie. I know the Aussies were sort of working together early on as Madison comes out of the no-name corner now. now down into Pouillon, a very quick corner, not as quick with the damage these guys have, and with that Radicals GT car there as well, but still really quick as he goes to the inside of Yuri Ristak. I'm sorry Yuri, but I probably said that wrong, into Fradnay's coming out, and then coming down into Stavlo and using all the exit curve here, and then flat through the second part. Oh, a bit sideways there for Madison, coming out, and now on the run up to Blanchimont, one of the fastest corners on the track, obviously, along with El Rouge and Radillion, flat out in a HPD. As now you got to set yourself up straight away for the bus stop chicane. Obviously using all the curves. Be careful, you can't use the sausage curves there though, or else they'll upset the car way too much. Now down the front straight and set up for the source, and that ends your lap. Some good onboard coverage there from Hugo. He's who knows what time it is where he is. Obviously had the WCS race earlier on, but now directing the race here, and obviously provided by the iRacing forum for Android app.
Yeah, and
that was a mouthful.
Yeah, that was good. That was good stuff. And Madison down now, still lapping a few other cars in front. That's a damaged car if I've ever seen one. That Evolution Racing Australia GT1 vehicle. As Madison now laps a few more drivers. He went sideways at curve 4 Frere. That's important now that there's no incident limits in this race. I think he was slightly off the track, but you know, most importantly, it's a 24-hour race. You put an incident limit, I think, you know, not many people are going to finish this race, Daniel. So it's, you know, you went off the track, no incidents, fairly straightforward. But I mean, in a damaged car, the rear end's going to step out quite a lot because that HPD is very, very damaged at the rear end. So it's very hard to control these vehicles in the long run if it's got a unstable rear end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that having no rear engine cover will be hindering the air onto the rear wing, which won't be helping the rear downforce on that car at all. Never mind the wing end plate damage, as well as the side pod damage that they got. Obviously, having no rear engine cover leaves the top of those rear wheels open, which is actually causing more drag and obviously affecting the air onto the rear wing as they come past the second placed GT3 car of Philip Stam in that Forenza Coanda Sinsport car.
Certainly is, and we have 12 hours and 17 minutes remaining. Every time I want to mention how many laps or time we have remaining, it disappears from my screen, but there we go, it's got back up. As we look at the leader for now, it's Balza Remnick in first place for the Vortex Sim Racing HPD car, going through another lap car there in the GT class. And any questions you have for us in the commentary booth here, ask it away. Johnny Simon commentating alongside Daniel Benefield, Brenton O'Brien joining us shortly, and Hugo Luis broadcasting on cameras for us with 12 hours and 16 minutes remaining. We will be switching over to part 3 of this broadcast in right around 15 minutes time when the 12-hour mark kicks over. We'll have a nice smooth, sweet slide transition for that one. But as we look at leader Balazars Remnick, I love these. I love the livery on that Vortex Sim Racing car, and it's good to see every team out there, Daniel, put a lot of effort practicing for this event. And I mean, what's qualifying like? I mean, we know it was over almost 12 hours ago, but qualifying for this event, you put so much emphasis on that compared to race pace. Obviously not.
Well, it was a lot nicer earlier, and obviously there were 20-minute sessions, a session every hour from Tuesday onwards, from the start of the week. Sorry. But it was a lot nicer earlier in the week when there wasn't like 30 cars on the racetrack. Obviously, the last few qualifying sessions were a bit hectic. So everyone trying to get a lap in. So there was a session, I think it was the second last qualifying session. There was 60 cars on track. I was like, oh, because I wasn't doing any qualifying at that point, and I spectated it instead. And I was like, I'm glad I'm not in this session. But yeah, in terms of race, in quali pace versus race pace, I'm not so sure about the GT cars, but in the HPD, as long as the cars aren't damaged, it's about a second and a half a lap. So we were doing, or I was doing mid 203s in quali, and then low 204s to mid, low 204s, high 204s to low 205s in race trim.
Few questions coming in, whether the color red makes cars faster. You know, apparently I heard that the color red doesn't actually affect bulls at all. It doesn't, you know, attract them in any way. That's an interesting comment. I don't have the authority to know if that's true or not. That's just hearsay, but nevertheless, a more serious question, Daniel, is as a commentator, how would you prepare compared to driving in a race and compared to commentating in a race? What are the differences between, you know, staying active and staying nutritious? And I'm just joking, by the way. I want you to speak of it in a driver's sense. I mean, what do? You woke up, let's say you were driving at this point in time. What do you eat before the race? How do you approach your stint with 12 hours and 15 minutes left in the event?
Well, to be honest, obviously, I mean, I still haven't had breakfast, actually. It's got it probably by the time it's going to be more like lunchtime, since it's 11 o'clock in the morning where I am. I mean, the priority when you're driving is obviously to make sure that the driver that's currently in the car is fine, and that's why, like, I woke up and I jumped straight on TeamSpeak, jumped straight on the sim, and all that. Obviously, at that point, I didn't know that we were out of the race. But obviously, my priority was getting on, make sure Brendan would have been in the car at the time. So it was more getting on, making sure Brendan was okay in the car, that everything was running fine, and that we weren't too close to a pit stop. Mind you, it would have been fun having to do a triple stint and not having needed anything before. That would have been a lot of fun. But obviously, if Brendan could do another stint, I would have left him in. That way, I could better prepare myself, I should say, for the stint. But yeah, the focus when you're driving, or when you're about to jump in, is more making sure that the car's okay, that the driver in the car's okay. And just getting a read on what the car's doing, obviously, because I hadn't driven it since the second hour of the race. So I didn't really know what had happened until I woke up this morning, and then I went on actually on our Apex forums and heard what happened. So that's ended our race, pretty much. But now obviously, I'll probably do a bit of commentary wherever I can. I still got work to do later on, and then I'll probably jump in the Grand Prix car tonight. Now that I'm not tangled up in this. But commentary, I mean, you don't feel as much pressure as such to be ready, because you know there's always going to be someone there, and you know that you can actually eat on the run when you commentate, so you don't worry about as much about eating. Obviously, hopefully Brenton will be back soon, so I can skip away quickly.
Here now.
Yeah, Brenton O'Brien is joining us again. So Daniel, you can go grab something to eat as Brenton joins us in the booth with 10 minutes remaining in this part of the broadcast. And Brenton, welcome back. We were speaking before about a man named Madison Down in that Evolution Racing Australia GT car. A guy who can jump into any vehicle and be fast. I know I raced against him quite a few years ago, maybe 3-4 years ago, when I first started sim racing in an amateur league, and he jumped in one of the slowest cars. They weren't even cars, and he put it in P4 in the grid, and you know, it goes to show, without practice as well, some guys just have a natural instinct for racing, and this guy here in a damaged car is out there giving it his best shot. Currently, I think, let's do the math, 32 laps away from the car ahead of him, 34 laps ahead of the car behind him. They're eventually probably going to finish 9th in this class without any incidents to those top 8.
Yeah, this guy's the whole package, and it's so good to have Madison down available on the Evolution Racing Australia team for this weekend. There's talk, hopefully, that he might join us for other races later on, but just doing one step at a time, and it's just such a shame that just with incidents overnight, they've had some major incidents with some GT3 cars tripping over them, so it's a real shame that we haven't today been able to see the full potential of Madison down, such a fast driver. But what also wasn't known is that Benjamin Smith, who's going to be stepping into this car shortly for reasons unknown, his qualifying time didn't count, and so this car started 15th on the grid. However, with the lap time that Smith was able to produce, it would have actually been 4th, so still don't know what happened there. But yeah, it's a shame for the boys. It's a very, very last minute thing to hook up and do this race, but once these guys have got the taste for it, I would imagine that they'll be more and more hungry to come back and be successful in this type of event.
Currently have the 7-3 Motorsport #1 HPD car there, the number 73 in the field, making a pit stop as they approach their box. They started in 13th, currently in 4th in the top class, and so Radicals Online in 3rd, Friction Racing ahead of them on the lead lap, and they are right around 15 to 20 seconds away from each other right now. Anthony Roselli in that Radicals Online car and Richard Avery in that Friction Racing vehicle. These two quite known for their powerful racing. In front of Richard Avery we have a spin, and that is one of the GT McLarens. That is Michael Helin for the Falcon GP number 82 team, and they're currently 32nd overall, so in 23rd in the GT class. And unfortunately there, Brenton, at the no-name corner, they just lost it. Really nobody else's fault, it's just lost the rear end through that corner entry.
Yeah, it's a common thing we find with the McLaren, it's just the mid-corner. Just seems, the back end seems to kick out, and there's some times where you will take that corner the same every single time, and then one day it will just kick out you and make you look like a complete fool. Hasn't caused any damage here to Mikhail and also to Richard Avery and the chasing pack there, but yeah, that could have been a disastrous consequence for our leading 2 cars of HPD cars.
Yeah, and what's that has allowed is for Anthony Roselli to gain a significant amount of time on Richard Avery in front. So we know pit sequences as Anthony gets so close to the BMW in front, and traffic is going to be an issue, and that's, you know, quite obvious, especially in a 24-hour race. You have so many cars out on track, but you know, you have to be aggressive, Brenton, to make up time. And sure, Anthony is quite experienced in his own right in endurance racing, and we saw out in Daytona around 6 months ago in the 24-hour race over there, Anthony, you know, going 2-3 ride with cars just to make up, you know, a few seconds. This is what this guy does. He takes the risks. He's quite experienced enough to do it, and he produces entertainment for us here in the booth.
Yeah, he does, and ultimately we're only halfway through the race now, which is probably a significant milestone, I guess. But just having a look at some of the guys who have withdrawn here from what we've seen, there's I'm not sure, from anything down from about probably 36th position. I'm not sure they'll be racing anymore, so the field is certainly thinning out, no doubt about that. And I asked the question before, does the racing therefore feel easier, or does it get harder, like a fatigue kicks in? And I think you mentioned when you first came on about you know maintaining a good diet and a sleep pattern, etc., etc. I'm not sure pizza's a great diet, but I would say a lot of these guys are relying on pretty much one of those staple food groups. Whether you know, the race does get easier or whether it does get harder.
So almost 5 minutes, as you mentioned, Brenton, to the halfway point of this 24-hour race. Wow. It's good to see iRacing hosting these events on a regular basis now, it has to be said. Part of the Road Warrior series, this 24 Hours of Spa, we had the 12 Hours of Sebring earlier in the year, and the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen, obviously over at the New York circuit of Watkins Glen. And right now, Anthony Roselli this lap has gained just over a second on Richard Avery in front, as Richard Avery is approaching some more GT cars, and seems like it's just bad luck for Richard at this point. Approaching cars, where's the best point, Brenton, to approach lap cars? You know, you see Richard Avery at the exit here, not really impeding him too much. He's approached a few cars and he's lapped them right now, but heading into, you know, Radilion or Rouge, it's so important that you can just be confident going up there and not have to worry about lapping cars at the same time.
No, exactly right, and obviously that's the Kamel Straight is the main place there, but also it's a real driver's track, isn't it? It's so many sweeping turns and things like that, and yeah, it is wide enough. And I think overall there's been a couple of clumsy moments with the HBDs passing the GT3 cars, and probably some clumsy moments within the GT3s themselves. But I think overall, you know, considering we are coming up to the halfway stage, I think overall it's been pretty good.
It has indeed. As car number 73. Is that the 73 Motorsport car? It is. Francisco Javier Gutierrez off the track right here. Where is that? That is a roundabout. That's at turn 12, I believe. So, yeah.
And even the recovery is a bit messy, isn't it?
No. Yeah, he's lost the car initially. Sorry, that's over at turn 14. So, at around the Staveleur-Pourfray area. But he's gone into the corner too hot, carried too much apex speed, tried to save the car, Brent, and then going on back onto the track, he's butchered it even more, and oh wow, that's lost a lot of time for them.
Yeah, the important thing is there that he's kept it off the wall, so yeah, he's lost time, but this is a car that's one lap off of the podium at the moment. Was running actually in a very safe second spot there for an extended time, so yeah, look, did lose a lot of time, and I think now as the Bertie car, the second of the Vortex car, just goes around it, but no loss of position there. But yeah, kept it off the wall, that's the important thing, and straight back into it.
Yeah. That's the most important thing, is that there is no damage, but tyres would have been worn out quite a little bit. He's been in that car for 2 laps, and that's not the best way to begin your stint, taking over from Peter Smith. They just made their pit stop on lap 320, right around 5 to 6 minutes ago. So approaching the 12-hour mark, we will be switching over to part 3 for those who may have not heard the news before in a few minutes time, but for now we'll round out the standings for you in this race as we approach halfway in this 24-hour event. Incredible to see iRacing hosting these year in and year out, and it's going to become a regular every single few months, or every few months, to host 24-hour races, and we'll surely hopefully host them every single day. No, I'm just joking, but nevertheless, we look at the standings for you. Vortex Sim Racing leads for the HPD class, with Balazaz Remeniuk currently piloting that vehicle. 6 laps ahead of Friction Racing's Richard Avery, who is only 7 seconds ahead of Anthony Roselli for Radicals Online. The top 3, 1 lap ahead of 7-3 Motorsports' Francisco Javier Gutierrez, who just lost around 20 to 25 seconds with that spin. Then in 5th place is the GTL VRT Gold Team, Gregor Zopalka in that vehicle, piloted quite a few laps at the moment. He's been in there for right around an hour right now. And then in 6th place, it's Dennis Hershka, who's in a quite hairy situation right now at Pouon, who is 17 laps down from the leader. Vortex Sim Racing second car of Tim Bertie, 18 laps down. He's on the same lap as GTI's Kyson Williams, only 10 seconds approaching, separating those 2 cars. So a few battles shaping up here during the halfway point. Evolution Racing Australia holding 9th position, Phoenix Motorsport in 10th. The rest of the HPD class, Pure Racing Team, Dayco Motorsports, Apex Racing UK, TNT Racing Gold, 4 Motorsports, Vapex Racing Group, SDC Motorsports. A few of these vehicles not racing all the way down from Phoenix.
Well, the Ford Motorsports car, albeit, is 206 laps down. Gee, it actually sounds like a long way even when you talk about it. 206 laps down. But you know what? Graham Filan, Bones Filan's out there at the moment and just clocking up the miles. And to be honest with you, like, as new as iRacing has the 24-hour races available, like I was saying it before, in Australia, we generally do concentrate. You know, there are GT3 drivers and the odd open-wheel driver, but generally the class of choice in Australia is the V8. So what you've really got here, and we've got the GTI car, the Ford Motorsports car, and also the Evolution Racing Australia car, and the STC car, which is left very, very early. It's really just a bunch of V8 supercar drivers who have jumped in and have a bit of a go with this. And it's the type of thing that next year, I would imagine that they'll get right back into it.
The Dayco car as well, Brenton, is
obviously, yes.
Obviously they're not in the race anymore either, but obviously you got like Sam Sutton was in that car at some point, Jake Burton,
yep.
Kurt Stenberg, obviously that all, I mean, Sutton and Burton, I mean, both top 10 guys from Sonoma in the Premier Series a couple of weeks ago.
Well, we are at just crossed the halfway point of the race, and we'll quickly look at the GT standings as well. INX Racing leading the field there with Jack Sedgwick in that vehicle ahead of Coanders, Philip Storm, Andreas Almensberger and the Pure Racing team in third place. The rest of the field, Trinity Motorsports, New World Sim Sports, Moonshine in fifth, then IRDX Endurance, Glacier Racing, Core Sim Racing, SRM Motorsports, Mad Cow, and the rest of the field on your screen as we approach over the halfway distance mark for this 24-hour event here for the Spa 24 hours for the Road Warrior Series at iRacing.com. It's been an incredible event so far. We will take a short little break here and we'll join you for part 3, switch over the stream. We'll see you over there in a few minutes time. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here live on RaceSpotTV.